Hi, how you all doing? Welcome to What If Raditz Came Early for Goku, the movie. This is a bit late and probably needs an explanation. For those of you who have seen this series, it's a story I did a few years ago, which to this day is my most popular series. Which is great, I'm happy this series did well, because I'm immensely proud of it. However, like I said, I had never finished it. Something I've done with a few series. So this year, another resolution I decided to add on New Year's Eve itself was that I want to fix that problem. So this year, some what ifs which I hadn't finished, expect to see them come out in movie format, but with just a final few minutes added on to round up the series or give it the ending I wanted to give it, just as a way to make sure everything's kept close and nice and neat. And while this isn't the ending I had originally wrote for this series, I want to keep the final act short, so instead of some big epic battle, I want to just let you experience these two brothers with one another. But to see that, you'll have to enjoy the movie and everything in it first. I hope everyone enjoys, and I'll see you at the end with the new ending for this story.
Now, we join our heroes during the battle between, like I said, Goku and Demon King Piccolo. But one thing changes here in this timeline. During this battle, a Saiyan pod lands on Earth, and out comes Raditz. He activates his scouter trying to pick up whatever he can, and on this weak planet, there's only really some high power levels, and upon picking up the highest one, he sees that there's two relatively high ones near each other, with him flying off towards this battleground. And when he arrives, he catches the tail end of the battle between Goku and Demon King Piccolo, with Piccolo still spitting out an egg. And from what Raditz can see, Goku might have just made himself top dog. After all, he doesn't really understand what's happening, but Raditz is impressed. After all, he's very impressed by the fact his brother, at such a young age, has so much tenacity to him, unwilling to go down, even though he's very heavily injured. But Goku's power is nowhere near as strong as it should be. Eventually, after the battle had ended, Goku turns around and looks up to the sky, seeing a very weird man floating in the air, and he notices that both himself and this man have a tail. Goku, not really able to talk much right now, sort of just blurts out with, "Hey, we're kinda similar," and points to his tail. Goku laughs at this, and Raditz comes to a realization that his brother might not be the Saiyan he was expecting, which does give him an idea that maybe that's why the planet's still together. Something must have happened to Kakarot years ago to make him so soft now. Raditz lands near his younger brother, and he starts explaining and asking Kakarot questions, but when he calls him Kakarot, Goku doesn't respond, with Goku explaining how "you must have me mixed up with someone, my name's Son Goku." But Raditz goes into it a bit more, explaining how he's actually something called a Saiyan. Much like normal, he gives the same amount of information as he did in canon. Now, while this is all going on, the likes of Tien, who was nearby during the battle, and after seeing Goku kill the Demon King, had started to head towards there, but saw Raditz land nearby. Now, for some reason, Tien's instinct told him not to go near there. After all, something about this guy is suspicious. He can fly, the crane school's secret technique, so he decides to watch from a distance. And from afar, he's just trying to figure out what is being said and what's happening as much as possible. Now, luckily for Tien, he's managing to stay out of the sight and luckily stay off the scouter on the Saiyan. Raditz hasn't noticed it. He's turned off his scouter and is too busy paying attention to his younger brother. Goku and Raditz talking to one another for a little while, with Goku learning how that person he's talking to is actually his older brother. And Goku then gets told that it's time for him to join himself and the other Saiyans, taking on his Saiyan heritage, and finally to rule the galaxy. Keep in mind, he isn't here out of need, like in canon. He just happens to be here. He remembered Goku while he was on a mission very close by, and decided to grab his younger brother now instead of later. So, this is just not a necessity, this is just something he's going to do. with Goku explaining how he doesn't want to. However, he seems like he's quite a strong guy. Maybe they could spar together sometimes. But this really isn't an option right now. Goku is fatigued and he's injured, so he's in no position to fight. And Raditz expresses the fact that even if this low-class warrior was able to fight, he is far outclassed by his older brother, with him starting to walk towards Goku and grabbing him. But something to note here is that Raditz is also a bit weaker than he was when he originally arrives in canon. He would have lost the fact he gained some Zenkais over the years, but it doesn't matter because Goku is also weaker. Like I said, Goku is refusing to go with his brother. Soon explaining how it isn't an option, the older brother does grab him, but Goku does fight back a little bit, trying to land a punch or something on him, and eventually he does, and when Raditz doesn't flinch or anything, he's sort of nervous. Raditz, kind of annoyed by this, grabs hold of the tail, which is hanging out on display by his younger brother, and starts making his way towards his ship. Raditz realises something in this moment though. He doesn't know where his brother's ship might be. Doesn't have any way of getting hold of it either. So he looks at his younger brother and comes to the decision that he's small enough that they'll both be able to fit inside one ship, which is going to be a bit uncomfortable, but they only have to travel for a few days, not too long, to get to the closest Frieza planet. Now, after all, the only issue would be is that if Goku was to wake up and start putting up a fight, but he's also too weak to do anything, and the area is so confined that nothing he could do would cause any significant damage. Raditz, after coming to this conclusion, flies off, and over in the distance Tien watches with horror. Tien managed to pick up a few things that was said. He heard something about Goku being alien, he heard something about that guy being his brother, and he heard something about Goku having to head off into space and never return. Now, Goku is Earth's saviour at this point in time, and Tien just watched him leave, and he's unsure of what he could have done or can do. So for now, Tien does the only logical thing he can think to do. Try and get strong enough to maybe stop that guy. Tien right now hasn't really got the ability to sense ki, and he just sort of knows that if Goku's punches weren't hurting him, he's severely outclassed. So Tien starts heading off towards the only living fighter he knows right now. This is Yamcha, and right now I'm going to leave Earth for a while. I might cover the stories of Earth later on, and at some point we might end up back here, but for now I'll probably leave Earth alone. Now I'll cover it a little bit at the start of the next part, but that's only if people want to see another part of this What If. Now back with Goku and Raditz, we see Raditz getting into his ship and putting his younger brother on his knee. While in the ship, he knows it will be uncomfortable, and he sets coordinates to the closest Frieza planet he can get to, with this only taking him a minimum a week, at max maybe 2. And during this whole trip, they are both in a deep hibernation in the pod. I believe the pods do put you in a hibernation, and if not, I apologise. I don't remember, and I always assumed there was. Now, after the travel and they land, Goku wakes up in a new place, unsure of where he is. He looks behind him and sees that he's in a small confined area with the person who claims to be his brother and who kidnapped him. This makes the child panic a bit, and he jumps away very fast, far away from Raditz. He takes a fighting pose, however he soon realises that he is severely outmatched. A few Frieza soldiers begin to point blasters at him, with them turning on their scouters and one even taking a shot at Goku. This shot connects, and at first Goku was feeling confident, but after feeling the blast from that one soldier, he realises he might be outmatched. But before any more shots are fired, Raditz shouts out for the soldiers not to shoot at him. He's so weak it will kill him. With Raditz then heading towards his brother, and Goku almost goes to start another fight, but Raditz quickly grabs hold of the tail and holds him in the air, carrying him into the building. Goku yet again falling weak and is carried around for a while before he can smell food, with Raditz dropping off his brother near a cafeteria, telling him that they both need to eat up and need to be ready for whenever the other two Saiyans arrive. With Goku almost about to argue with his brother, but then hears his stomach growl, and for now, Goku calls a temporary truce. The two begin to eat, with Goku scoffing down loads of food very fast, with him thinking the food isn't as good as the food on Earth, but he still continues to eat, needing to get his strength back up. Now over with Raditz, he is also eating a lot of food, but in a much more mature and sensible way than his brother, but he is still eating kind of fast. After a while, Goku is full, and he goes back to try and convince his older brother that he should let him go home, back to Earth, with Raditz just ignoring the young Saiyan and telling him that he needs to follow him. Goku at first is against it, but when Raditz shouts out, "Kakarot, follow me!" Goku begins to follow, and sort of says how his name is Goku, not Kakarot, but Raditz just ignores this. For a while they walk until they eventually arrive in a room with a load of Saiyan armor everywhere. Raditz quickly talks to one soldier there, and after a while, the soldier comes back with some Saiyan armor. Raditz looks at it, takes a look at Kakarot, and then throws it towards him. Goku is at first confused, looking at the armor, and then looks down to see that his gi is destroyed. Not destroyed, but it's got scuff marks, it's cut, it's very damaged. But Goku refuses to change, explaining how he won't be here for long, so it's alright. Raditz, getting more pissed off with his brother, pretty much just lets him do this one thing. He takes the armor off his younger brother and passes it back to the soldier, before walking out of the room and heading off to a different section. Raditz gives his brother a tour of this building, and after about a few hours, Raditz finally decides it's time to settle down for the night. He heads off towards some sleeping quarters, with Goku still following him, and shuts the door behind him. In this room, Raditz begins to talk to someone over his scouter, with Goku confused at what he is doing, and for the first time all day actually has a moment to think about where he is and what's happening. He wants to try and escape, that's the first thought that comes to Goku's mind, but he also understands that everyone here is stupidly strong compared to him, clutching at the space where he was shot earlier, and he knows not to be stupid, and if he's going to go around doing stuff like that, he needs to make sure that he's a bit stronger so he can survive. All Goku wants to do right now is go back to Earth and revive his friends, and thinking about the Dragon Balls, Goku keeps the information about them to himself. Goku had just learnt how evil people can use the Dragon Balls for evil things after the recent fight with Demon King Piccolo. So right now Goku is in quite a mature mindset, hence why he's been playing it relatively cool for Goku. After a few minutes have gone by of Raditz talking over the scouter, he turns off the device and puts it onto the table. He looks over to his brother and begins to give him a bit more detail about his origin, not in a nice way, in an aggressive way, telling him how he is now a henchman of Frieza, and he will be until the day he dies. Or the day that... and stops himself there. He goes on to explain how Goku's life will be led from now on, and after hearing the fact that he has to kill innocent people and destroy planets, Goku kicks off again, thinking how he doesn't want to kill innocent people. He likes fighting, but only when people are wanting to fight. Raditz goes on to explain how this isn't an option. He will be doing this, or he will be killed alongside that planet of his, and all the people on it. Now, Goku gulps after hearing this, and remains silent. Raditz nods, thinking that his brother understands, and climbs into a bed, saying how they should get some sleep. The two other people they're going to have to meet soon are quite a handful. Now, once Raditz is asleep, Goku lies there, sort of unsure of what to do, knowing that there is quite a big difference in power between himself and his brother. He just doesn't know what to do. Everyone around here is stronger than him. He's the weakest person for one of the first times in his life. He thinks that maybe he could escape and get back to Earth, and maybe with the power of everyone he knows they could defeat Raditz, but then he thinks about the fact that the only two people alive right now are Tien and Yamcha. They're probably not strong enough combined to take down Raditz. He eventually comes to the conclusion that this is his life until he can get stronger and hopefully defeat everyone here. But he doesn't know how he can get stronger. After all, it's not like he can train under anyone. After a little bit of pondering, he decides to just do some basic workouts, hoping that his power will slowly creep up and eventually surpass his brother. But for now, this is the only option he knows he has. Just basic workouts when everyone is asleep to make sure that they don't catch on to what he's doing. Now, I want to bring something up. I understand that Goku learned how to sense ki when training with Mr. Popo. I don't remember when he learned to suppress his energy, and it's not something I could easily find either. I did look for it for a while, but I couldn't find anything, and I have a sneaking feeling I'm wrong about this, but at the same time it's sort of something that caught my mind. I believe he might have learnt to sort of do it during one of the tournaments. Keep in mind there is a line he said to Tien during their fight, that when he's in a battle, he uses something called his battle restraint, or battle restraint. I don't remember the line exactly, which is where he's holding back. Whether that's him concealing his energy or not, is something I don't understand. But I believe that Goku, to some basic understanding, knows how to suppress his energy at this point. And for this what if, I will be saying that Goku at this point in time can do this. Even if it's only on a very low level, even if it's only he can suppress his energy by a small amount, I am going to be using this. Now, after the week of waiting for the Saiyans to arrive, Raditz one day wakes up Kakarot, explaining how they're heading outside to a landing area, waiting for their two comrades. Goku is confused, but goes along. He has been playing along all week. There's no point in being stupid now. Now, they wait outside for an hour, and Goku is getting impatient. But luckily for them, Vegeta and Nappa do arrive. With the first thing the two say upon arriving is beginning to shit-talk Raditz. And soon Kakarot catches their eye. They look over to him, and the first thing they do is check his power level. At this point it is saying it's 200. Note this is a bit lower thanks to the fact Goku is hiding his energy a bit. Both Nappa and Vegeta find this to be a pathetic waste of Saiyan blood, whereas Raditz is confused. He swore Kakarot's power was a bit higher the other day. He swore it was higher than that when he picked him up from Earth. But he keeps this to himself, putting it down to the faulty scouter he must have had, and also replaces his scouter. Now, while this has been going on in Raditz's head, Vegeta and Nappa are mocking Raditz, saying how he shouldn't have wasted his time getting this low life. With this getting under Goku's skin, after all, he is pretty strong. Now, Goku does eye up Vegeta and finds him to be very interesting. After all, this guy reminds him a bit of Tien, in the sense that he's a massive jerk. Both Goku and Raditz understand that these guys are their superior. Goku sheerly just from the fact of how his brother is acting so passive around these two, and hardly arguing back. Now, after this is done, Goku does try to introduce himself as Goku and says where he's from. But the Saiyans go back to calling him by his Saiyan name very fast, mocking the fact he wanted to be called Goku and not something more Saiyan-like. With the pair also laughing at the fact that Goku's wearing some stupid clothes. But they have had enough of this. They decide that they have pretty much done enough of a joke messing with these two for now. And they give the likes of Kakarot and Raditz a rundown of the upcoming mission. They go on to explain how there is a planet with some relatively high power levels, a bit weaker than Raditz is, that they are going to conquer. It shouldn't take them too long, and they will be leaving right away, with them getting Goku his own pod and a scouter just so they can communicate with one another. Not that the other three Saiyans care about Kakarot, it's just more that it's a standard issue thing to do. Now, this planet is about a month's travel away. While the other Saiyans choose to go into a hibernated state and sleep throughout the most of the trip, tries to figure out how to pilot the ship, just pressing buttons hoping something will happen, but he never manages to figure anything out. The course the ship is taking has already been routed, and once he figures this out, he gives up doing that. Goku then decides that he should probably try and get some training in, but he can't train in this small confined area, deciding that he will take up some time meditating, which he tried when he was training under Master Roshi, but he just never really liked it. But he actually kind of takes a knack to it here. He enjoys it, and after a while he does get bored and eventually just sleeps the rest of the trip as well. But he definitely needed that small break to think of what to do. Now, when the group are an hour away from the planet, they give a quick idea of what they're facing up against. And the powers they're told are nothing special, being in the low 700s, high 600s. With Raditz thinking that this will still be kind of a struggle for him. After all, Like I said, Raditz is a bit weaker, so if I was to make these people have a power level around 600, 700, Raditz's power level is about 1,000 right now. So he still has a bit of ground to make. And also getting under Raditz's skin is the fact he has to babysit his younger brother, with the other Saiyans mocking him about this and laughing so hysterically it almost looks like their ships are shaking. Now, upon landing on the planet, the attack of the Saiyans begins. Now, there's only a few people on this planet who are really strong, and most of them are confined in this one small area. However, there are some spread across the other side of the planet. The plan is to leave Raditz and Goku to deal with the ones nearby, while Vegeta and Nappa deal with the further away ones. Now, the battle between the warriors and Goku and Raditz goes kind of well. For the most part, Raditz is able to hold his own. He's doing well, and as long as they're not grouping up on him too much, he's fine. But the issue arises is the fact he has to babysit his brother. Kakarot isn't strong enough to be dealing with any of these in a 1v1 fight, and for a little bit he was toying. When they were toying with him, he was holding his own, thanks to some tricks he had learnt on Earth and a variety of other things. But once they all start jumping him, he's in trouble, meaning that Raditz is having to waste valuable energy trying to save his younger brother. And for a while he does this until he gets fed up of it, saying to himself that if Kakarot's this weak, it's his own fault. He should have grown stronger. With Goku having to fight people who are much stronger than him, he eventually starts getting beat quite heavily. At first he was just playing defensively hoping to win, but now he's just getting beat brutally. And he's in a position where most people wouldn't be able to stand, and is pretty much on the, brinks of death. However, he's saved unintentionally by the likes of Vegeta. Vegeta had begun chasing some opponents around. After all, he's pretty much cleared a lot of his people off. Now just toying with his victims. Some that escaped earlier he is now chasing, and he begins blasting at them, with one of his blasts missing and actually hitting the area that Goku is getting beaten into the ground by a load of people. This blast hits the people around Goku, killing them. However, it did not kill Goku. Thanks to the bodies around him, it pretty much cushioned the blow for him. He still got hurt, but he's in a state where he could probably get up and move around. Vegeta, who casually looks down to where Kakarot is before sending a blast off to the people who are escaping, thinks to himself that that's such a waste of Saiyan potential, before flying off to kill more people. Goku, who's beginning to pull himself off the ground and try and walk somewhere to get some cover, sees the fact that his brother is actually being swarmed and is losing. Goku instinctively starts heading towards his brother, just wanting to help, and from the sides, the enemies who are on Raditz beating him quite heavily begin to hear some weird words being spoke. The words Kamehameha, which is strange, and before they can process anything, a blue beam blasts through them, knocking them off Raditz. Not knocking loads of them off, but just giving Raditz enough leeway to slip out. Raditz looks over to see his younger brother in a fighting stance. He looks like he's barely able to stand, and to be honest, Raditz is genuinely shocked. Not a very Saiyan-like thing to do to save someone. It's really weird, but Raditz appreciates it. And once he looks at his brother getting into a fighting stance again, he's really confused again. He shouldn't even really be able to stand, yet alone be ready to fight. But Raditz also gets into a fighting stance. Two brothers getting ready to fight the people who heavily outnumber them. Raditz leads, and he deals a lot of good damage. He's the heavy hitter here. And at first Goku is trying to help by just throwing off people around Raditz, but after a while Goku just sort of becomes a certified punching bag. But this is also buying Raditz some valuable time. After all, some of them are having to concentrate on Goku, who's refusing to stay down. And slowly Raditz defeats all the enemies around them, and Goku finally collapses. He's not unconscious, he's just very heavily beaten and is having a hard time sticking together. This has taken them a few hours to do, and Vegeta and Nappa have completed the mission for the most part for them, with them only managing to take down this one city. After Raditz had caught his breath, he hears whining over the radio. Thinking that Vegeta and Nappa are mocking him, which they are, like, thinking how they have probably died during the battle. What weaklings. But luckily they didn't. Raditz looks at his brother, who is still collapsed, and almost flies off, thinking that he's dead weight. He's not even strong. But then thinks back to when he saved him and grabs him by his clothes, not carrying him in a nice way, just carrying him towards the pods. Vegeta and Nappa are thinking that they had died and are getting ready to leave, but when they see Raditz land nearby and holding Kakarot of all things, Vegeta and Nappa do begin to mock them for saving, for Raditz for saving such a weakling, and two, for taking them so long to complete this mission. However, Raditz ignores this and throws Kakarot into a pod, sending him off to the closest Frieza planet. With Raditz getting into his pod, he also follows on behind. Vegeta and Nappa do the same. The Saiyans follow behind the leading ship, being Kakarot's, and eventually they arrive on a Frieza planet. Raditz takes his younger brother up to a healing chamber, getting him fully healed up, and it's going to take him a full day, but it's definitely helping the fact that he's getting some medical attention. Now, the other three Saiyans decide to celebrate their victory. Well, Vegeta and Nappa decide to celebrate how weak the low-class warriors are. Raditz decides to celebrate the victory. Now, during the mission, Raditz had got beaten up a little bad. It's nothing major, and he pretty much healed all of his injuries on the trip back, but it's just something worth noting. And during this time of celebration, Raditz is just getting mocked. So is Kakarot, but he's not there to hear it. To some degree, Raditz is still thinking about how his brother saved him. Seeing their father a lot in Kakarot, it sort of stumped him a little bit, which is why he was saved. And eventually the Saiyans during that day get orders to come and see Frieza whenever possible, and as soon as possible, with them deciding to wait for Kakarot to fully heal up, and then they'll head off to see him. Now, the next day Kakarot is fully back up, and Goku is beginning to wander around the area. He gets out of the pod with some alien doctor handing him his turtle wheel, which is hardly holding together, before Raditz walks in. He sees Kakarot is up and out, and he throws him some Saiyan armor. There's a bit of a silence between the two and the alien that is there, before Goku begins to throw on his old turtle gi, but Raditz shouts out above him, "Put on the Saiyan armor. It will defend you for your next battle," with Raditz then clicking his scouter subtly and reading Goku's power. 300. Okay, he keeps note of this. Now, Goku is kind of confused, but he keeps hold of his turtle gi and actually does throw on the Saiyan armor, with the two walking out and Goku starting to remember what happened. He looks towards his older brother, saying "thank you for saving me," which leads Raditz to blurt out he didn't save him out of his kind heart. No, he's not a softie like you. I did it because I didn't want to waste my time. That trip to Earth took me a while, you know. I didn't want to waste my valuable time, that's all. Goku smiles at this, as it's clear that Raditz was kind of flustered by that, and it seems he's not as bad as he might be letting on. Now, once he's up and at it again, all of them head off towards Frieza's ship, and it only takes them a few days, but they do arrive. And before heading into the meeting with Frieza, everyone warns Kakarot not to be stupid, to be quiet and stay quiet, with him agreeing to do this, mostly because Raditz was telling him to. After all, Raditz is the only person here he mildly trusts. After all, he saved him. Now, the meeting with Frieza is quite intense. As before I explained, Goku is probably not the best person to be talking to someone like Frieza under these circumstances. However, Goku is being quiet. He's not talking, and he's not even going to talk unless, of course, he's addressed. Now, for a while, Frieza's just briefed on the mission and how it went. But finally, before they are allowed to leave, they ask who that person is. "Where's the extra Saiyan come from?" Frieza asks. With Goku not sure what to speak or say, Raditz jumps up explaining how, "Oh, this is my younger brother. I do apologise, Lord Frieza. I went to collect him a while ago, just because I thought it would be useful for your army, for the Empire. if we would have an extra Saiyan around. I do apologise though, Lord. With Frieza finding this to be an alright excuse. With Frieza looking at Kakarot and thinking he looks familiar. Weirdly familiar, actually. But he brushes it off. After all, he's seen thousands of Saiyans. He doesn't really care. Frieza then puts on his scouter and he reads out whatever Kakarot's power level is. 250. Pretty weak. But after hearing this really confuses Raditz. As he thinks about it, this is the second time something like this has happened, and he swore it was 300 when he came out of the healing pod. He keeps this to himself and doesn't say anything to Frieza, but Frieza does begin to mock how weak all the Saiyans are, especially Kakarot. But after this is done, everyone leaves, and they are given new missions. Frieza has decided to split the Saiyans up for this mission, with two groups being Vegeta and Nappa and Raditz and Kakarot. The Prince takes the more interesting mission, while Goku and Raditz take the much easier mission. With this working out well for the pair, after all, the mission should be easy even by their standards. The four Saiyans split off into their two teams and head towards their planets. Now, the pod travel to their new planet does take a little while, but during the entire trip, Raditz is trying to think over what he felt. What the hell happened with Kakarot's power? And Goku is also kind of confused. You see, he's feeling much stronger than he's ever felt before. Even though he's been working out, it shouldn't be this much of a difference, should it? But he feels really empowered. He's going to ask Raditz about it when they land. Now, upon getting close to the planet, Raditz calls through on the scouter, saying that we should land a few miles out from the major city, in that forest over there, with him explaining to Goku what to do and how to land there. Now, once landing, Raditz puts his scouter into the Saiyan pod, leaving it there briefly. With Goku walking out of his Saiyan pod with the scouter still on, he looks over to his brother, seeing him not wear it. Raditz mimes the hand signs to put the scouter in the Saiyan pod, and upon doing this, Raditz walks over to his brother and starts asking some questions. He asks, on Frieza's ship, your power level read differently to what it did when you came out of the healing pod. Explain yourself. With Goku really confused about this, Raditz goes on to explain, I measured your power level when you were fully healed. Saiyans get Zenkais when you come close to death, and you came out much stronger, meaning that when Frieza read your power level, you were weaker somehow. Do you want to explain that to me? Goku sort of understanding this, and also getting the answer he was looking for, explains. He goes on to explain how he developed this thing on Earth called his power strain, something where he could hold back his powers so he could have a much more interesting fight while in tournaments. At some point he got so good at it, it felt like his energy was actually a lot weaker. It wasn't like he was holding back his punches. With Raditz realising that somehow this ability has given him the power to hide his true power from scouters, meaning that he can actually be a lot stronger than he's making out to be, and people wouldn't notice. Now Raditz is interested in this, and he begins to mutter to himself, well, this is great, if we could learn this as Saiyans, we could grow stronger, people wouldn't notice, which means we could train and not get picked up on scouters, meaning that Frieza wouldn't get suspicious of us. And not only would I be able to overthrow Vegeta, I would be able to maybe one day dethrone Frieza. With Raditz saying this all out loud, Goku suddenly feels really comfortable. Goku says, so how does this Zenkai thing work? Because I've never felt so strong after a battle before. With Raditz giving a brief explanation in a much friendlier tone than he ever has. With Raditz also asking what Goku knows about training. And Goku actually explains how he's been training while everyone has been sleeping recently, since he was picked up from Earth ages ago. He's shocked to hear this. After all, he didn't even notice, but he's now curious. He asks his younger brother to show him his full power once he's got this scouter. With him grabbing it and clicking it on, he reads it out to be 415, meaning that Goku had nearly doubled in power since joining the crew. This is thanks to his training and the Zenkai. With Raditz now having a plan, he puts the scouter back off and puts it in his pod again. He walks over to his brother, explaining how, look, I know we haven't got off on the best terms, but supposedly could you teach me this suppressing trick? Goku thinks for a minute and believes he can, but then he asks his brother something. Would you promise not to kill innocent people and you won't, be evil? Raditz, knowing this would be impossible, tries to come up with a compromise. He agrees that he won't hurt people who can't defend themselves, and he will also try and help his brother get stronger and teach him how to fly. Goku thinks this over and believes this to be the best offer. The two come to an agreement and they begin talking about a possible plan. And Raditz even shares quite a bit of information about how Frieza treated the Saiyans, with Goku now wanting to help Raditz take down Frieza, which is shocking to Raditz. Now, the plan they have is that they will, every time they go on a mission, they will spend some time secretly training. So they will extend the length of the mission. During this time, they will make out like the mission is a much harder job than it was, but secretly they will be training. Over time, they will try and increase how much they can suppress this energy by, and also increase their power, meaning that it looks like they've come back about the same strength. With Goku liking this idea, and also offering to teach Raditz some of the martial arts he learnt while on Earth, with Raditz having picked up on what Goku was doing during the battle on the planet they were on last time, he knows this to be a good idea. So far, they have a plan. They know what they're doing, and they begin it straight away. The two spend the first 2 days teaching each other the basics of the techniques they've promised one another. So Goku is learning how to fly and Raditz is learning how to suppress energy. And eventually, after the 2 days, they head off and take over the planet, with Raditz not actually killing anyone who can't fight for themselves, only ever killing people who are warriors. Now, during this time, they were messaging in every day, making it seem like this mission was much harder than it ever was. And eventually they do manage to take it down after only 5 days of, being on the planet. The first 3 days were coming up with a plan, doing some training and whatnot, while the other 2 days were actually capturing the planet. During this, Goku and Raditz had got hurt quite a bit, and they have decided that they'll head back to a Frieza planet to get healed. Now, some things they come across on their plan is going to be covered in the next part, but for now, the plan of the Sun Brothers is in way. Both Raditz and Goku have gained newfound respect for one another. Raditz sees his brother more Saiyan-like now, and Goku understands that his brother isn't fully an evil person, and actually blames Frieza for what has happened to the Saiyans over time. Staring down his rival and friend, Krillin, the two share a grin and charge at one another. However, things then go black, and the sound of Vegeta saying over the scouter, "Wake up," gets Kakarot up. They are nearly at the planet, with this pulling Goku out of another dream. Over the last few years, Goku had found himself dreaming a lot about Earth, something that seemed to be a distant memory from his past, with him often remembering all the good times he had back on his home planet, to the point where he's even remembered people he would have forgotten. The likes of Chi-Chi and others have come back to him. However, for now, Goku is stuck out in space, with him currently on a mission with all the Saiyans, heading towards a planet to capture for Frieza. With this mission being something that he and Raditz could have handled alone, but Frieza sent all of them, and once arriving on the planet, it goes like normal. Raditz and Goku stick close to one another, while Vegeta and Nappa fly around destroying everything in sight. Whereas Goku and Raditz are more inclined to not destroy buildings or kill people, with this being part of the deal Raditz had made with Goku years ago, he has gotten a lot more used to it and actually actively tries to save people. He still fights people who will, fight back, such as military soldiers or anything of the sorts, but he does leave any buildings relatively unharmed. The true saviour though is Goku. Goku will actively go out of his way to make sure civilians won't get hurt. A falling building, he will destroy it. A stray key beam, he will block it. He's gained a little bit of a rep for himself, but we'll come into that later. Now, this mission for the most part is easy for all the Saiyans, and they finish it very fast, with this leading to the group leaving the planet after a short job, with Raditz and Goku leaving before Vegeta and Nappa, with Vegeta and Nappa wanting to spend a bit more time messing around on the planet, before leaving, with Goku and Raditz explaining how they would hell off and wait on the nearby Frieza planet. They need to report to Frieza whenever these two are done mucking around. And after a short trip, they arrive on the Frieza planet, with Goku and Raditz heading towards the cafeteria. They eat in silence before heading off to their quarters, where the two suddenly change massively in personality. After turning off their scouters, Goku once again changes back into his happy-go-lucky self from Earth, and Raditz changes to a bit of more like his brother. The two begin to joke with one another, and Raditz mocks his brother for not changing over the last 8 years, with Goku laughing as he finds it hilarious how Raditz has changed quite a bit since back then, and this bothers Raditz, and the two get into a bit of a argument. However, after a short shouting match, the two get serious, with Goku saying how even though it's been 5 years, they aren't any step closer to being able to take down Frieza. At the rate they're growing right now, it may not ever happen, with Raditz agreeing quietly. You see, during this time the two had kept up their training, but because they could only train for maybe a day or two every mission, it led to the time they spent training being very minimal. And sometimes they would get lucky and get a planet with high gravity, which definitely helped, but for the most part they really didn't get much chance to train. In a year they would probably only spend 1 month of it training, and it just wasn't helping them grow fast. They knew they needed to come up with some different way to train, but they just couldn't find it. But for now they've got to stick with what they know, and hopefully one day they'll get a chance to grow stronger. Now, on the plus side, years ago they managed to take over the prince, but Vegeta just doesn't know it. You see, after Raditz had been taught Goku's own variation of how to suppress energy, the two brothers slowly worked out how to conceal it in even more and more power. You see, I got my facts wrong in the last part. This probably wasn't Goku figuring out how to do it, but I'm going to say it was, and Goku has mutated his own variation of ki concealment, where he slowly worked on it with his brother, and now they can actually suppress their energy by massive amounts, with this leading to them to be able to do it with ease. However, they tend to struggle whenever in combat. As long as they aren't having to try too hard, it's alright for them. Like I said, over the years they had worked on this ability very much. And another thing that Goku had taught his brother is how to sense energy without a scouter. And Goku was reluctant to show his brother this technique at first, wanting to keep something up his sleeve. However, when Raditz noticed Goku being able to point out enemies without his scouter on, he caught on and demanded to get taught how to do it, with Goku not minding too much, but it was still just something he wanted to try and keep to himself. And now, when they're on missions, they can keep track of what's happening while they're in combat. With Goku trying to lighten the mood after this dark time, he says how they just need a bit more time to train on a planet with high gravity. Let's just hope the next mission comes around like that, hey? With the two brothers sort of unoptimistically cheering after this, they fall asleep and wake up the next day to the sound of Vegeta and Nappa coming through the door, and the two don't waste any time to start mocking both Kakarot and Raditz, with them both pointing out how the two low-class warriors are playing Frieza's favourites again, by hardly destroying the cities and also leaving most people alive. Well, we changed that. And for this to make sense, I'm going to jump back to a few days after the mission we last saw them on, and the planet they started their planet on. With them following through with the idea of what Goku suggested, they are called to Frieza's ship by Frieza himself, with this worrying the two, as they don't really understand what they could, want with them. And once again, Goku has come face to face with the Emperor, who asked the two why the mission had taken them so long, with Raditz leading on to explain how the aliens on the planet just outnumbered them by so much that even if they had greater power levels, it still caused them some issues, with Frieza sort of accepting this. He then goes on to say that his reports from his soldiers say that most, if not all, the civilians are alive. Alongside this, all buildings were left in good shape and in working condition. Why is that? With Frieza trying to figure out why the Saiyans didn't destroy everything like normal, Raditz stumbles over a little bit before coming to the idea and saying that it was to make the planet better for you to conquer, Emperor. If we leave the people alive, you can enslave them, have more workers, and also if the buildings are around, you already have the resources they have, and this would lead to your empire growing stronger. With Frieza thinking about this a little bit, He stands there smiling, saying how he is happy to see that some monkeys have brains. This is great, and from now on he would like all missions to be done like this. And that includes the likes of Vegeta and Nappa, with Goku snickering a little bit, thinking it would be funny for them. And Frieza says how yes, it is funny. And could I ask, young Saiyan, was this your idea? After all, this change came about once you showed up. Of Goku saying yes, and Frieza laughs to himself again, thinking how the low class seem civilized than those of the high class. This is incredible. He then dismisses the two and sends them off on another mission, with him telling them well done. Not in a genuine way, he's obviously mocking them, but for the most part, Raditz feels like they've managed to sneak their way into Frieza's good book. Raditz not really believing this to be the best place to operate. He does like the fact that Frieza might turn the blind eye every now and again though, so they decide that this was where they'll try and stay for now. Now back in the present, we see Vegeta pointing out what happened on the planet, and something we need to know about Vegeta here, he isn't liking these new rules. Once he was told them, he was angry as hell, and even went to beat up Goku and Raditz. However, he calmed himself, and he does follow the rules. However, he will destroy the cities that Goku and Raditz operate in now, to make it look like they're not doing their job. However, everyone knows it to be Vegeta doing this, but no one really says anything. Now, Vegeta oftenly points out how this is their fault, they can't have fun while destroying planets now. Goku says how he's just following Frieza's orders, and if he has an issue with that, follow it up with him. But Goku just smiles after saying this, and Vegeta begins to grow frustrated. He wants to fight Goku, with Goku losing his Saiyan-like personality, and turns back to Earth Goku. He drops the cocky persona and apologises to Vegeta, saying how he was in the wrong. You are royalty. Trying to suck up a little bit. Vegeta for the most part sort of taking this apology. However, he does give Goku a quick gut punch, with Goku wanting to retaliate but not. You see, over the last few years, these two have been bashing heads a lot. You see, around the time Goku had his growth spurt, it made him taller than Vegeta, and Goku trying to get to bond with the Saiyans made a joke about it. However, this just led to Vegeta getting very angry, and Vegeta actually really badly beat Goku up at this point. This is back when Vegeta was the strongest Saiyan around. And over time, Goku and Vegeta have bashed heads again and again and again. Even Goku and Nappa get on better than Goku and Vegeta do, and it's not even like they have a great relationship. In Goku's eyes, these Saiyans are too far gone. He does hope that killing Frieza would change them, however he isn't holding on to any hope for it. Now with the small social meeting between the Saiyans done, they all know that they need to head off towards Frieza to report the most recent mission, and after a short trip they arrive, with Frieza happy to hear the reports from the mission, and he actually sees the fact that the city both Goku and Raditz were operating in was destroyed. He asks what happened there, and Goku and Raditz both apologise, saying how they got a little bit carried away. They do apologise, Lord Frieza. And Frieza's just happy to see his favourite monkeys are following orders. He has taken a bit of a liking to Raditz and Goku. Not to any standard where he would treat them like Zarbon and Dodoria, not even like Huey, but he can tolerate them the most out of all the Saiyans. And Raditz and Goku, knowing this, do tend to try and play his favourites, and this does lead to him being able to sort of tolerate them. He will kill them, if need be, without second thought, but for now, they're playing under his rules. He'll be nice. With him handing out new missions, he also makes sure to take a reading of everyone's powers. The reason this is he had a report of a high power level showing up on one of the Saiyans' missions, and he's been trying to keep an eye out for it. He's come down to the idea that maybe it was a skeletal malfunction, but apparently the power surpassed that of Vegeta's. This was a year or two ago, and he's just been keeping an eye out for it, that's all. But he has noticed something very interesting this one time. It seems that Raditz and Goku had both overtaken Nappa. With him seeing a chance to make fun of both Nappa and Vegeta, he quickly says how, if the elites aren't careful, it seems like the low class will overtake them soon, before sending them off laughing to himself as they leave. With the teams being split up once again, Raditz and Goku are going on a mission with one another. With this being a short trip, they mostly meditate during this trip. However, Goku and Raditz do sleep for a while during it, and once again, we see Goku dreaming. He is at Kame House, with him seeing the likes of Tien, Yamcha, Krillin all training with one another. He runs over to them to try and join in to have a fun sparring match. However, just before he gets there, everything goes black and he wakes up. He can't ever seem to enjoy the fight he wants to have. He doesn't enjoy combat at the moment. It's for horrible reasons. It's not for the fun of it. And that's all Goku craves right now. A good fun spar. But for now, it seems like a distant dream once again. Raditz has noticed something is up with his brother, and it's not very Saiyan-like to talk about it, so it is never brought up, but he has been keeping an eye on him. With the two getting close to the planet's cities, they quickly turn away to land in a nearby desert. It's not the best place to train, as there's not many resources nearby, and it will lead to them having to make long trips to get things like food and water. They do land and get ready to start training, with them leaving their scouters in their pods once again. With them getting ready to train, they see someone walking out from the distance. He shouts out, "Hello there, you guys wouldn't happen to be the Saiyans, would ya?" With this person grabbing the attention of both Goku and Raditz, they both take a fighting stance. However, Raditz sees the symbol on his chest, and this makes him laugh. And he explains to his younger brother, "Galactic Patrol, don't worry about them, Kakarot. They don't pose any threats. These guys are too scared to face up to Frieza. They'll avoid the likes of us. They've been avoiding Frieza for years." With the alien getting visibly angry, he takes a moment to recollect himself before introducing himself. With Raditz having stopped listening a while ago, and Goku being the only one who's listening, he turns his attention towards him, introducing himself as Jacko. With Jacko going on to say how the pair are very difficult to get hold of. He's been trying to get hold of them for the better part of a year. With Goku asking why he was looking for them, Jacko goes on to explain how in the Galactic Patrol we've been getting hundreds and hundreds of reports of two Saiyans who are acting really strange. They aren't brutal, they've been leaving people alive who are innocent. They've been leaving cities unharmed. The Galactic King took interest in this, and he's been following your work for ages. You guys being tailed for quite a long time. I'm kind of surprised you didn't notice it. We would show up after you've left the planet, but every time you landed on a planet, you would leave it unharmed, and we couldn't ever figure out why. And then you made this whole thing more confusing. Some reports claim that you Saiyans are actively defending people, civilians from falling buildings or a stray beam. Raditz shouting out how this was such a stupid idea. I told you if you kept saving people, someone would catch on and figure out that he was a softie, with Raditz laughing to himself. Jacko, looking towards Goku, says that was it him who's been saving people? And Goku nods. Jacko does take note of this, and then asks why the two have landed so far away from the nearby city. Wouldn't it be easier to capture the planet if they were over there? With him thinking that it might be some sort of battle ritual, he's shocked to hear when Goku responds quite casually that they are here to train. Goku is being so honest with this guy right now, as he can tell Jacko is a good person, and from the things he's heard of the Galactic Patrol, they're kind of like the heroes of the universe, and they've been helping loads of people, but they've just been avoiding Frieza. Raditz does shout out to his brother to not share any more information. "Don't be stupid, Kakarot," he says. However, Jacko then asks something which makes both the brothers freeze. He asks if they are training to defeat Frieza. With Raditz thinking Jacko might be one of Frieza's men, he quickly turns towards the alien and rushes him. However, when he's just a few inches away from hitting the Galactic Officer, he's hit by a beam which comes in from the side, hitting Raditz and stunning him in place, making him fall to the floor in fact. Goku turns to the direction where the bullet came from and senses out where the sniper shot from. With him sending a blast of air towards it, this knocks away the sniper. Goku then turning towards Jacko, who's holding a gun in one hand and his other hand is up to his ear, and he's shouting down something, saying how all of his men need to stand down now. With Goku taking a second to sense, he can tell that he is massively outnumbered right now. Continues to hold his fighting stance, but Jacko says something. He apologizes to Goku almost immediately, saying how it wasn't supposed to go this way. He wanted it to be a nice, peaceful interaction, and he wanted to make this deal without any difficulties. But he also understands that Saiyans can be a bit hot-headed, and he knew he needed the insurance of his life. So that's why he has all these men here. He does apologise again. I need you to answer that question I asked Kakarot. Are you going to rebel against Frieza? With Goku taking a chance to feel what he should do, he believes the best thing to do is to tell the truth. He explains his brother and his plan. With Jacko smiling at hearing this, he says through the radio, the plan is a go. With Goku confused at this, he then turns around to see his pods completely destroyed. With him really confused at what's going on, Jacko quickly says to him, "We are going to help you take down Frieza." With Goku shocked at hearing this, he doesn't really know what to do. He wishes his brother was up so he could come up with a plan. Goku's only really good at coming up with battle plans and training regimens, but other than that, he's not the smartest guy, but he's gonna try and play along to see what he can find out. With Jacko telling Kakarot to grab his brother and follow me. With the two following one another, Jacko goes on to explain how they've been planning to take down Frieza for a while, but they haven't had the firepower. Hopefully with you guys here, it'll be more than enough. But Goku goes on to say how, as much as we're strong, we are miles off being able to take down Frieza. We would need years of training to take him down. But Jacko smirks to this, saying how, once everything's sorted out with the king, I have a way for you to get stronger, don't worry. With this being said, they all jump into the ship and head off towards the Galactic Patrol base. With this being so the Saiyans can meet the Galactic King, they can have a rundown of the plan they have formed so far, and also make any changes they believe would fit better. But this trip is going to take them a few days to get there, so during this time, Goku and Jacko do get to know each other. It doesn't take long for Raditz to be able to start move again and begin to wake up, but it had been a few hours since he was shot. Keep in mind, this thing managed to stun a god Vegeta, so I believe it's more than possible for it to incapacitate Raditz for a few hours. And once this is done, Raditz begins to wake up, and he's seeing that he's in a ship, and then he fades to black, and he's seeing he's in a ship, and he can hear his brother talking. He's slowly waking up, and eventually he's fully awake. Not really able to move too much, but he's able to sort of squirm around. He asks what the hell is happening, with Goku turning to his brother, explaining how they're heading towards the Galactic Patrol base. Apparently, these guys are planning on taking down Frieza, and they want our help. And we're here to listen to the plan, at the very least. With Raditz confused, he calls his brother an idiot, saying how the Galactic Patrol have no chance up against Frieza, with Jacko agreeing, but he then says that that's why we've picked up you two. With Raditz a bit flustered that someone believes he's strong enough to take down Frieza, he goes quiet. Them then arriving at the base, they are given a quick tour on the way to see, the Galactic King, with Goku liking the fact the roles are reversed, with his brother being the one to be quietly shown around. And this is mostly because he doesn't want to be shot by another stun gun. It was really painful. With the two getting an offer to have their armour changed into Galactic Patrol gear, both decline, saying how they're going to keep their Saiyan armour. They want to hear this plan first. Right now, Jacko understands that. He believes that that actually sort of makes sense, and he continues to take them off towards the Galactic King. But they do also get an offer to have the Galactic logo put on their clothing, with both turning it down yet again, with Raditz saying how he doesn't want to get branded before hearing whatever this stupid plan is. With the pair getting taken to meet the Galactic King, they are introduced, with him welcoming the pair. With Goku about to do a friendly introduction himself, Raditz cuts off his brother, saying how he wants this plan to be explained to us now, and if it's not good or it's dumb, we will be leaving. The Galactic King, chuckling to himself, he goes on to explain how they plan on attacking Frieza's planet. He's already taken hold of one of the nearby planets, and he's going to gather as many men as he possibly can there. And the moment they find out that King Cold has left the planet, they will begin on a full-on assault, with these two Saiyans being the main force that takes on Frieza, while his men slowly take down the rest of his soldiers, and some of the higher-ups will be able to take care of some of the stronger soldiers. But we need you to take on Frieza. You are our best shot at taking him down. It's getting sort of an idea of what this plan is, cuts off the king, saying how the plan's great, and I really like the part where we do all the heavy lifting and you guys just deal with a small fry. But one small problem, we are miles off being able to defeat Frieza. With Jacko asking what their current power levels are, not that I believe the Galactic Patrol care too much for the numbers, but in comparison to Frieza, this would be a useful fact to have. With Raditz saying last time we managed to check ourselves at full capacity, I managed to get up to 37,000, and Kakarot over there managed to get up to 40,000. So even if me and my brother were to fight together in Great Ape against Frieza, he's still stronger than us individually. Plus, we can't control the form. With Goku speaking up, saying how if they could give us some time to train, somewhere to train, where it would be beneficial, someone with higher gravity maybe, and give them some time, they would be able to train and defeat Frieza within maybe a year or two. Jacko hearing this, he speaks up saying how, if you agree to help us, I can give you somewhere to train. It will be the best place you can train in the universe. With Goku agreeing, and Raditz is quiet, he's thinking about his options, you see. He was thinking about going back to Frieza and continuing with what he was doing, but this won't get him anywhere, and he will end up living under Frieza for the rest of his life. But if he does this, if he has this chance to fight against him, this is his best chance. He agrees to do it as well. With Goku having already gone through this briefly on the trip over here, he knew his answer. He was just waiting to hear his brother's, with him giving his brother a smile. Galactic King happy to hear that he's probably gained two of the strongest allies he could have. He tells them that we will hold off this invasion until you two believe you are ready. You will tell us when, and the assault will begin. Good luck with your training. And like that, Jacko, Goku, and Raditz all leave, with Jacko explaining how he's taking them to a far-off planet where they'll be able to get some training in. And it's going to be a few-day flight. With Jacko and Goku talking once again, Jacko asks Kakarot why is he so different from the other Saiyans, with him responding that he was brought up on a planet called Earth, where he lived for a lot of his life, until his brother over there came and stole him away from his life. But that's why he guesses he's so different. He was brought up in a different environment to be nicer. With him also asking Jacko to start calling him Goku, everyone he's met in space calls him Kakarot, but he believes his Earthborn name is his true identity, which is Goku. With Jacko shocked to hear how Goku is from Earth, with Jacko saying how that's actually his planet he watches over, which leads to Goku's eyes sparking up out of pure joy. The Saiyan begins to barrage Jacko with loads of questions, and he kind of overwhelms Jacko, with Jacko asking him to slow down, and Goku just gets to the one question he wants to know. If he would be able to, after defeating Frieza, could he head back to Earth, to his home? With Jacko thinking about it, he says it shouldn't be an issue. He's a bit confused why, but he agrees. And Jacko sits there kind of stumbling over his thoughts. Goku, where have I heard that name before? He can't place his finger on it, but he's really struggling. He recognises it, but he can't think why. And he sits there thinking about it for a while, and eventually they arrive on a planet. Jacko gets out of the ship and points towards a pyramid. He tells them that this is the best place you can train in the galaxy. You see, in there, you will get more training than out here. Gravity's slightly different, and plus, 1 day out here is 3 days in there. So if you spend 2 days in there, you would have trained for 6 days. With him explaining a lot more of the details, and he explains how if they want to stay in there as long as you want. Make sure you don't die. After all, you are our last hope, with him sort of chuckling in a fearful kind of way. He goes on to explain how training there for a few days, come out, get some rest, go back in. As one officer will always be nearby to come and pick you guys up and to take you to the Galactic Patrol base. I would stick around myself and do it for you, but I'm the best officer we have on the force, so I have to go off and do really important missions. Being quite smug to himself, but he doesn't really mean it to sound smug, and with that he wishes the two good luck. With the two looking at one another really confused at how this room works, they head in, with the two shocked as the atmosphere in the chamber feels really weird. It takes some time for them to adjust, so while they are adjusting, the pair talk to one another about the battle they have agreed to fight, with Raditz voicing his issues about the plan, saying how it's a very risky plan and a full-on assault will be dangerous. After all, people like the Ginyu Force exist, and if King Cold doesn't leave the planet, they are up against two incredibly strong opponents that they are going to have a hard time fighting. If things even go remotely wrong, it's very dangerous, and he kind of wishes it was a different plan. But he understands that this might be their best bet. Goku does go on to respond, saying that it is their best bet, and if they don't do it, they're just going to live and die under Frieza, and Goku doesn't want to live like that. He wants to go back to Earth and see his friends again. With Raditz wanting to disagree, he understands that this is the best chance they have. With him understanding what his brother is saying, but is still kind of scared. You see, for the first time in the whole time Goku has known Raditz, he's showing genuine fear. It's not like when they're around Frieza where he has to show fearful respect. He honestly sees fear. Goku does notice this, and he goes to lift his brother's spirits, saying how un-Saiyan-like it is to be scared of a fight. With Raditz sort of chuckling, saying how that's rich coming from the softie. With the two smiling at one another, clearly the years together have led to a close bond. Goku becoming a lot more Saiyan-like, and Raditz becoming more Goku-like, with the two beginning to talk strategy and also thinking of training regimens that they could go through, with them realising that they can go all out against one another for the first time in years. With the pair walking out into the abyss, with them getting ready to have a good fight, Goku is clearly in the lead, not only in terms of power but in terms of technique. Raditz sees for the first time that his younger brother has surpassed him, and by even a small margin, his fighting style alone gives him the advantage. The two only spend 21 days in there just to adjust to how the time chamber feels, which is only a week on the outside, and they walk out seeing the Galactic Patrol officer they were assigned. He looks over to them, with both being quite heavily injured and quite beaten. They get taken back to the base to get healed, and they get some more food. They want to make a long trip out of the next time. However, before heading back, Raditz and Goku do one thing. They get their armor stamped with the Galactic Patrol symbol. They are officially members, not of any high ranking, but they are now allies at the minimum, with them heading back to where the pyramid is found. Them sending a radio message over to Jacko saying how they plan on spending 3 months in there, which in the time chamber should be about a year. And when this is done, you come and collect us, Jacko. Hopefully then we will be ready. With the two heading in, they tell the Galactic Patrol officer, who's the planet as sort of their taxi, to head off, do some other missions, or be ready for the upcoming battle. When the 3 months are up, Jacko will be here, and we will hopefully be ready. With Jacko hearing this transmission, he says to himself in his ship that he hopes they don't push themselves too hard. He jokingly said it before, but these guys really are their best bet of taking down Frieza. And with that, the two head in, with the next year of their lives being the hardest training they have ever gone through. They don't give themselves much rest, and when they do, it's only for a few hours. But after 3 months, Jacko shows up on the planet where the chamber is. He sits outside waiting for the two to come out, and after a few minutes of waiting, both Goku and Raditz walk out of the time chamber, saying only just a few words. We are ready. Who have just met back up with their friend and ally Jacko. The Galactic Patrol officer is shocked here that they are so confident, and he asks if they are sure. The pair nod at one another, and they are very confident about their abilities. Jacko doesn't ask too many questions and trusts them. He gestures for them to come inside the ship, with them doing so and catching up on what they have missed. Jacko explains all the events that had gone down while they were in the time chamber, with him explaining how the Frieza Force do believe the pair to be dead. And this was decided by the likes of Vegeta and Nappa. You see, the two had decided after not hearing from the likes of Kakarot and Raditz for a week that they would head to the planet they were sent to, where the ship's last transmission was picked up from. And upon arriving at the pod's coordinates, they see two, what they assume to be, pod crashes. It looks like they crashed upon impact and blew up, With them not believing that this would have killed the Saiyans, they begin to search the planet for a few hours. With no luck, and they even notice that the planets here on the planet haven't even been attacked. There's not even a small amount of damage done to them. They assume that maybe they had died in the impact. It's not very a safe guess, but it's the only thing they've got. They do know they were weaklings, but that's embarrassing. With them finishing off the mission for Frieza, they head off and report what had happened. Frieza doesn't care, but he is upset that his favourite pair of monkeys is gone, instead of the prince. But it doesn't stop the flow of work throughout the force, and eventually they are just sort of forgotten. There is a little bit of talk, but that's all. No one really knew them, and the one person who did know them is sad to hear their death. The person I'm talking about was Lemo. Lemo had met the two only once or twice, and he got to know them thanks to Goku's kind heart. Once seeing the man moving stuff around, he offered to give him a hand. This was much earlier on when Goku was younger, and Lemo appreciated this, and Lemo got to see that not all Saiyans are bad and actually are quite nice. For the most part, the two he had met were very nice, even though he had only met them once or twice. He is sad to hear how they have died. But back with our heroes, Jakku continues to fill them in on what they had missed out on. Not too much has happened. Keep in mind, Frieza doesn't know about the attack that's incoming. The fact that the Galactic Patrol had avoided Frieza for so long has led to him just forgetting about them, sort of. Alongside this, the two Saiyans that are going to be the biggest issue are assumed to be dead, so he is just going by life normally. With the three heading towards a planet where they are setting up the base to begin their attack, they pass by a weird ship. None of them really take too much note of it, but Raditz sees a weird logo on it, and he feels like it's familiar, but can't place it. But for the most part, the three continue to get caught up and actually fall into having a bit of banter with one another. Jakku does like the two Saiyans. Even though he likes Goku a bit more, he doesn't mind Raditz. Now, it only takes them a day to arrive at the planet where the attack is getting prepared on, and once they arrive there, they walk in on a meeting where the Galactic King is trying to rally his men, explaining how they will be taking down Frieza, that villain, the monster, alongside all of his men. And he says how it's to make sure that his men understand that they can't kill people without it being absolutely required. His the villains need to be thrown away and left to rot, not killed. Do what they need to do to defend everyone. With people clearly looking nervous, and obviously so, Frieza is a tyrant. He's probably killed people's families. He's probably made people in the Force join. And Raditz, able to read the room, shouts out that they don't have to worry about Frieza. They have the power of the Saiyans on your side. Me and my brother will do our best to make sure all of you survive. With Raditz smiling while saying this, however, he's shaking down to his core at the promise he has just made. He knows he can't keep it, but the room does lighten up a bit. People clearly trust the two Saiyans, with everyone heading to go rest and get ready for the next day's attack. And Raditz and Goku start heading to their own quarters to rest. They had just spent a year training. They do need a bit of downtime. But they are stopped by the Galactic King, who asks the pair if they have a plan. Goku turns towards the king and says how, oh, we're going to hit them all really hard. But soon gets serious, seeing the king looks very nervous. He goes on to explain how they are only going after the big powers, people such as Zarbon, Dodoria, and maybe Kui, alongside the Saiyans if they are also there. This will give his men a better chance of just taking down the low-life grunts, the footmen, if they will. And then, whenever it's needed, they'll take care of Frieza. They plan to be the distractions so that his men can do well and not die. With the king having calmed down at hearing this plan, he tells the pair to rest up, and they do this. Goku and Raditz start heading back to their own quarters. However, Raditz makes a detour, saying how he just needs to go do something. Goku agrees, and the next day rolls around. Raditz has gotten up before Goku, and he's changing his armor. He's got something new, and he needs to put it on to comfort himself. Goku wakes up and sees his brother looking very different. He asks him what's going on, and Raditz shouts out that he's got some new armor from the Galactic Patrol. He had it made in the design of fathers. With Goku realizing how they had never really talked about their parents, he asks if there's a reason for that, and Raditz realizes that maybe before they head into battle, it would be the right thing to do to explain to Kakarot I think he knew about their parents if he wants to know. With him sitting down next to his brother, he asks if he would like to know about their parents, with Goku nodding. Well, I guess I would describe father as one of the greatest soldiers to ever live. He would always come back from missions, unfazed and seemingly unharmed. Doesn't matter what sort of battle he went through. He was a genius tactician, a proud warrior, and the toughest person I had ever met. Alongside that, he was also different from other Saiyans. He cared about us. And any time he was in the room, I would feel a little bit safer. It's hard to describe, but I guess I always wanted to turn out like him. I wanted to be this incredible warrior that people looked towards for hope, but I never really did that. I sort of became a coward, too scared to fight, stuck under Frieza and Vegeta's rule. I guess this armor was some way to make me feel like father, brave and like there was nothing stopping me. Hopefully, it'll give me a small bit of confidence in this upcoming fight. But mother, you would have loved her. She was a big softie, just like you. Nothing like a Saiyan. I had never met someone like her until, of course, I had met you, little brother. She always tried her best to help out, whenever she could. She would try and do whatever she could to help, and she hated fighting. As much as she hated it, if it called for it, she would defend you, me, Dad, at all costs. We really were the things she loved most. And she was someone who shouldn't have been killed. That damn meteorites! I wish there was a way to bring them back, because you would have loved them, and they would have loved you. But that's for a different time. It's clear to Goku that that was very important to Raditz, that they were very big people in Raditz's life. He tries to comfort his brother by grabbing his shoulder, and the pair sit there just silently for a few seconds before Raditz jumps up saying how they need to head off. It's time to get ready to fight. With Goku agreeing, the pair go meet up with Jacko, who's clearly uneasy about what's about to happen. However, he does have a bravado on, trying to seem confident, knowing that that will help others stay confident. With them walking into a room to hear the final briefing, the atmosphere in the room is fear and nervousness. This is probably one of the biggest battles that any of them here would go through. And even Raditz and Goku are agreeing with this feeling. They know they need to show their confidence, because they are the main force here. Raditz once again tries to rally the troops. He shouts out how, "Today is the day that Frieza falls, and he will feel the power of the Galactic Patrol." With everyone tensing up a little bit, shocked by the sudden outburst from the Saiyan, Goku smacks his older brother over the head, telling him not to get overconfident. They haven't won the battle yet. With Raditz already knowing this, he explains how the room just needed some confidence. With this making everyone chuckle a little bit, seeing the brothers mess around, it does ease everyone a small amount. But it's soon time to get to battle stations. People begin to board up their ships, with Goku and Raditz getting into Jacko's ship. Being next to massive ships which are used for containment, they are really nervous. A radio is handed to the likes of Goku and Raditz, with a countdown going on over the ship's radios. Countdown begins, and after a few seconds, everyone is sent shooting off into space. There's no conversation over the radio. There's not even a singing, not even the sound of tapping of feet. Everyone is scared, but they need to be ready. The ships begin to rapidly approach Frieza's planet, and that's when they are picked up on the radars of Frieza's planet. Suddenly, sirens begin to burst out all around the planet. With Frieza getting informed of what's happening, he laughs at the thought that someone is attacking him with ships, and explains how Zarbon, Dodoria, QE, go have fun. If you see Vegeta and Nappa, tell them they're allowed to go all out as well. Before everything gets too seriously going. Eventually, reports of it being galactic patrol ships does interest Frieza. He does pay close attention to his scouter now. With the galactic patrol ships entering the atmosphere, Goku and Raditz burst out of their ship, trying to keep their power as minimalistic as possible so they can figure out who's on the planet and not be detected by scouters. They can sense Frieza instantly, and they feel that they are far above the tyrant and relax a bit. However, they don't get overconfident. There is rumours that he can transform, and they don't want to test these rumours. With the pair, then making sure that they know where everyone is, they get loads of Frieza soldiers confronting them, with the two of them having blasters pointed at them from every angle. A quick gush of wind sends the soldiers falling, with Goku's hair jumping back a little bit. With this done, these soldiers are down, and the Galactic Patrol ships land on the planet, and this is where the true battle begins. Blaster bolts are being flung around the sky and lighting it all up. The likes of Goku and Raditz have split up to try and help out individual squads, and also take down the bigger powers. Goku heading towards the likes of Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kui, and Raditz heading towards Vegeta and Nappa. Goku lands in front of Zarbon and Dodoria first. The aliens are shocked to see Kakarot is alive, with Zarbon laughing a little bit, saying how, is this why the Galactic Patrol finally grew some balls? And if the likes of you is gonna stop me, you're a lowly Saiyan. I assume your stupid brother has joined them as well. Oh, where is he? We've missed you so dearly. And for a moment, they aren't worried. However, a real threat suddenly appears on the scouters. Goku releases a small display of his power, and Dodoria begins to stutter up the words 1,000, 2000, with all three stepping backwards to escape Kakarot, and trying to suck up to him, saying how, oh, we didn't mean it, we just wanted to, mess around with you, we're friends, right? But suddenly, Goku appears behind them, kicking all three, knocking them out. He gets down to his knees and says how, you really shouldn't have underestimated us Saiyans. You probably shouldn't have left any of us alive, actually. Heck, your biggest mistake was insulting my family. And, enjoy your time in prison. He radios in the fact that he took these three down, before getting a radio in saying some soldiers need some help. Goku heads over there, effortlessly takes down some soldiers. With this being done, let's jump over to Raditz. Raditz is giving covering fire to any patrol members he sees. Eventually he runs into Jacko, who's fighting off a big group of soldiers alone. He sends a massive blast down, wiping out a lot of them, and also not hurting Jacko. With him and Jacko sharing a quick thumbs up, Raditz rockets off, and he lands in front of the likes of Vegeta and Nappa. With them seeing him, there's a bit of an awkward silence, but Vegeta and Nappa already sort of had this idea. They heard something about Saiyans, and they heard something about someone taking down Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kui in one attack with a power level of 100,000-ish. They are amazed, especially because from what they can tell, this could have been Raditz. They have a bit of an awkward moment where Raditz lands in front of them and they stare everyone down. No one says anything until Raditz puts his fingers up and gestures for them to come and get him. With Vegeta enraged, he rushes at the low-class warrior. However, Raditz begins to effortlessly dodge everything thrown at him, with him throwing one punch at Vegeta, hitting the prince and stopping him dead in his tracks. The prince begins to backtrack a little bit and cough up blood. Alongside this, a shockwave which travelled through Vegeta's body destroyed the building behind the prince. With Raditz pushing Vegeta off him now, he holds his gut while wobbling. He tries to figure out what's going on, clicking his scouter. With Nappa already having beat him to it, Nappa reads out 200,000. With Vegeta looking horrified, the prince looks at Raditz, who hasn't moved since he was last attacked, with the Saiyan saying how, I have a lot more power than that stupid scouter is picking up. I don't need that anymore. But I won't even use a quarter of my power to defeat you. Heck, I've been able to defeat you for years. And once this is said, Vegeta gets his breath, stands in confused awe, and is enraged at how the low-class warrior has gotten ahead of him. With the final straw that broke him being the bit that Raditz believes he could have beat him years ago, with Vegeta sending a barrage of ki blasts towards Raditz, screaming how, it isn't possible, that must be a malfunction of the scouter, and screaming how he's the elite, he's the prince, he's the one who will defeat Frieza. However, his barrage finally stops once he runs out of steam. With smoke covering the area, Vegeta begins to laugh, believing he had killed Raditz. With Nappa about to begin to laugh, the sound of thunder is heard behind Vegeta, with him turning around to see Raditz having kicked Nappa in the side, which had sent an echo out throughout the entire planet. And once this is done, Nappa goes flying into the distance, with Vegeta hardly able to see him anymore. With this done, Raditz doesn't stop his assault here. He quickly rushes towards Vegeta, grabbing the prince by the collar and staring him down. Look, as much as you don't deserve it, I'm going to give you a chance to leave the planet with your friend over there. After all, we are the last Saiyans remaining. However, if I ever catch wind of you doing anything evil, I will personally hunt you down. I'm a Galactic Patrol officer now, a member of this proud force, but I also understand that we are the last surviving Saiyans, and I understand that my race needs to survive. So as much as you don't deserve it, Prince, as much as you don't deserve the title of Prince, as much as you have been abusive to me and my brother, I will give you a chance to leave. He quickly throws Vegeta to the side and begins to head off. Vegeta sits there in shock, and anger once again begins to bubble up. However, this time it's fueled by fear for Raditz. The prince throws one more punch while screaming how he is elite, but Raditz doesn't even turn around to stop him. Raditz quickly lifts his elbow up with enough force and knocks the prince out. He radios in that he had taken down the Saiyans and that they are over here to come and collect, before heading off and suddenly sensing a massive power increase. A massive blast, it almost felt like. The pair sensed the power of Frieza. It increased, but not like a transformation, like he let off a blast. With him stopping in his tracks, Jacko sees this and asks what's going on. Raditz doesn't respond, and he begins to rocket off towards the power of Frieza. Goku is doing the same, and the two brothers meet up along the way. Raditz apologizes, saying he showed off too much power, and it just drove him mad that Vegeta was so insane. With Goku saying it's fine, they just need to get there and stop whatever he's doing. But upon arriving, they are too late. They see Frieza in his first form, holding the bodies of some Galactic Patrol officers, and the tyrant sees the pair, and he laughs, saying how, "It's funny seeing you two again. We all thought you were dead, but then again, you're about to be, so I won't go changing your status. After all, you stupid monkeys betrayed me. You brought the patrol officers to my front door. You hurt my favorite minions. Well, I guess it's full circle though, isn't it? I did destroy that planet of yours." With Raditz hearing this, he feels a shock of anger, of just intense rage rush through his body, and he begins to power up like he's never done so before. The sheer force he is letting out begins to topple buildings around him, and he understands now what truly happened to his family, his race, his friends, and he stares down Frieza the entire time. Frieza's scouter, which is still intact, begins to beep like crazy. He reads out finally a power level of 3.5 mil, with Frieza feeling fear for the first time for only a few seconds, before he says, "That was cute. My turn," and begins to transform himself. He jumps straight up to his third form. With the two wanting to have stopped him, they just couldn't. Raditz was still in the middle of showing off his power, and it just wasn't a good enough time to do so. With Frieza done, Raditz disappears and reappears in front of Frieza, kicking the tyrant straight in the gut, sending Frieza sliding backwards. The two are evenly matched right now. With Frieza laughing, seeing that it might have touched a nerve, bringing up, his dead family, the two begin to clash. Raditz is ahead, thanks to the fact that he's been taught martial arts from Goku. Alongside that, he's probably winning in terms of power. He's also can fight dirty by blinding Frieza, thanks to the fact he can sense ki. He has every advantage going for him. However, Frieza is no joke, and Frieza is doing his own little bit. Eventually, the tyrant realizes that he does need to transform, and he breaks away from Raditz, trying to go to his final form. However, once he does this, he is hit by a blast from Kakarot, which stops him in his place. Kakarot says how they can't let him change again. This is too strong now, and if they do it once more, he could become stronger than both of them put together. With this being said, Frieza begins to panic. However, he thinks fast and realizes how the brothers are, and he gets ready to fight. But he places his arms out to the left and right. He sends off two massive ki beams in both directions, and that area is riddled with Galactic Patrol warriors and also some fighters from his own force. Now you have a choice, monkeys. Stop the blasts, or stop me and let those innocent people die. With this being said, the brothers didn't even hear the end of this conversation. They had already rocketed off towards the blast to try and stop them. Frieza laughs, looking forward to seeing the pair not be able to stop them, but it's clear that Goku's and Raditz are actually fast enough to sort of keep up with them. Goku doesn't want to risk not being able to get in front of the beams and begins to charge up a Kamehameha, and he shoots it straight towards where the beam was going, destroying the beam in its tracks, with this saving everyone. nearby area who would have been caught in the blast. Jacko was also one of these, and he looks towards Goku, giving him a nod before getting back to fighting the Frieza Force members he had there. But the likes of the Galactic Patrol are winning this battle. They have got a lot of the Frieza Force soldiers and the Saiyans, Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kui into the massive containment ships and are almost ready to head off, but they're just waiting for Frieza. With the Galactic Patrol having pretty much won this fight, but we still have one more beam we need to stop. Over with Raditz, the Saiyan had kicked it into high speed, into high gear. He had currently producing speed he didn't believe was possible. He's neck and neck with the beam and just manages to pull ahead of it thanks to some smart maneuver. And once he gets ahead of the beam, it's out a huge wave of his own energy, which stops the blast completely and saves the soldiers behind him. He gets back to getting ready to fight. However, him and Goku can sense the power of Frieza increasing his power. Both grit their teeth and go to what their first plan was to deal with Frieza if he had transformations. Both on opposite sides of Frieza form up ki blasts. Goku the Kamehameha, and Raditz begins to charge up a double Sunday. The pair begin to charge these attacks and throw them towards Frieza once they feel his powers spike. And with this done, the two attacks meet and collide with Frieza, causing a massive explosion to happen which destroys the tower Frieza was on, and also causes a lot of the battles around the area to halt. This is happening and everyone knew where Frieza was. Lots of the Frieza force lose its nerves here and begin to surrender, with the Galactic Patrol beginning to cheer. Well, everyone begins to cheer, but Raditz and Goku. Jacko can see that Goku isn't cheering and asks what's happened. Goku looks towards Jacko and just tells him, get everyone to retreat right now. Jacko is confused and goes back at Goku asking why. But Goku, for the first time Jacko has ever seen him, shouts out that, get everyone out of here, now! Jacko doesn't ask any more questions and he sends out the order. With people confused, they do trust Jacko, meaning to know he's quite a high rated officer. And once they start to retreat, Jacko turns around to see the smoke around the tower is clearing, and he can see someone stood on top of there. With his hands out, Jacko can see it's Frieza thanks to his great eyesight, and he makes the retreat a lot more urgent. Obviously, Raditz and Goku know something he doesn't, and the retreat becomes a lot more rushed. Everyone is trying to get back to the ships as fast as possible. A lot of the Frieza Force members do try to fight back to escape, but they can't. So radios into Goku saying how the pair need to get out of here now, but Goku explains how they can't do that, they need to buy time for these lot to get out of here. With Jacko saying how he'll leave his ship then once we've left the atmosphere, you guys get out of here. Goku already knows there is no escape from this battle, but he doesn't tell this to Jacko. He thanks him and tells him to get out of here. With this done, both Goku and Raditz rush towards Frieza, both throwing a punch, hoping that the speed they gained will do a lot more damage. However, Frieza easily dodges both attacks, but this isn't where the Saiyans end their attack. Both quickly aim at one another and charge off one massive ki blast. With the two blasts connecting, it does hit Frieza, but once again, he doesn't feel the effect of this. With him going to grab both, he grabs hold of Goku with his foot, slamming him straight into the ground. Him turning towards Raditz and grabbing him with his tail, choking him out slowly. He begins to laugh, saying how, "Oh, now I remember you, Kakarot. I saw a Saiyan just like you when I tried to blow up that stupid planet of yours. He tried to stop me, what a fool, just like you." With Raditz once again feeling his anger flare up, his hair turns golden for just a second, but in that second he bites into Frieza's tail, doing a good chunk of damage to Frieza. Nothing major, but it made him release his grip. With this done, Raditz drops to the floor and kicks Frieza straight into the gut, sending him off his brother, and Goku gets up. With the pair knowing that they can't stop Frieza, they plan to at least do some serious damage to make it so whoever fights Frieza next has a much easier time. Frieza having slid away a little bit, brushing off the dirt the brothers had put on him, he looks towards them, seeing them both breathe in and sink, before rushing towards him. Goku leads the charge, going for the first hit with a flurry of punches. Frieza does dodge all of them effortlessly, with Goku then kicking himself to the left, with Raditz then appearing behind him. It's a massive kick to Frieza's head, actually sending the Emperor backwards a little bit. With this done, Goku shoots the ground underneath Frieza, making a massive smoke screen. Frieza can't sense anything and he begins to shoot around randomly, with the pair dodging everything thanks to the fact they can follow the fight still. Actually, Goku flies straight towards Frieza. With Frieza having heard this, he goes to shoot a beam towards them, but Goku dodges it and lands a massive hammer arm, sending Frieza straight into the ground. And once this has happened, the sound of Frieza's body hitting the ground is Raditz's cue. Suddenly, a purple beam comes powering through the smoke and drilling Frieza straight into the ground. With this done, the brothers get ready to attack again. However, the scream of Frieza and a burst of energy clears the smoke away, showing how even though they hadn't hurt him much, there is a massive burn and bruise mark on his hand. This fills him with a little bit of joy, however it's soon overshadowed by the scream of Frieza saying how it actually hurt. Having felt some form of pain for one of the first times in his life, he begins to rush towards the two, using more power than original. And he begins to beat into Raditz, being the one who hit him the hardest. With Goku trying to intercept this fight, trying to save his brother, but the tyrant keeps knocking him away with his tail or his foot, just never letting him get close. With Goku knowing he needs to take a different approach, he flies up into the air and forms a Kakarot. He shoots straight down towards the Emperor. With Frieza not wanting to take another blast like this, he throws Raditz straight into the beam. Well, he tries to. Goku has great control over this Kakarot and immediately avoids Raditz, sending it around his brother and straight into Frieza. Frieza, not wanting to get hit by this, begins to fly away. He tries avoiding it for a while, but once Raditz gets his bearings back, Raditz begins to send loads of weak blasts towards him, which causes Frieza to make a split-time decision. He uses his eye beams to stop the Kamehameha, but gets hit by the weak blast, causing smoke to show up around him. However, Frieza has no interest in staying in the smoke this time. Immediately, he flies up out of it, trying to look towards where the Saiyans were. Seeing that they have gone, he begins to look around looking for them. But then he sees the galactic patrol ships beginning to take off. He aims one of his fingers towards them, however he soon feels his leg grabbed and thrown straight towards the ground. With him flying down with a great amount of force, he looks up to see Raditz had thrown him. He begins to look around to see what's happening. He sees Kakarot on the ground. His hands currently to the floor, but soon in the air. Frieza sees a massive chunk of the ground flying towards him, with Frieza stopping it with his telekinesis. However, once he stops it, he is hit in the back by Raditz, kicking him. With the alien being knocked into the floating path, it soon explodes. Upon impact, Goku had set up some key mines in the nearby area where he was in the smoke. With this not doing so much but to annoy Frieza, he goes to attack Raditz. However, once again he turns around to see the Saiyan has already gone. The two have currently gone into hiding. Hopefully they can just survive this attack. You see, once Frieza turns towards the Galactic Patrol ships, he sees they have already left the atmosphere, and they are too far for his Ki Blast to hit. So he turns his attention back towards the Saiyans. He knows they're in this area. He will find them. He begins to send out a barrage of Ki Blast straight towards the ground, blowing up what remains of his facility, blowing up his base, and after a while he begins to scan the area. He's trying his best to kill these two Saiyans right now. However, with the entire building having fallen down, he's having to look for small movements in rubble. He sees a small movement at one point and shoots a beam straight towards it, blowing up the entire area, not even looking to make sure it was one of his men. And as he waits a little bit more, eventually another movement happens. With Goku and Raditz crawling out of the rubble, the pair have clearly been hit hard by the barrage of attacks from Frieza. The Emperor sees this and laughs. He's happy he didn't kill them just then. He looks towards them and says how, "I've had enough of playing around. You were very interesting. However, you were nothing compared to my final form, and you never really stood a chance against me once I got to this point." As the pair look at him, they are unable to stand, and he begins to charge up a supernova in his hands, saying how once he has blown up this super planet, he will sort out that super patrol like he should have years ago. With the likes of Raditz and Goku using each other to pull themselves to their feet, they stand there, and Raditz asks his brother if there's any chance they can make it to Jacko's ship. Goku looks towards his brother, shaking his head, saying how even if they made it there, I have no idea how to fly that thing, do you? Raditz laughs a little bit and says, no. The two brothers feel the power of the supernova increase, with the brothers looking at Frieza, and Raditz screams out, "If we can't escape," followed by Goku shouting out, "And we can't win?" The pair both shout out, "We might as well go out like warriors." With both charging up Ki Blasts, with using any energy they have left in them. Goku going for a blast with one hand, being as though one of his hands was really injured from the assault of blasts, trying to block one of them, whereas Raditz goes for a weekend. Frieza laughs at this idea as he charges up his supernova even more, eventually throws his attack towards the Saiyans. With the two brothers throwing their attacks towards the supernova, both attacks combine and eventually collide with Frieza's supernova. For a moment they stop the supernova before it slowly begins to head towards them once again. However, it is clear that they are not going to survive here. That one small stop wasn't anything. Frieza's laughing is heard over the intense struggle the brothers are going through. With them forcing more power out than they originally thought they had left, they managed to slow the supernova down just a little bit more, but it's nothing. They've only brought themselves a few moments at best. The pair look at each other, and knowing that this is the end of the road, they sit there in silence for just a second before Raditz breaks it. I'm sorry, Kakarot. Goku gives his brother a weird look, and Raditz continues to explain. I took you away from everything and everyone you cared about, without even thinking how that would affect you, and now we are both here. I know you wouldn't tell me, but I knew something was wrong with you. You've been dreaming of Earth, and I don't know why you couldn't tell me. I know I wasn't a great big brother. I stole you away from everything you loved, and I know it's not Saiyan like, but I'm happy I'm more like you than I originally was, and I'm sorry you couldn't share stuff like that with me. Goku looks at his brother, shocked to hear what he just said. He didn't know Raditz had caught on that he was still dreaming of Earth, and he feels kind of bad for not saying anything. With the heat of Frieza's attack growing closer, he says back to his brother, as much as I miss Earth, I haven't really enjoyed the last few years. I'm happy you took me all those years ago, as it's led to me getting to know my badass older brother. I also got loads stronger, stronger than I ever believed I possibly could. I got to learn about mom and dad. I had no family on Earth. I had friends who were great, but now I have an older brother. At least, in the end, you and me were close. Raditz nods, and the two do try everything they have left in them to stop this attack, but they just don't have it in them. After a few more seconds, the supernova grows ever so close, beginning to singe the hair on Raditz's head, and Raditz suddenly feels his brother's power disappear. He looks towards the left, seeing his brother is gone. He is confused and unsure of what happened, but he smiles. He hopes that some miracle had saved his younger brother. He hopes that he isn't here, but reality is he was more than likely killed by the attack before he even sensed anything. His final thoughts before getting engulfed in the attack from Frieza is him hoping that his younger brother, Kakarot, is okay.
We see two figures in the distance, from over the shoulders of Tien, and the fighter continues to slowly walk closer. The fighter getting close enough just to hear a few things that are said. Something about Saiyans, something about being taken to space, something about the pair out there being related. With this done, the fighter sees the bigger alien grab Goku's tail, making the young Saiyan weak. After all, his battle with the Demon King was intense, and from what Tien can tell, this monster in front of him is hundreds of times stronger than that of the Demon King. With Tien just watching on in horror, the lights of Goku and the stranger fly away. For a moment, Tien thinks about shooting at the warrior, but stops himself in fear and in a decision that he might come to regret. With this done, Tien stands there thinking about it, and he finally lets out a breath once the fighter is far enough away. With him realizing that he was actually holding his breath this whole time, he's completely shocked at how nervous he just got. With him realizing that he needs to try and save Goku, but they've already flown so far away. Tien tries to come up with a plan, and eventually he runs off in the direction of, the way Raditz went, but he never catches up, only seeing a ship leave orbit. With this done, Tien has to come up with something new. He was too late, and now he has to think of a way to try and save Goku. With him remembering that there is one remaining turtle student, he heads that way. He eventually finds Yamcha with Bulma, and some of the others are with the pair. With the likes of Yamcha and Tien not being on the best of terms after everything that happened in the 22nd Tenkaichi, at the sight of Tien, Yamcha's a bit on guard. But once Tien shouts out, huffing and puffing, and explains the situation, everyone is shocked to hear what had happened to Goku, and they have no idea what to do. You see, they're down a few members here, with the likes of Roshi, Chaozu, and Krillin all gone. They are working on very few fighters, and
the Dragon Balls were also destroyed, so they have to come up with something smart. With the likes of Kami interfering here, he explains to the remaining members of the Dragon team, "You can bring back your friends with the Dragon Balls. I'm repairing them as we speak. As for Goku, he had already been taken into the depths of space. For now, we must trust that he will survive. If you want to save your friend, I will train you on my lookout, above that of Master Korin's." With this said, the old god disappears, with Tien and Yamcha knowing that they need to head there and they need to start training. With Bulma saying how she will collect the Dragon Balls when possible to bring back everyone who died. With the group splitting up, Yamcha and Tien start heading towards the land of Korin. With Tien being quiet during the entire trip, this bums out Yamcha a bit, however he's also not in too much of a mood to talk. He does try to lighten the mood a bit, but it's also a very bad time to be doing this. Tien is clearly inside his own head right now, and Yamcha doesn't know how to get him out of it. With the pair not taking too long to get to the sacred land of Korin, they eventually get to the base of Korin's tower. With the pair looking up, they realise that it's going to take them a while to climb it. However, just before they begin their climb, the likes of Upa, who asks what they are doing here and who they are, recognises Yamcha all of a sudden, and Yamcha recognises Upa. The pair had only met briefly, but they definitely know of one another. Yamcha, knowing Upa is one of Goku's friends, explains the whole situation, and after hearing everything that happened, Upa wants to try and help Goku himself. After all, Goku saved his father. It's only fair he returns the favour. With Tien saying how he doesn't want to bring Upa along, he's weak and won't be able to keep up while climbing the tower, Yamcha disagrees, saying that they need all the help they can get currently, and Upa will do fine. He's got definitely a lot of potential. We'll just see what he can do. With the three starting to climb the tower, with the likes of Tien climbing it much faster than the other two, Yamcha could possibly keep up with Tien. However, he's making sure that Upa is alright during the climb. It takes Tien only a few hours, and it takes Upa and Yamcha a day to climb the tower. And during this time, the sky turns black. Yamcha knows this means that the Dragon Balls have been used, and he tells Tien this once they both arrive up to the top of the tower. With everyone up there, they meet the old cat, who has some bad news for them. He quickly says how, "Unlucky for you, bub, I need to train you up a bit. For what I can tell, you're all on different levels of power. And if you want to help your friend Goku and train with the big man, you're gonna have to pass my test, unfortunately." With this said, Yamcha shouts out saying how they need to train with Kami to save Goku, but Korin can see there is something happening in the likes of Tien's head. He knows the warrior needs to clear his mind before beginning his training with Kami, and also he needs to catch the other two up in power as fast as possible. It's killing two birds with one stone here, and this leads to the three beginning to train with the cat. Eventually, the likes of Krillin and Chaozu, who were revived by Bulma and filled in on the whole situation, arrive at the top of the tower. With Tien happy to see Chaozu again, it doesn't do much to get him out of his own head. However, Krillin is here and he's got a fire under his belly. He's willing to train as hard as possible to get back Goku. After all, Goku not only basically made it so he could be revived, he also avenged him. And Goku has been his best friend for years, so it's time that, he shows him that he can save Goku. With the humans training for another few days, until the first person passes this test. The first person to pass Korin's test is Krillin. He's concentrated hard on passing this test, and the cat allows the bold fighter to move up, and following along behind Krillin is Yamcha, then Chaozu, with Tien and Upa being stuck with the cat. The likes of Tien still being his own barrier, his annoyance and fear for what had happened is blocking him from growing, and the fear has sprouted from the fact that even Goku, someone he saw as equal, or as someone who was stronger than him, lost to someone so easily. Yes, Goku was injured, but he even believes that the fact that Goku could defeat the Demon King and he couldn't is something that is a terrifying thought. And with this done, he just keeps stopping himself from being able to complete Korin's test. And it's not until the likes of Upa points out that this is what's stopping him from getting up to grow stronger. Upa, even though isn't very strong, he just sees what's happening in Tien's head and points it out to the fighter. He explains how he's blocking himself from seeing how to pass this test. It's not difficult, just learn his movements. It's nothing hard. It's why the others have passed it already and are already training with the god. It makes sense that I'm still here. I'm weak compared to you guys. And if you aren't serious about trying to save Goku, then you should leave. With Tien made at this moment to realise that right now he is holding on to feelings that are stopping him from passing a very basic test, and he needs to concentrate on growing stronger to save Goku. Tien thanks the young man and begins to give Upa some pointers before Korin eventually tells Tien that he can go up, but he explains how if he keeps blaming himself for what happened, he won't be able to grow as a fighter or as a person anymore. So let go of that feeling of guilt and fear and use it to fuel your fire to continue to grow stronger. He points upwards and tells Tien to go and train with Kami. Tien nods and heads up, where he is welcomed by the other fighters who are already a few days into training with Kami. And a month later, the group is joined by the likes of Upa. With the five training for the next 3 years, Kami is getting ready for one of them to take down Piccolo Jr. And not only that, but he wants to find a successor. He already has an idea of who he wants, but he needs to make sure. With the tournament like normal rolling around, Kami tells his students to head out to the tournament to defeat Piccolo. And this not only gives them a break from their training and have some fun, but also lets them know how much stronger they've gotten. With there being some changes here, the first big thing would be that Goku is swapping out for Upa here. And before I get into this tournament too much, I do just want to say I'm not covering all of these fights. I'm just giving an idea of how things would go down. But let's continue. With the likes of Bulma meeting up with her boyfriend and the others for the first time in years, and the likes of Tien getting to see Roshi again, it's a nice bit of time for celebration. And with everyone re-meeting before the reality of why they are training re-kicks in, Bulma asks how strong they have gotten, and if they think they're strong enough to fight off the person who stole Goku away. Tien says how he didn't really know, and he came to Earth years ago, so he technically could have gotten stronger. So they are strong, but he could also be a lot stronger, so we need to keep training for a while longer. Now, with this done, Tienix is pretty confident that this tournament will be easy, and everyone there views the battle against Piccolo Jr. should be a good test of their power. With Roshi and Bulma confused, the group filled them in on why there is a Piccolo Jr. With Roshi telling everyone to be careful of the upcoming matches, everyone gets ready to begin the fight. And as everyone heads in to start the battle, Roshi says to himself if there was only some way we could get some knowledge from what's out there in space, like an inside man, before chuckling to himself, trying to make light of a dark situation. But this sets off an idea in Bulma's brain, and she quickly runs away, shouting out to the old man that she just thought of something. Tell the others where I've gone, and tell them I'll be back before the end of the tournament. With Bulma soon throwing out a capsule and flying back off to her place, Roshi, just confused, agrees that he'll just do what she said. And Roshi gets ready to watch the tournament. The tournament things change a bit. You see, the likes of Chaozu would probably beat Mercenary Tao here, Yajirobe would make it into the quarterfinals, and to not spend a lot of time covering everything, stuff like Upa versus Chi-Chi isn't too interesting. Upa defeats Chi-Chi. Upa isn't as strong as Goku from canon, but he's definitely stronger than this version of Chi-Chi, so... And because Chi-Chi hasn't seen Goku, she is almost ready to leave the tournament. However, she catches Roshi in the corner of her eyes, and knowing that Goku trained under Roshi, or at least knew him, is enough for her to head over and start demanding answers. She wants to know where Goku is, who he's been with, what he's doing, is he still single? With Roshi shocked, he asks why does she want to know all of this. With her explaining who she is and the promise Goku made to her, Roshi is surprised and he feels it's the right thing to do to tell the girl about what happened. And once she hears all of this, she is shocked and terrified, but soon is enraged, telling the old turtle that if the group out there fighting on the tournament stage are trying to save Goku, then she is joining them, and you are introducing me. With Roshi unsure of what to do, he just says he will, not clearly wanting to get on her bad side, and even avoids his perverted normalness, knowing that Goku made a promise to marry this woman. Feels like it's wrong to do to his currently missing, possibly dead student, so he decides for the best right now. He won't do that. Now, the only real important fight in this whole tournament is the likes of Krillin versus Piccolo Jr. Krillin would win this time, thanks to the fact that I would believe he's a lot stronger. He's arguably probably the strongest human right now. He's determined to grow stronger, probably the most. He probably wants revenge on Piccolo, and he's determined to save Goku. So he's grown a lot stronger here, and I would argue maybe he's as strong as Canon Goku. And after the fight gets drawn out for a while, Krillin being heavily injured in the end, he does manage to win. However, he is no longer able to continue in the tournament, so he has to pull out. And with Piccolo defeated, Kami quickly jumps in, Mafubas him away, and this is done. Kami tells Krillin well done before heading back to the lookout. With the tournament going on with Tien winning the entire thing, eventually Bulma rejoins the group. Before Bulma had rejoined, the likes of Roshi had introduced Chi-Chi and explained who she is and told the group that she's joining them. Please take her, she will hurt me. And with this done, the group are happy to take on another strong fighter, with Upa actually vouching for her a little bit. After all, they had a bit of a fight, and she's pretty strong to say she's never properly, had a master. And once Bulma does rejoin, right at the end of the tournament, the likes of Roshi asks where did she go, with Bulma explaining how she knows someone from space. She's so angry she forgot about this. He's sort of like the police force who's out in space. He's actually a pretty good officer and an old family friend. So I've just asked him to keep an eye out for anyone using the name Goku. I only could give him a vague answer as I didn't really have a photo or anything, but he knows what he's looking out for now, I suppose. And with this done, the fighters are happy to hear that they might hear some news on Goku. And with this done, the group head back to Kami's lookout, with Chi-Chi not taking too long to pass Korin's test, and eventually joins the group. With them training for 6 months, the group grow a lot stronger, all feeling like the power they currently have could defeat the person who took Goku. With the current power rankings being Tien with a power level of 850, Krillin with a power level of 840, Yamcha 800, Upa 750, Chaozu 700, Chi-Chi 400. Chi-Chi's so low as she hadn't been training as long, and I believe this is a good place to place her. And the group are about to start making their plans, to bring Goku to Earth and, get ready to defeat any aliens who show up to fight them. But they are soon stopped by Kami, who has a worried look on his face. He explains to his students that he had been contacted by one of the higher up gods. Apparently, the Saiyan who took Goku is a lot stronger, and there's also two other Saiyans who are terribly evil. Alongside this, Goku is a lot stronger. You guys aren't ready to fight them. With eventually the likes of King Kai contacting the group, saying how if you want to attempt to save your friend, I want to train two of you and make you stand a chance against those Saiyans. And hopefully, once you two have trained, you should be able to defeat most things in your way. And after hearing this and a bit of discussion, both Tien and Krillin are the ones chosen. There was a bit of an argument between Chi-Chi and Krillin. After all, Chi-Chi believed that she should go and she should be the one to bring back her future husband. But because of her power, she is the one who's left behind. With Tien and Krillin getting taken to Otherworld, and eventually they start the run of Snake Way. It doesn't take them long, with the pair not having to make any stops. It probably takes them pretty much half the time it took Goku in canon. They make it to King Kai's place and pass all the tests and begin their training. They train for about a year and 6 months, with them doing this so they grow a lot stronger and also so King Kai feels comfortable sending them out to fight Saiyans. During this time, they learn what Saiyans are, they've learned a little bit more about space, and they're a bit more well equipped for whatever's coming their way. With the two heading back a lot stronger, they eventually make it back to, you know, Earth, with them catching up with the group, and they can feel that everyone is actually a lot stronger. And once this is all done, they gather the Dragon Balls and they make the wish on the tower. Everyone looks forward to seeing Goku once again. With them wishing to bring the Saiyan back to Earth, Shenron explains how that cannot be done. Everyone's confused and angry, and they ask why Shenron can't do this. With Shenron explaining how Goku is in a dimension that he does not have the power to pull him out of, and to pull Goku out of this dimension would require a lot more power. With everyone confused and actually quite annoyed, they have no idea why Goku is in another dimension. They have to try and figure out another way. And right before the group can, tell Shenron to leave, get rid of him, and save the wish for another day, King Kai contacts the group, explaining how this dragon is much weaker than the one on Namek. Maybe that one could bring back Goku. Everyone's confused, but Tien and Krillin, who know a little bit more about space, with them filling the group in, they understand that Army is a Namekian. Namekians make Dragon Balls, so if there's a planet of Namekians, there's probably Dragon Balls. With them hearing this, they ask Shenron to teleport them all to Namek, and are soon annoyed to hear that the dragon could only send one of them. And if the planet is dangerous, that's a very big risk. So they decide that they can come up with the next best thing. Bomber explains how she could build a ship that could take them there, and then they could just use it to get back. All she would need is the location of Namek, and they decide to make this their wish. With the group starting to train while Bulma repairs the Namekian ship that Kami came to Earth on, eventually her and her father take a bit more time to make it a lot more comfortable. After all, unlike in canon, this has to carry 7 people here, and it takes just over 2 months for it to be fully ready, and once this is done, the group heads off into space. With it being a bit of a squeeze, after all, it's all of Kami's students and also Bulma, it leads to the group having to be pretty cozy with one another. However, during this time, all the fighters do some MS training to make sure that they're always ready for combat. Now, near the end of the trip, the group fly past another ship. For a moment, Bulma almost doesn't notice it. However, once she has a second look, she sees that that's her friend Jacko's ship, the person she has to keep an eye out for Goku. With the likes of Tien seeing another 2 people in it, and all the fighters sensing 2 other powers in it, with the powers being very familiar, they can only really put their finger on one of them. But thanks to the fact that they're all sort of in the middle of MS training, they aren't really picking it up too much. But Bomb was saying how she'll make a call to Jacko in the next few days about, if he's heard anything from Goku once they arrive on Namek. With the group making it to Namek after a day of travel from seeing that ship, and they explain their situation to the Namekians, who are more willing to help the group than ever. After all, they sense their good intentions, and they can see that they have good reasons for it. Everyone starts collecting the balls, and suddenly, some of the fighters stop moving, just completely in their tracks. Bulma, who is currently with Yamcha, asks what's happened, with Yamcha saying how that much power, that's so evil. How does something like this exist? With Tien even looking shocked, on the other side of the planet, when out of nowhere, the likes of Krillin, who is near Tien, says something which shocks him. He murmurs just a few words, Goku. With Tien confused, he spends a moment trying to concentrate, trying to really dig deep to see what Krillin's talking about, but he senses it as well. That power there, that's so similar to Goku's, but it's off the charts to what it could have ever been. There is a battle happening on a planet miles and miles away, but the likes of the Z fighters can sense it, and they can feel that Goku is currently in a fight with whatever that monster giving off that much energy is. Everyone begins to panic, and they start collecting the balls at a breakneck speed. And while this is all happening, the group is following the fight, with the group eventually collecting all the Dragon Balls. They get one of the Namekians to summon the dragon, and they start trying to figure out how to make this wish. With the Namekians explaining how it has to be in the Namekian language, one of the Namekians start to translate for them. with the likes of Chi-Chi shouting out how bring the one known as Son Goku to this planet quick, with the Namekian speaking it just as fast as he can. Suddenly Goku appears, his body completely damaged, clearly having been through a long battle. The Saiyan grabs his arm, stares around the area, before letting out a scream of Raditz, before passing out. Nothing is all Goku can see, having no idea if this is the afterlife his grandpa Gohan told him about, or if somehow he had survived, with the Saiyan opening his eyes, realizing that the room he's in is familiar. He scans the room and sees a radar on the side and a black-haired woman on a chair fast asleep at the base of his, well, bed. With Goku confused, he stands up and walks around where his eyes adjust to the light, with him walking along a hallway which also feels familiar once again, before reaching a room where he hears laughter and people talking. Holding onto the arm that is still pretty damaged, the Saiyan gets ready to fight. He rushes into the room and sees a sight he wasn't ready for. With him charging in, he sees people who look familiar. A blue-haired woman, someone with long black hair and a lot of scars, and the likes of a short person with a bald head. That stops Goku in his place. With him seeing the connection, he spits out the words, Krillin. With him cracking half a smile, but stopping himself. He's had stuff like this happen before. It's probably another dream, another fake bit of hope in his life. This couldn't be Krillin. This couldn't be his friends. They're all on Earth. Whereas he is most likely dead or passed out after the battle with Frieza, about to be woke up by Raditz. Goku goes on to say, for a moment, I thought I was home, but yet again I've dreamed of the place I miss, the people I miss. But the longer I spend in space, the further away I feel from here, and the more it feels impossible to make it home. I'm sorry guys, I hope you live a good life. Having said this, he slumps onto the floor, almost in tears, waiting to be woken up. With the room currently staring at Goku, the short bald one walks over to his friend. Goku, you know where you are, right? Goku pulls his head out of his arms. Yeah, I'm on a Frieza planet, probably currently dying or hardly holding on to life. With everyone confused, before Krillin chuckles, you're at Capsule Corp, you idiot. You're on Earth, not in a dream. With Goku hearing this, he almost jolts up, with him looking around once again, scanning the room and realizing that there is some small differences between how he's seeing things now and how his dreams normally go. With him seeing how the group had aged up, he can sense their energy. With him looking at Krillin, and in excitement he asks the Earthling to throw a punch. Krillin is confused and sort of against the idea of hurting his friend, but Goku insists. With Krillin conceding, he throws a punch straight towards his friend. With Goku catching it, Goku begins to smile his head off, explaining how in his dreams would end just before the first punch is thrown. Goku has been dreaming to have a fight with the Earthlings for years, and for the first time a punch has been made. And this is sort of the realization point for Goku that he's home. And you guys are in front of me, is what he says. With him standing up and shouting out in excitement, with him going around to everyone in the room, happily saying hey to everyone, getting to meet all of them again. With them having a small bit of catch up, and eventually Goku goes around the whole room and meets up with Tien once again. Goku and Tien look at one another, with Goku going out to shake his hand, but Tien bows, saying how he is sorry. All he thought about the last 5 years was how he didn't do anything to save him from that evil Saiyan that took him away, and for that he is sorry. Goku sort of chuckles to this, saying, I never blamed you, Tien. I knew you were there, and the whole time I could sense you, but internally I was screaming for you to stay away from the guy in front of me. He was incredibly strong, and would have killed you. But nowadays, I wouldn't call Raditz an evil guy. In fact, I would consider him a good guy. He helped keep me alive the last few years, and he was pretty much helping me defeat Frieza. And once we did that, we were going to come home. With Goku then thinking about Raditz, he takes a moment and senses every energy on Earth, feeling how he can't sense Raditz's energy. With him looking around the room almost as if he is searching the planet, Goku picks up on a high power level heading towards the group. It's high in standards of Earth, but out in space this is actually considered really low. With him then realising that there's two power levels there, one much lower but still there. With Goku still scanning the planets trying to pick up on a high power, trying to find Raditz, but he can't find him anywhere. Goku about to ask where Raditz is, he is cut off from another thing. A woman screaming at him at the top of her voice, with him turning around to see the black-haired woman that was once asleep at the foot of his bed, staring him down. With him looking at her and her staring at him, the girl shouts at him how could he allow himself to be taken when he promised to marry her. Goku blinks for a second and looks back at her before walking up to her and grabbing her by the shoulders, asking if she was Chi-Chi. She's a bit flustered and blushes a bit and says of course she is, with Goku smiling saying how he remembered her during his time in space and he will keep his end of the deal, but explains how he didn't really know what marriage was until his brother explained it to him a few years ago. And Goku goes on to say how he would love to keep his end of the deal and he will continue this promise he made. Hearing this, Chi-Chi is happy but a bit annoyed that Goku didn't know what marriage was. And this doesn't stop her from being happy, and she latches herself onto Goku's arm. With Goku about to turn and ask about Raditz once again, the group is stopped by the sound of Roshi entering the room. Roshi and Goku share a bit of an emotional moment. After all, Roshi is sort of a pseudo-father figure for Goku, so it's good to see one another again and they catch up a small bit. However, the person who is with Roshi is a shock to Goku, and it actually takes Goku a minute of scanning his brain to figure out who this is. And eventually Goku realises that this is Upa, his friend. And the two do a bit more catching up, with Goku trying to figure out why he's, so much stronger now and what happened, with everyone filling him in a small bit. But Upa then gives Goku a senzu bean. With Goku already knowing what one of these is, they don't need to explain it to him, and he eats one and feels a lot stronger afterwards, with him doing some small jabs into the air just to, feel how his arm feels. With this done, a sort of small party breaks out, with Goku hearing what everyone went through to get him back to Earth. With him hearing how they wished him to Namek during the battle. But this is the point where he realises something, and shoots up abruptly. With everyone confused, Goku asks what happened to Raditz, with all of them saying how they don't know, they only wish for him to be brought to Namek. With Goku now remembering everything, his memory was fuzzy a little bit, now it's clear. He remembers the sight of the supernova slowly pushing in on him, and it was getting closer and closer, but then remembers his environment changing to a mass amount of green, before waking up here on Earth. With him asking where the ship that brought him to this planet is, Bulma says how it's on Namek. They use one of the wishes that Porunga grants to bring them all home. With Goku asking Bulma if she can build him a ship, Bulma's sort of shocked and kind of confused. She said she could, but it would take her 4 months maybe, thanks to the fact that she already sort of knows what she needs to do thanks to the Namekian ship she used, but also it's going to take her time to get everything together. And Goku asks her to do this for him. With Bulma unsure of what to do, she sort of stands up and sort of doesn't know what to do. And with this done, Goku walks out of the room and starts heading out of Capsule Corp, getting ready to leave the area and wants to head towards Mount Pounzu, where he is stopped by the likes of Tien and Krillin, who stand out in front of him, asking for him to explain what's going on. And finally, Goku explains his end of the story. Everything that happened with Raditz, the other Saiyans, what happened with the Galactic Patrol, and the fight against the Frieza Force, and then hearing how they luckily saved him from a battle of life or death, which both Goku and Raditz were going through. However, unluckily for Raditz, he wasn't saved. But a new bit of luck does appear. Bulma, after hearing the name of Jacko brought up, asks Goku to describe Jacko for her. With Goku describing Jacko exactly what Bulma was expecting to hear, she explains how they actually are friends, and she can call him if Goku wants to. Goku almost jumps over the room to ask Bulma to do this, and the woman makes the call with a very confused and startled Jacko answering the call, with him asking Bulma what she wants before saying how it isn't the best time. With Bulma not getting a chance to say anything, the likes of Goku jumps out in front of the camera. Jacko and Goku are both happy to see one another. After all, even in the short time they knew each other, they became pretty close friends. Goku asks what happened, with Jakku saying how they managed to escape thanks to him and Raditz, but they were being chased by some of Frieza's men, and what looked to be King Cold's ship, which they presume had picked up Frieza. With Goku hearing this, he asks Jakku how long will it take him to get to Earth, and how long will it take the rest of the Force to get here. With Jakku thinking for only a few minutes, he says probably a week at max, but they will be followed by the Frieza Force and possibly Frieza and Cold. Goku says that's fine, just get here and be safe. With this done, Goku turns to the group saying how he needs to train. If Frieza's coming here, he is nowhere near strong enough to stop him. He hopes that maybe this week will give him enough power to hold him off, or at least kill him in some way. But last time they fought, even himself and Raditz wasn't enough. With Goku beginning to leave the area with the senzu beans in hand, clearly having the plan to abuse the hell out of Zenkais, the likes of Chi-Chi, Tien and Krillin all stand out in front of him. The likes of Tien shouting out how he has brought a dangerous fight to the planet, and goes on to say how this could kill everyone, and this is a very risky move, with Goku saying how he has to get revenge for his brother. And a small note here is, I know Goku's psychology normally doesn't line up like this, but there's some things I want to run by. And I hear the drive to kill Frieza is running through Goku's brain a lot. After all, he had killed Goku's last remaining family. And there is another part of his brain which wants to save the people who he promised to protect. And the final part, and sort of the final decision in Goku's brain, is that he's sort of excited to fight someone as strong as Frieza again. However, this is only a small amount of what's going through Goku's brain. He's mostly being run by the other two factors. But something else I want to bring up is this isn't our normal Goku. He's still very happy-go-lucky and much like his canon self. However, he is a lot more Saiyan here, in small ways that he might not always show. Revenge is something he desperately wants right now, and maybe to embarrass Frieza a small bit. These are things that are going through Goku's brain, and he can't really help himself. Now, let's get back to the story. After Goku had said how he needs to get revenge for his brother, he starts to walk past the group, with Tien grabbing his shoulder, with Goku just saying how he has to defeat Frieza. If you knew what this monster had done to the universe, you'd understand. Krillin, who had trained pretty much the hardest, steps out saying to Goku, if he's training, he will join him. With Goku kind of shocked, with Krillin just sort of giving him a thumbs up. With Goku smiling, the likes of Chi-Chi says how she will also help in this fight and this training. After this is said, the likes of Yamcha, Upa, and even Chaozu say that they will do the same. Whereas Tien is a bit shocked at how fast everyone joined him. Tien had sort of been the de facto leader for a few years. Even though Goku isn't really a leading type, his whole personality does encourage people to follow him. So here, it sort of works in his favour. Tien is still in shock at how fast everyone joined Goku, with them all explaining how it's clear that Goku needs help, so we should help him. With Goku having not felt this backed up in years, other than the likes of Raditz, he's just happy. He thanks all of them. With Tien annoyed, he looks at his friends and the person he worked to save for years. He smiles and tells them he has an idea of where they can go train. With everyone confused, Tien tells them to follow him. They all bid Bulma and Roshi a goodbye, with the pair being a bit annoyed that Goku had left so early, but they also share a bit of a laugh, thinking how there is nothing more Goku than just disappearing after a few minutes of meeting up and eating food, with their pair just happy he's back. And they wish all of them the best of luck. After a short flight, the group can see Kami's lookout in the distance. With Tien landing, he begins to explain where they're training. He explains how there's a room on the lookout called the Room of Spirit and Time, or the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, and he would like them all to spend some time in there. After all, if you spend a day on the outside in there, it accounts for a whole year. With him going on to explain how Kami was thinking about letting them use this a few months before they went to King Kai, and then he goes on to explain how they were actually going to use this when they were training for the Tenkaichi Budokai a few years ago as well. However, all of them had grown so strong that they didn't actually need it, thanks to the fact there was loads of training partners. So they never went in, but here it might be needed. But we need to know how strong this Frieza person is. With everyone turning towards Goku, who says Frieza is probably 20 or maybe more times stronger than himself. With everyone wanting to get a feel for how strong Goku is, the Saiyan walks out into the center of the lookout and lets out his true power, with Goku's power capping out at 6 mil. Thanks to the Zenkai he got from the battle, everyone is shocked, as no one is even near Goku's power. Not even really in the same weight class as Goku right now, with the closest being Krillin and Tien, but even then there is a huge difference in power. With Goku making the likes of Kami come out to see what is happening, he is shocked to see the Saiyan who was kidnapped before this strong. He is happy to see Goku again and introduces himself. And soon the whole situation is explained to Kami, with Tien explaining how he wants to use the Room of Spirit and Time. Kami understanding and also sort of respecting how Tien runs things. If he thinks that Tien deems it necessary, they can use it. You see, currently Tien is Kami's pick for the next Guardian, and he believes this Frieza will be a good test to see how Tien prepares for big upcoming threats. With him happy so far of how Tien is handling things. Of course he is worried about the Earth, however he trusts in Tien to do what's right and defend the planet. Tien doesn't also know the fact that Kami is sort of testing him to be Guardian, but for now, Kami is happy with what he is seeing. With Goku wanting to go in first, explaining how he's probably the best bet to win, the likes of Tien explains how Goku will have to wait to let other people use it first, for people to catch up with him in power. So everyone will take one trip in the time chamber, and then the strongest person will go in with Goku once. Goku asks why he can't go in alone, with Tien explaining if it's your first time in a time chamber, it can be mentally tasking. However, the Saiyan says it wouldn't be his first time in a time chamber. A place like this exists out in space, but instead of a year, it's only 3 days. The Earthlings now understanding why there's such a massive amount of power difference, and not really understanding what a Zenkai is, they just assumed that's how strong Goku was during the fight with Frieza. With Tien saying how it's risky to go in alone, after all, it's a year instead of 3 days. Tien then starts splitting people into groups of 2. Knowing who works well with one another, this is how he organises things. He decides that himself and Krillin will be going in first, followed by Yamcha and Upa, and finally Chaozu and Chi-Chi. Then Goku gets to go in with whoever comes out the strongest. However, this doesn't sit well with one of our fighters, with the likes of Chi-Chi saying how she will be going in with Goku regardless. With Tien a bit against the idea, as she is arguably the weakest currently, he asks the woman why this is, and she says how she had to wait all this time to bring back Goku, and now she won't get to see him for what will feel like a year, with her saying how if she's going in, she wants to go in with him. And everyone knows that Chi-Chi's quite stubborn and probably won't back down, but also knows that she isn't anywhere near Goku's level. However, luckily for the group, Goku grabs her shoulder, which grabs her attention. He says how she can't come in with him. This does upset her, and Goku goes on to explain how he needs to go in last, but this means they can spend a few days with one another before the pair have to go in. This does lift her spirits a bit, and the pair head off to their own corner of the lookout. Tien thanks Goku in his head, and realizes that the way to calm Chi-Chi down is to just give her Goku, and makes a mental note of this, with the likes of Tien and Krillin heading into the time chamber, with Krillin saying how he kind of wanted to go in with Goku as well, which makes Tien laugh, agreeing with him. Now, once in the time chamber, the two have a goal to get to Goku's level, which is a bit of a long shot, however they can try their best. Alongside this, they are going to be working hard to try and grow their Kaioken, get a better mastery over it, which is something they had gotten during their training with King Kai, alongside another technique, obviously being the Spirit Bomb. And after a full day had passed, the pair leave the time chamber. Now, I'm going to explain the starting power level before they went into the time chamber, and give a bit of an idea of how they got to that point, and then give their current power level after the time chamber. So Krillin went in with a power level of 30,000, thanks to the fact that he trained with King Kai for over a year, a lot longer than Goku did. And then the training with Kami just before had led him to be able to make it to across Snake Way faster, and he started at a stronger point than Goku. So he already had a lot of jumps ahead. So once leaving the time chamber, I believe he had a power level of probably 750,000. But thanks to the fact he has the Kaioken times 20, he can push it up to 15 mil. Tien is pretty much in the same boat of terms of training and how he got to the strength he started at, However, he probably got to a power level of 34,000 after his training with King Kai. Now, with the hyperbolic time chamber training as well, he got to 850,000. And then with the Kaioken times 20, that goes to 17 mil. With them coming out this strong, Goku thinks that they are no match for Frieza, but of course he doesn't know about the Kaioken, with the next set going in being Yamcha and Upa, who hope to get half as strong as Tien and Krillin. With Goku still spending time with Chi-Chi, who is currently loving spending time with the person she trained to save, Goku is trying to figure out if Chi-Chi will possibly keep training afterwards. Not that he would care, but he's sort of interested to see if she would. Now, Upa and Yamcha have actually become quite close over the years, so the pair head into the training in pretty good terms, and they already know how one another works quite well, so they get some good results from this, and after a full day the pair come out. Going into the time chamber, Yamcha started at a power level of 4,000, with him managing to push himself up to 200,000 thanks to the fact he spent all of his time training instead of trying to master any forms, which some people might consider pretty low. But keep in mind, this is years before the Saiyan saga started, so Yamcha is actually massively ahead of where he would be in canon. Upa started at the same point as Yamcha and got to the same power level as Yamcha, so I don't really need to cover too much here. With them coming out, Goku grows increasingly worried, but he hopes that the training he will go through will make him a lot stronger than Frieza. With this done, the likes of Chi-Chi and Chaozu go in, with Chi-Chi actually giving Goku a bit of a kiss before she goes in, and after a full day they leave. This is just a fun little side note I thought of, but during this full year of training, these two probably had the best experience with food in the hyperbolic time chamber than everyone, so well done for that, guys. Now once they leave, they come out with a power level of, both being at the same point, they leave with a power level of 150,000. I didn't really know where to put these two at the starting point, so I'm going to say about, let's say 3,000 is where they started. With this done, Goku can sense that this training isn't going to be enough for them. He's going to have to go into this training being really intense and really have to abuse his Zenkais. Even then, Goku doesn't like this idea. He never really liked it, so he's a bit against the idea. And seeing Goku's worried, everyone else gets a bit worried. Keep in mind that none of them truly got close to Goku's power level. However, the Saiyan says how every bit of power will help them. With the Saiyan looking to head into the time chamber, he asks who's coming with them. With the likes of Kami asking if Tien could enter the room, before announcing that if Tien will take the offer, he would like the human to start training to become the next Guardian of Earth after the battle against Frieza. Tien is shocked and asks if he can think it over. With Kami allowing this, the likes of Goku and Tien head into the time chamber, where we see Goku and Tien push each other past their limits. Tien uses the Kaioken to keep up with Goku, and Goku keeps pushing himself to get past Tien's Kaioken. A lot of this time is also spent with Tien meditating while Goku does his own training, using the multi-form technique or anything he can use that Tien has taught him to get some training in. And Tien spends most of his time meditating on the thought of becoming Earth's guardian. With him unsure of how to feel about this, overall, Tien doesn't feel truly worthy to become the Guardian of Earth. He's not even the strongest person on the planet anymore, and this leads to him always looking like he's in a lot of turmoil. And this leads to Goku asking what's going through the fighter's head. Tien explains how he isn't sure if he's worthy of taking the title. After all, so far he hasn't ever really defended the Earth, but he's probably caused more problems for it. Goku goes on saying how, Tien, I'm unsure of how this fight with Frieza will go, or what the future holds for the fate of this planet, but I do know one thing. You do care for this planet and its people, and yes, your years at the Crane School might have caused a few problems, but once you saw the error of your way, you changed it, and you tried to stop the Demon King, even though he was leagues ahead of you, and then you trained to save me. If you want my opinion, Tien, you're the best man for the job. With this said, Tien thanks Goku, with the Saiyan laughing a bit, saying how it's still weird hearing his name being actually Goku instead of people using Kakarot, and it explains how he was kind of getting used to it. The pair have a joke with Tien saying how he can start calling him that if he wants, and Goku denies that offer. With the pair spending a whole year in the time chamber, they eventually leave, and there is a bit of a surprise waiting on the outside for Goku. When he comes out of the time chamber, the likes of Chi-Chi is holding a turtle skull gi for the Saiyan. Goku accepts the clothes as his current armor is pretty banged up, but the four are now done, and they decide that training anymore would probably just exhaust them mentally, so they all wait for the next 4 days to pass. The group do spend some time resting, and they also spend time coming up with plans and strategies to defeat Frieza. Think of it of a bit like how the Cell games went. Now, the group just wait around to feel the power of the Galactic Control come in, and after 4 days had passed, much like Jacko had said, it had only taken them a week. Goku senses a few powers coming into Earth, and one of them is definitely Vegeta. With there only being one ship landing, and this ship is also landing way off in the wasteland, thanks to some coordinates that Bulma sent Jacko, to avoid freaking out civilians. With Goku sensing this, he flies off straight towards where the ship is landing. With him only being able to sense a lot of Frieza soldiers, and then only one familiar power level, with the lights of Jacko flying out of the window. With Goku panicking, he asks what happened. Jacko explains how he doesn't need to worry too much. They'd taken a few losses, yes, but he split up with the Galactic Patrol a while ago. He explained how he would take this ship solo to Earth to distract Frieza, so the others could escape when they rotated around the planet. Goku understands, he soon feels a bit of relief, but then it soon spikes back up to fear. Frieza is entering the atmosphere, with him also being accompanied by another huge power. King Cold is here, and this was Goku's worst thought. He had felt King Cold's powers once, and it was incredible then and still is incredible now. Goku gulps a bit, and it's at this point the other fighters show up, with Goku explaining what he can sense to both Jacko and the fighters. They explain how they need to get this ship out of here first, with him telling the likes of Chi-Chi and Chaozu to grab this massive ship and get it out of this area, saying how they need to be careful, it's full of criminals, and if they are released, it could go bad quite fast. Even though all of his friends are stronger than them, not everyone on Earth is, so it's the safest bet. With this done, Goku then turns towards his friends, explaining how there is two incredibly strong people here, and they are both very much out of their league currently, but thanks to that Kaioken thing, Tien and Krillin should be able to hold one of them off. He asks if they would be able to fight the bigger one, his name is Cold, with him saying how all of them should deal with him and he will fight Frieza alone. With them also being able to sense the power of Frieza, with them knowing Goku is weaker, and also not knowing what his max power is, the only person who knows how strong Goku truly is after the hyperbolic time chamber is Tien. But after hearing Goku announce how he'll be fighting Frieza alone, they leave him to it, knowing that this will mean a lot to him. Frieza's ship lands, and the likes of King Cold and Frieza leave the ship. Frieza seeing Goku, he looks confused, asking, "How did you survive, monkey? I blew up the planet. I heard you and your brother scream bloody murder." Out. With Goku saying how he got saved by some friends, Frieza looks annoyed, but sees that Raditz isn't here, and laughs, saying 2 out of 1 isn't too bad, I guess. Your brother screams enough for the pair of you. With Goku hearing this, he rockets off towards Frieza. With the Saiyan moving a lot faster than Frieza was expecting, Goku lands one punch on the Tyrant's face, sending Frieza flying backwards. King Cold's scouter picks up the Saiyan's power level, and it reads out 100 mil. Goku stares at Frieza. With King Cold going to help his son, he shoots a blast towards Goku. However, the likes of Tien uses his Kaioken times 20 to block the attack for Goku. Goku thanks Tien, and the Saiyan flies off towards Frieza. With King Cold looking at the Triclops, having detected his power skyrocket to up to 100 mil as well, before dropping back down to 6 mil. Now, we'll be covering both fights, but I'm going over with Goku and Frieza first. Now, over with Goku and Frieza, Frieza looks at the Saiyan and spits out some blood he managed to draw from his mouth, before saying that the monkey had become a lot stronger, it seems. With Goku not saying much, he takes a fighting stance. With Frieza laughing, the two disappear out of sight before reappearing, having landing a blow on one another. Goku got hit harder thanks to Frieza being stronger and gets sent flying away, whereas Frieza only moves back a small bit. With it being clear that Frieza is still stronger and still has the edge in terms of power, Goku knows that he must play smart to win. He knows that he needs to win for Raditz. With Goku thinking this, his hair stands up on its edge for a few seconds before soon falling back down. With Goku then rushing back at Frieza, the Emperor gets ready to block the attack. However, once Goku gets close, he aims his arms towards the ground and shoots off a blast, bringing up a cloud of smoke. Frieza, remembering what happened last time he did this, jumps up out of the smoke, then sends a blast into the smoke, clearing it all out. However, once he does this, he is kicked into the earth from behind him. with Goku having used the opportunity to get behind Frieza. With this putting Frieza into the ground, Frieza then sends out a barrage of death beams. Him being surrounded by a lot of dust right now he can't see, which leads to Frieza just shooting in every and which direction. Goku manages to dodge all of them, however some stray beams fly off towards the group with King Cold. With all of them desperately trying to dodge this attack, only one person is hit and it's Yamcha. He only gets hit in the arm, but this leads to the warrior being down an arm. With this flaring Goku's anger up a small bit, he goes in and hits Frieza once again, and the two begin to clash with one another, only appearing for a few seconds before disappearing. Now let's head back a small bit and join the fight with the humans versus King Cold, where we see the likes of Tien and Krillin standing out in front of the group. The likes of Yamcha and Upa say how they are no match for this guy, but they will try and land small hits from a distance. The group having this plan ready, the likes of Tien and Krillin use the Kaioken times 20 with one another, and leads to the pair actually being able to hold off King Cold quite well. And thanks to a bit of support they get from both Upa and Yamcha, they could almost be considered to be winning. However, the Kaioken is still very difficult to hold, so the likes of Tien and Krillin are having to drop out the form every now and again, and when this happens, King Cold beats them up hard. Eventually, like I just said, Yamcha does get hit in the arm with a death beam, which makes things a bit harder. However, around this time the likes of Chi-Chi and Chaozu show back up, and this makes the fight a bit more in the favour of the Z Fighters. Chaozu will use his telekinetic abilities to slow down King Cold whenever Tien or Krillin goes in to go for a hit, and Chi-Chi will join Yamcha and Upa in sending off massive amounts of Ki Blast towards the King. Now after a few minutes of both battles being in a bit of a stalemate, something finally breaks. The likes of Tien is tired and he knows his body can't handle much more of the Kaioken. He knows he needs to win now, and does something he had only ever tried once in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. With his body flaring up in a bloody red, he shouts out Kaioken times 30. With this making him stronger than the King, he flies straight towards him, landing only 2 hits before the stress of the form collapses his body. With Tien's body having failed him, Cold looks at the motionless body of Tien. Tien is still alive, but can't move. His muscle had spazzed out and can no longer do anything. With Cold laughing, he puts his foot on the Triclops' head and begins to squeeze down on it, sort of trying to see how much pressure it will take to break the skull of this guy. With Krillin seeing this, he flares up in anger, flying off towards King Cold, using his Kaioken to try and tackle him away. But once he gets close, King Cold smacks him away with his tail. With him beginning to crush Tien's head even more, all the Earthlings decide now is the time to step in. They all rush Cold, hoping that they could make him budge or just get off Tien, but not one of them land a single blow on him. While staying firmly in place, he dodges everything thrown at him, and if they do manage to land an attack, does nothing to the King. Eventually, he gets bored of this and lands a few attacks on people. He hits Chi-Chi once in the gut, he kicks Upa away using his free leg, and then he grabs Yamcha by the neck, and he begins to squeeze down on it as well, seeing which will break first, the Triclops' skull or the bandit's neck. Goku, who is currently locked into a fight with Frieza, begins to see this, and he desperately tries to break away from Frieza, but this leads to Frieza landing a good blow on Goku, with this sending the Saiyan skidding backwards, clutching onto his gut where he was hit. With the sound of Tien's screams filling the air, they are suddenly cut off with a crunch. Everyone looks over towards King Cold, seeing Tien motionless, and the power of Yamcha is slowly dropping, and then it's done. With King Cold throwing both of the bodies he had collected to the side, everyone watches on in horror. He just killed one of their strongest warriors, and Yamcha without having to try. The first person to act is Krillin, who enraged uses a Kaioken times 25, his max Kaioken output right now, and throws a Destructo Dish straight towards the King. With this not doing much, it only really cuts off the King's tail thanks to the fact he dodged it, but everyone is now in a bit of a panic, but one person isn't. One person is fuming in rage. One person is thinking of everything these two had ever done, thinking how they've killed his race, killed his brother, and the other one enslaved his race and now killed 2 of his friends. His energy spikes upwards massively, and his power skyrockets higher than ever before. With a scream that shakes everything around him, Goku has achieved the Super Saiyan form. with everyone who can sense power shocked at this, and they just sort of watched in amazed fear. Goku gives Frieza a death stare which almost scares the Emperor. However, Frieza just sort of laughs and puts his arm up to try and shoot a death beam towards Goku. However, before he even puts his arm fully up, Goku is right in front of Frieza, crushing down on the hands that Frieza is about to use, before lightly punching him in the gut. But this light punch was enough to send Frieza flung for miles. With Goku then turning towards King Cold, he disappears and reappears, holding Yamcha and Tien's body, with him then placing the pair's bodies over with the surviving Z fighters before saying that Yamcha is only just alive, get him a senzu bean. With them looking to see Yamcha just a little bit twitching, they can hear a slight bit of breathing. He's only just managed to cling to life, with Chi-Chi panically feeding the fighter a senzu beam. He sits up, clutching at his own throat, and coughs up a bit of blood before thanking them. With everyone looking over to Tien to just see if he's alive, he is truly dead, and Goku tells everyone to leave the area. With Frieza having managed to come back from the hit he had just taken, he demands to know what happens. Goku puts his attention towards Frieza and laughs. I became the thing you feared most, Frieza. With Frieza beginning to shake his head and a bit of panic comes through him, Goku looks him dead in the eyes and announces what he had become. He screams out how he is the Super Saiyan. With this said, both King Cold and Frieza rush Goku. However, the Saiyan blocks both attacks with ease. He then throws a punch at Frieza, announcing how that was for his father. Before chasing off after Frieza and hammering him straight into the ground, he announces how that was for his mother. King Cold, seeing his son being beaten so badly, rushes over to try and stop Goku. However, before even getting anywhere near Goku, the Saiyan stops him with an elbow into the gut, saying how that was for his race, before spinning around and using a full power punch straight into King Cold's face, screaming out how this is for Tien. With this full power attack taking King Cold's head clean off. Frieza, having seen the likes of his father killed so easily and his head removed without any effort, he begins to panic and flies into the air. He jumps up to his full power form and tries to destroy the planet with a death ball. However, once it gets close to the Earth, close enough to the planet where it could almost hit, Goku puts one arm out and catches it. Frieza is terrified before Goku just shakes his hand and the attack disappears. With Frieza getting ready to try and do something, try and figure out something, Goku charges up a double Sunday, shouting out how this is for his brother, and then throws the attack straight towards Frieza, completely destroying the tyrant and saving the day. Now we join back 3 months after the battle against Frieza, where we see a familiar house with 2 people soon walking out of it. This house is the childhood home of Goku, and the people walking out is Goku and Chi-Chi. The pair currently are holding onto some bags, with them taking flight as soon as they get out of the door and have shut it, with the pair talking about where they are heading, with Goku asking, is it really necessary we go to this ceremony? Chi-Chi sort of laughs and says it is necessary, plus he should be honoured to be invited to something like this. Plus they have to take the trip anyway to bring back Tien and Raditz. With Goku agreeing, the 2 rocket off into the distance, with it only taking them a few minutes to arrive at Capsule Corp, where we see not only a galactic patrol ship is waiting outside, but Jakku is also there, on the outside of the ship. Seeing Goku, he goes over to his friend, with Goku having not seen Jakku since the battle against Frieza. He asks how everything has been, with Jakku saying how, after he had defeated Frieza, they got all the prisoners into their jail, and it's been pretty quiet around the universe. However, there are some people still out there, such as the Ginyu Force and some other Frieza forces, so they just need to clean them up. And Goku happy to hear that it's pretty quiet out there. The 2 have a bit of back and forth, with Jakku asking if they can really bring Raditz back with some legend. Goku says yeah, the Dragon Balls are real, with the Galactic Patrol officer looking forward to seeing the dragon, and soon the rest of the Z fighters showing up, with all of them getting into the ship, this being a bigger ship than Jakku's normal ship. And the people getting in would be Goku, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Upa, Yamcha, Chaozu and Bulma. Them taking off into space, it doesn't take long for everyone to start talking amongst one another, with them all looking forward to bringing back Tien, and some of them are not sharing their thoughts, but they're a bit reluctant to bring back Raditz. They know Goku says he's good, however, if he's not, it could be a problem. It doesn't take too long for the group to arrive on Namek, and it was probably only a few hour flight. And the group, upon landing, are met by some Namekians. You do recognise the group, with the exception of Jacko. The Namekians ask what the group are doing here, and everyone goes on to explain what they're here for, and explain everything that happened, with the group asking if they could use the balls to bring back their friends. With the Namekians already knowing this group, they allow them. There is no evil intent in any of them, so it's fine. The group spend a short time collecting the balls, with a Namekian elder translating the wish for the group. The group make the wish to first bring back the likes of Tien, who is currently training on King Kai's planet. Once revived, he is picked up by the likes of Kami and taken back to Earth. Then the group make their next wish, with Goku asking the Namekian to do these wishes one after another. The Namekian nods, and he asks for the Namekian to bring back the likes of Raditz and bring him to Namek. Prunga grants this wish, and after a quick flash and the dragon disappearing, a really familiar power appears for Goku. Goku's eyes, adjusting after the flash, looks over to where Prunga was, and he now sees his brother. With Raditz gasping for air, having just been reawoken in space, he realises that he can actually breathe. He spends a few seconds looking around and sees his brother. With Raditz looking very confused, Goku has a massive smile on his face and runs over to his brother. He asks Kakarot what happened. With Goku looking happy to see his brother, he catches him up very quickly. So during the fight with Frieza, my friends used something called the Dragon Balls to wish me to this planet Namek. They took me home, where I woke up and I had to train to fight Frieza, who was only gonna take a week to arrive on Earth. We used something a bit like the place we trained to become a lot stronger, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, and I became so much stronger. And when Frieza arrived on the planet, we had a fight where one of my friends died. I turned into a Super Saiyan that made me incredibly strong, and both King Cold and Frieza had no way to stop me. With Goku just sort of looking really happy to see his brother again, Raditz looks surprised as all hell. He takes all of this in and begins to scream out and shouting, "How long have I been dead? The Dragon Balls are real. You killed Frieza. You're a Super Saiyan?" With Goku just kind of chuckling before showing off his new form. With his power skyrocketing immensely, Goku still has a bit of problems using this form. However, he is already trying to train it to become a bit stronger. But he wants to wait for his brother to come back before he ever tries anything properly, so him and his brother can do it together. With Raditz blown away by the power his brother is showing off, he feels a desire to achieve this power as well, but also a feeling of pride for his brother. Goku drops out of his Super Saiyan form, with the two brothers catching up a bit before Jacko says that he's sorry to interrupt this moment, but they have to get going to the awards ceremony. Raditz once again looks really confused, with Goku saying how the Galactic Patrol are awarding us with some medals, apparently, for, helping defeat Frieza. I think it's a bit stupid, but, And after this, the really confused Raditz just sort of follows along with his brother. On the trip to the Galactic Patrol base, Raditz is introduced to pretty much all the Z fighters, and he is introduced to his future sister-in-law, with him realising that she is very Saiyan-like and quite strong. He understands why Goku is now engaged to this woman, and after a short bit, everyone gets to know Raditz a small bit and sees that he's actually a pretty good guy who had just had a pretty bad life behind him, and everyone who gets to know him actually quite likes him by the end of a pretty short trip. Now, something like we saw in the Moral Arc happens here, where people are awarded with some medals for helping defeat Frieza. People such as Goku, Raditz, Jacko, and all of the Earth squad gets a medal for trying to defeat Frieza or defeating Frieza. And Goku, even though he's the one who defeats him, is the one who doesn't actually want to be there. And once given the medals, there is a bit of a celebration, with Goku and Raditz hanging out pretty much the entire time. Raditz is kind of lost in his own thoughts. You see, right now Raditz is a bit confused and is unsure with what he's going to do now. He already knows what his brother is going to do, knowing that he will head back to Earth. However, Raditz isn't sure what he wants to do. For the first time in his life, he is free to make any decision he wants. But with so many options in front of him, he doesn't know what to do. With him being more quiet than normal, Goku catches on, asking his brother if he's alright. Raditz goes on to explain, "All my life I worked under Frieza, just following his orders, following his command, hoping one day to be free. Hoping I could rule the universe alongside Vegeta and Nappa, as Saiyans should. But then you came along, and showed me the error of my way. With you, you helped me train to become stronger, to maybe defeat Frieza. But that wasn't enough. But you managed to kill him, avenging the Saiyans, freeing me. But now I don't know what to do with my freedom." Goku looks at his brother really confused before smirking a bit. "You know, I was hoping you would be my best man at my wedding. Plus, you need to learn this Super Saiyan thing too. I haven't got anyone fun to train with at the moment." Raditz looks really shocked, but he remembers how his brother is, and he always forgets how close they truly are sometimes, because he always puts up a bit of a rough exterior. However, he didn't ever think Earth as an option, as somewhere he could live maybe the rest of his life. Raditz says how he would think about it, and Goku understands. And the two get back to celebrating, with Raditz once again getting to meet the Earth Squad a bit more. With him taking a bit of a liking to the likes of Krillin and some of the others, he does find all of them quite interesting and is impressed that Earthlings are this strong. With the party soon ending, the Earth group is about to be taken back to Earth. With Raditz being invited to come, the Saiyan had been thinking about what he will do most of the day, and he decided he wants to go to his brother. He wants to see the place that made him who he is today. And hearing this, Goku is happy. And the group head back to Earth having picked up one extra member. Something I didn't really bring up, but Tien wasn't here. He was taken to Earth to do some other things, which we will talk about in just a small moment, but it was just a small note I needed to bring up. Now, once back on Earth, the likes of Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage would happen pretty fast, probably only a few days after arriving back on Earth. But it's going a bit different from normal, and this is thanks to the fact that Goku and Chi-Chi would have all the Z fighters over to celebrate, plus Raditz. And this would lead to a much bigger party happening, which was probably helped fund by the likes of Ox King and Bulma, so it's a pretty good ceremony. With things with them going pretty normal after this, they get the same house as in canon after getting married. However, during this time, there are some more important things I need to cover, and one of which is going to be easy to talk about. And this is what happens with Raditz. You see, before the wedding, Raditz had spent all of his time on Earth with Kakarot. However, at the wedding, he didn't really get a chance to interact with him, and he did know some of the Earthlings a bit, but he didn't know them all too well, so he made some time to get to know all of them. And he found one he was quite fond of, which is Bulma. Liking the woman because of her brain and how Saiyan-like she is, and Bulma liking Raditz because he's a very good person here, who has a bit of a bad side, which Bulma would probably find quite appealing. It wouldn't take long after the wedding before these two became a couple, and I know this is a very generic answer, but I just don't see it not happening here. These two are going to be in close proximity of each other for two big things, and Bulma seems to have a thing for Saiyans, so it's probably pretty easy to say this would happen. And this would make Raditz's stay on Earth more permanent. Now, another big change in this timeline is to do with Tien. You see, after being revived and having been given his medal by his friends who picked it up for him, the likes of Tien had been doing some thinking. The warrior and Kami had talked to one another, and after a while of thinking, in Otherworld and on Earth, the likes of Tien agrees to take the job as Guardian of Earth. Kami is thrilled to hear this. He couldn't have thought of a better candidate than Tien. He will take this job seriously in making sure that he will keep the Earth as safe as possible. Now, they do have a few issues. Tien's human lifespan will cause some issues, but they have already thought of a way around this, to ensure that Tien's service as Earth's Guardian is quite a long one. Now, they do need to wait for the Dragon Balls for a little bit, so while waiting, the likes of Tien is taught some godly techniques, such as the Kai Kai, and he's pretty much walked through what his job will entail. And once the Dragon Balls are active, the pair spend a short time collecting them, and summon the dragons soon after collecting all of them, with them asking to gift Tien with eternal youth, meaning that Tien could protect the planet as long as he needed to, and as soon as he found another worthy defender, he can take his immortality away by making a trip to Namek. Tien, liking this plan, now takes up the role as Earth's guardian. Everyone hearing this celebrates this, with Kami deciding he will stick on the planet so the planet always has Dragon Balls. However, he wants to travel around the planet he had been the god of for so many years, and Earth enters a time of peace. So let's jump forward a few years, the age of 764. We see some pretty big changes from the main timeline. Things here are a lot different, and I want to walk you through some of them. We see the Sun family house, with something fun happening outside. We see the likes of Chi-Chi going through some workout stuff, just warming up, shouting into the house for someone to come out. And soon a young Gohan walks out of the house in some gi like his father's. With the likes of Chi-Chi asking Gohan if he's ready for a bit of training, the young boy nods his head and the pair do some pretty good sparring, with Gohan being quite strong here thanks to the fact that Chi-Chi is a fighter still. She hadn't ever really given it up. After all, she might need to have this power to save someone again. However, even though the universe has been quiet, she is just being ready. And also Gohan here has some good potential, which we'll talk about very soon. Now, the pair do this workout and eventually end it after not too long, with Gohan asking his mother when will his dad be back, and Uncle Raditz, with Chi-Chi saying how she isn't too sure, they only left for the mission a few days ago. And out in space on a planet, we see the likes of Goku and the likes of Raditz, both fighting off against the Ginyu Force currently. This is not a threat to them. However, the Galactic Patrol can't deal with threats like the Ginyu Force. This is why they have called in the brothers, which has been happening a bit throughout these last few years, with the brothers dealing with big threats that the patrol can't deal with, and in return the Galactic Patrol would give the pair some money as a reward. This isn't why the two do it. The two do it is a good way to, well, one, stay in shape, two, always be ready for a new threat, and Goku does it for his own third reason, which is to keep Chi-Chi off his back a bit. You see, the Galactic Patrol will give them money, and this way Chi-Chi knows that Goku has a job, and it keeps things happier in the Sun family house. Now, after a short bit of playing around, the two end the fight, capturing the Ginyu Force and handing them in to the Galactic Patrol, with them getting into their own little ship which the Galactic Patrol provided for them. They head off back to Earth, with Goku and Raditz talking about the missions and saying it has been pretty boring lately. The pair talk about what they're going to do when they get home. With them only being a few hours away, they keep the small talk up for a little bit, and after a short trip, they do arrive back on Earth. They land the ship not too far from Goku's. There's no reason they really do it here, it's just for convenience. Most of the time when they come back in, they can get closer to Goku's than they can Raditz's, so they have an easier time. With the likes of Goku and Raditz leaving the ship, they are met by Gohan and Chi-Chi, with Goku seeing that his son had been doing some training today, of him being able to sense some amazing potential in Gohan. And this is where I want to make a small note here. I have no idea how incredibly strong Gohan would be in this timeline. Not only are both Chi-Chi and Goku stronger than their canon counterparts when he was conceived, but he is also the son of Goku, he's a Super Saiyan. So Gohan in this timeline should be incredibly nuts, but I have no idea how to scale him, because he should just be on a complete other level right now. But for now, we might see more. If anyone's got any idea, please help me out, because this Gohan is incredible, and I don't know how to do it justice for how strong he should be. Now back to the story. After a few minutes of talking with his family, the likes of Raditz can sense Bulma and Trunks showing up at the Sun family house. Yes, in this timeline, Trunks is here, with Trunks and Gohan being the same age. This is thanks to Raditz and Bulma meeting at the wedding and also having met a little bit at the ceremony, and this leads to Trunks and Gohan being very close with one another. They will spend time training together and sometimes they will study with one another, and this is thanks to Chi-Chi's new sister-in-law offering to tutor the likes of Gohan alongside Trunks, saying how after all they are family now. And this leads to Gohan having found a pretty good balance of combat and studying. He still would like to be a scholar, however, he wouldn't mind being some superhero of the galaxy like his dad, which is sort of the same thing for Trunks, however, he more wants to push into, you know, being superhero-ish. He's a child, they're both kids, this is incredible to them. And this has led to a much better rounded Gohan, who has already found a perfect balance between, studies and work training. And he might also enjoy combat a little bit more thanks to the influence of Raditz in his life and also a much more Saiyan like Goku. Now, with all of this covered, this big family spends a bit of time with one another, having a big feast, welcome back Goku and Raditz. The family celebrate this time of peace they are currently going through. However, this is Dragon Ball. Times of peace never stick. And soon, two strong fighters from an unknown time will appear, and they will change this time of peace quite fast. We see the likes of Goku and Gohan training with one another outside. Goku is trying to teach his son how to go Super Saiyan. With the boy showing good progress, the two are soon joined by Chi-Chi. The family have learnt to spend a lot of time training with one another. However, something to note about Chi-Chi is her training has slowed down just a little bit recently. She has discovered that she is pregnant and is trying to hold back a little bit with it. Now, one day while the group is training, a power appears. The group don't take it too seriously at first. That's just Trunks' power. But then they spend a bit more attention to it. There's two sets of Trunks energy, which really confuses them. The group spend a moment trying to figure out what's going on before feeling the power of the other Trunks heading off towards Trunks. This catches them off guard and they head off trying to figure out what's going on. And once they start flying, this new Trunks power eventually turns towards them, with the group soon meeting up with someone who looks like Trunks just a little bit older. Not by loads, maybe a few years, nothing much. With the older Trunks looking at the group, he just sort of smiles and shouts out, "Uncle Goku, it's been too long." With everyone very confused right now, the older Trunks lands on the ground and looks over to his family, says, "This is going to be pretty confusing, but as you can tell, I'm not your Trunks, you know." "Well, I am, but I'm from the future." With everyone hearing this, they are shocked by this, with the likes of Trunks laughing a bit, while Gohan begins to ask how it's even possible. Gohan is still a book nerd here, and he can pretty much go toe to toe with Trunks here. And Trunks goes on to explain how his mother had been working on a time machine over the last few years, so he could come back and hopefully save the world. With the Sun family hearing this, they ask what he means, with Trunks going on to explain. "In 4 years, on May 12th, two androids will appear. Their power is unmatched, and they easily destroy all of us fighters with ease. The likes of Krillin, Chi-Chi, Tien, Yamcha, Appa, even Dad, all die. And me and you were the only survivors, Gohan. We rushed off to collect the Dragon Balls to try and revive the ones who were killed, but the balls were used by someone, and they became inactive. We've had to figure out a plan. So we hid away with Kami and spent some time trying to contact Jacko, so we could be taken to Namek. After a month of trying, we managed to get hold of him. And the Galactic Patrol officer headed off to Namek and brought back all those killed by the androids, and brought us all to Namek. The next stage of our plan was where we needed to get off and train. Me, Dad, and Gohan all went off, and we headed into the time chamber in space, while the others headed off to Earth to keep an eye on the androids. So me and Dad and you, Gohan, spent 3 months training, which in the time chamber would be a year. We came out a lot stronger than we ever imagined. We went back to Earth with our newfound power and we defeated the androids, saving the world. With Goku taking this in, he realizes something and asks, "Where was I?" Trunks looks sad, saying, "Uncle, you died before the androids ever showed up. You see, you died to a heart virus which has no cure at the time. So that's why I'm here. I'm trying to save you, and hopefully make it so you live." With Trunks throwing his uncle a small capsule, saying how the cure for his heart virus is in this capsule right in front of him. The heart virus will strike him in a few years, so make sure he's ready for it. With the Sun family hearing this, the likes of Goku asks why Trunks is the one to come back. Trunks goes on to explain how Gohan was worried he would get a bit emotional and was worried he might not come back. And Gohan of the present understands this. Having never really been away from his father other than a few missions, he would understand this. And Trunks goes on to explain how his dad was off on a mission when the time machine finished, so he just chose to come. With Goku hearing this, he thanks Trunks for doing so, and the group spend a bit of time talking to one another before Goku asks Trunks to show off his true power, figuring out that he is suppressed. With Trunks agreeing to do so, he jumps up to his max output, jumping up to Super Saiyan, with his seeming very different. Goku notices this and asks what's going on with his Super Saiyan, as Trunks goes on to explain how himself, his father, and Gohan had all mastered it in the time chamber, and now it takes no stamina to use. With Goku surprised to hear this, realizing that this is something he wanted to do and something he's talked to Raditz about, it seems that once he had died, Raditz must have kept trying to do it. With Goku now having an idea of what his goal is and how strong he needs to be, he thanks Trunks. And with this done, Trunks nods his head, throws out his time machine, and starts to climb into the machine. And as he starts to take off, he catches the rest of the Z Fighters landing and showing up, with all of them looking at the weird device as it takes off back into the future. The likes of the Z Fighters look over to the Sun family, and they land near them asking what just happened. With Goku explaining everything, the group realise that it's time that they start training intensely once again. With Raditz and Goku already knowing what they need to do, everyone begins their 4 years worth of training. Now, for the likes of Goku and Raditz, they spend the 4 years trying to achieve two things. The first one is complete mastery over the Super Saiyan form. The second one is to make both Gohan and Trunks Super Saiyans. With the Sun family starting to train a lot with one another, the likes of Goku, Raditz, Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Trunks train together. However, the first year Chi-Chi takes off. After all, she just birthed her second child, Goten, who was born a lot earlier thanks to Chi-Chi feeling like she had to make up for time missed. Her husband. So this is just a way she did it. She was a bit more pushy into having kids, and Goku wasn't against the idea, so he was happy to do this. Now, it's not just the Saiyans I want to cover in this timeline. We have a different Guardian, so we have some more things to change. Normally, we would see Kami not doing much, just sort of living his life out on the lookout. But here we see Tien training for the upcoming fight, helping train the other humans as well. With him training very intensely, but Tien has one major advantage over everyone else: his eternal youth. He can abuse the ever loving hell out of the hyperbolic time chamber. So Tien spends some time in the hyperbolic time chamber, however, he doesn't use it all the time. He just wants to avoid going insane. But if one of his friends want to go into it sometimes, he will join them, with Krillin, Yamcha, Upa all spending a little bit of time in there training with Tien. They only all do 1 day each, but that's enough for Tien to have spent 3 years in there, and any other extra time he does on his own is a bonus. And as the 4 years begin to pass, things start to happen, and I'm just going to cover them all very fastly. Now, like the likes of both Goku and Raditz master Super Saiyan. Alongside this, Gohan and Trunks learn the Super Saiyan form, but don't master it, only getting up to grade 3, which is a lot better than canon counterparts. The likes of Krillin and Tien teach both Upa and Yamcha how to use the Kaioken, with Krillin and Tien getting a better control over the technique. Tien is now able to push his Kaioken up to a 50 times multiplier, but Krillin can only get it up to about a 30 at the moment. And finally, the likes of Goten is born. Now, in normal fashion for my what ifs, I will be doing power levels in the Android Saga. For those who don't know or are new here, I always do power levels for the Android Saga as I think it's pretty easy to scale where everything is. We know that the androids were a big enough threat that Trunks, who could take down Frieza, couldn't handle them, so they have to be quite a massive upgrade. We also know that the future androids are weaker than the present androids, so all I need to do is just a little bit of odd calculations here and there, and I just need to have numbers to give everyone an idea. This is so I can, one, know how I believe everyone would stand, and two, it's so everyone understands the benefits everyone got from their training. So I hope people don't mind this, and I just thought I'd give a reminder as it's not something I often do. I just normally give the power levels. Now let's get going. In the lead we have Goku with a power level of 1 bill in his base, and that leads to his Super Saiyan form having a 50 bill power level. Raditz has a power level of 900 mil in his base form, and a power level of 45 bill in Super Saiyan. Gohan and Trunks have a power level of 8 mil in their base form, and 40 bill in Super Saiyan. Behind them is Tien, who has a power level of 400 mil in his base, and thanks to his Kaioken, that's a 20 bill in a times 50 Kaioken. Krillin has a power level of 200 mil in base, which is a 6 bill thanks to his Kaioken times 30. Yamcha is at 180 mil, and he can only really use low levels of the Kaioken, so he's not able to get major buffs from this. Max he was ever able to do was a ×5, but that really drained him. He still needs a bit more practice with it. Upa is at a power level very similar to Yamcha and is in a very similar boat with him. Finally is Chi-Chi, who's at a power level of around 100 mil. Thanks to missing a year, she is behind the group quite a bit. Now, after the 4 years have passed, everyone meets up like in canon, with things here being pretty normal, with Yajirobe dropping off sensu beans to the group. Something I forgot to bring up in the past parts, the fact that Yajirobe would likely have only trained with the group for a short while, to try and save Goku, so I never thought to bring it up, but he might be a good bit stronger than his canon counterpart, and that's all I really wanted to say. And he then gets shot out the sky with everyone going around to look for the androids. All of them head off searching for them, with Upa and Yamcha searching for them together. After all, the two have sort of become a dynamic duo at this point, and do a lot of training with one another. Much like normal, Yamcha runs into the androids first. For another repeating moment, he gets Yamcha'd unluckily. Even though he's a lot stronger than he was in canon, the Doctor just outranks him so massively. With Upa seeing this, he gets really angry at seeing his friend get attacked and pretty much be put on death's bed. He rushes at the Doctor, activating his Kaioken to try and get Yamcha off the Doctor's arm. However, Android 19 steps out in front of him, and every attack that Upa throws does nothing. Unfortunately for Upa, he is almost killed by the likes of Android 19, but luckily for the human, everyone else shows up to help. With Dr. Gero seeing Goku, he smiles, with him flinging Yamcha off his arm towards the group. The likes of Krillin catches him and gives him a sensu bean, healing Yamcha up from another near-death experience. With Upa also getting a sensu bean, the pair soon get back up and in fighting shape. Dr. Gero looking towards Goku. It's so good to see you again, Son Goku. I almost gave up hope that you would return, but luckily for me, it seems you did. Now I can kill you, and I don't think that little Super Saiyan form of yours is going to save you now. With Goku and Dr. Gero sharing a pretty similar conversation to canon, and as soon as the group move out of the city to the wasteland, pretty far away, it's not as nice as the one Piccolo would have taken them to, and things go pretty normal. Now, with Dr. Gero starting off the fight, Android 19 begins to fight Goku, and the Saiyan here has taken his heart medicine. This is because he is a much more serious person in this timeline. He doesn't mess around, and also thanks to Chi-Chi training with him, so this works out pretty well. And with the fight happening, Goku's mastered Super Saiyan form is something that Dr. Gero wasn't accounting for. I never give it a bigger multiplier, even though some people argue I should, and you know what, at this point I'm starting to consider it myself a little bit, but for now I'm leaving it as normal 50 times multiplier because I don't know anything written for sure. But we do know that Goku's mastered form is a lot easier to use, and Goku, who is healthy right now, is going to be able to beat Android 19 pretty easily. This is thanks to the fact that Dr. Gero has not predicted Goku correctly at all, and it's pretty hard to do so. Android 19 possesses one problem, which is his ki absorption. Goku goes to finish off the android and only powers him up. But this doesn't do much to help him. It closes the gap a little bit, however Goku still has the advantage. And soon the android is easily destroyed. Dr. Gero seeing this, he begins to panic. With him trying to escape, he is soon stopped by the likes of Gohan and Trunks. Both of the boys go Super Saiyan and begin to beat into the Doctor, with Dr. Gero being stronger than the boys individually, but when they work together, they are easily able to defeat the android. With the two soon destroying Dr. Gero, and this is where the Android saga ends, guys. I'm sorry, I hope people weren't expecting anything too grandiose, but this is actually the end of this saga, and I'll give you some reasons why, but it's quite easy to look at once you get an idea of it. And I do want to say once again, sorry if it's really boring, but let me explain my logic here. Now, first of all, there was never a loss in this scenario. If Future Trunks didn't come back, the timeline would have been fine. Keep in mind, I already openly explained that the future fighters won in their fight because of the fact that they had connections with, the Galactic Patrol, who could go to Namek and make a wish. They already had a surefire way to win. There was no loss in that scenario. Alongside this, Trunks came back a lot stronger with a mastered Super Saiyan and something he didn't show off but as a Super Saiyan 2. He only ever went to the mastered form. He didn't want to give them too much of a, idea of how strong he was. He absolutely could still mop the floor with the likes of Goku. Now, something in Dragon Ball about how to get stronger is when you're training for a certain goal, it helps people in Dragon Ball grow a lot stronger, a lot faster for some reason, when you have a certain target in mind. All of them had the target of trying to catch up with Trunks, and this version of Trunks was miles ahead of his canon counterpart, and this led to everyone just getting a lot stronger in this time. Alongside this, both Goku and Raditz got Super Saiyan years before the likes of Kan and Goku did. The pair already had an idea on how to improve Super Saiyan, and they were already working towards it. Alongside this, the group got an extra year to train with. The reason they got an extra year is because Dr. Gero would have believed Goku to have either died in space or was never coming back. So after working on the androids for a few years, he eventually stopped, meaning that he missed a year of working on them. So when Goku came back to Earth, he needed to finish off the extra year. So they gained some extra time during this. So that extra year gave the group enough time to grow stronger than even the Doctor could expect. And finally, Future Cell. You know, the one that in canon became perfect. Well, he doesn't exist here. You see, Future Trunks is from a timeline which managed to defeat the androids in maybe the first 3 months. So they dealt with their androids so fast that they aren't that far off in the future, maybe 6 years at best. So their cell isn't even complete yet. Their cell is still a little embryo in Dr. Dro's lab. So they are actually pretty fine so far. He will come around eventually, but there are plenty of fighters to stop him. So, like I've said, yeah, I am sorry, but there is no Android Saga here. There is just, I can't see a time where there is. And as much as I would love to do one, I don't think I can do it without really forcing some things. But I do want to say, don't count the androids out just yet, because they were never activated. So they're still in the lab, alongside a very perfect Bugman. Now, let's go on. The world enters a time of peace, where a lot of things happen. So I want to cover them. Now, after the defeat of the androids, everyone heads off to celebrate their victory at Capsule Corp, where they all feel as if they had overprepared for it just a bit, but everyone is happy that nothing bad happened. With life returning to normal, I would normally have a bit of a jump forwards towards the Buu saga here, but there are some important things I want to cover. Now, a few months after the defeat of the androids, the likes of Goku and Raditz are called off on a mission. With them not having to struggle too much on it, it's pretty much a non-threat to them. But the thing that surprises them is the agent they work with. They went on a mission with a new agent, and this is where they are introduced to him. They meet the likes of Agent Mirus, who has recently joined while they were training for the androids. Mirus has joined the patrol and climbed the ranks quite fast, soon being one of the best agents, and if not for Goku and Raditz, he would be the best that the patrol has to offer. Now, once the Saiyans meet the patroller, they take a liking to him, and they find him very interesting. And the three become friends pretty fast, thanks to the fact that the Saiyans are just very lovable people in this timeline. And the likes of Mirus joins the friend group of Jacko, Goku, and Raditz quite fast. Mirus spends some of his off time on Earth, and he soon gets to know everyone and finds the planet incredible. He also really takes a liking to Goku. After all, the Goku here isn't too far off his normal counterpart. He can be silly and goofy and a caring person most of the time, but he can be serious when the situation calls for it. Now, something to know would be that Goku and Raditz would find Miras's power very interesting and quite weird all at the same time. They can't sense his energy, but he has such incredible movement. The way he fights is so powerful, but they just don't understand it. And they don't ever dig too much into it, but they always invite him to train, with them wanting to see just what he has to offer. But every time he refuses, which is also confusing to the two, but doesn't bother them too much. But they do spend a lot of time with one another, and Mira soon gets to meet the families of the two Saiyans, and he's slowly integrated into their lives, not as a main person, but he will come and visit them every now and again. Miris is just sort of a friend they know who visits every now and again. Now, they do spend most of their time on Earth, Goku and Raditz, that is. And as 6 years begin to pass, Earth gets pretty comfortable. Everyone gets into their own little routines. And let's start by doing the likes of Goku and Raditz, who during this time have discovered and mastered Super Saiyan 2. With them starting to teach the likes of Gohan, Trunks, and Goten how to use it. Now, the form for the likes of Gohan and Trunks is something they learn pretty fast, with the pair mastering Super Saiyan 1 and also learning how to use and master Super Saiyan 2 with their fathers. And as for Goten, he mastered Super Saiyan 1 and is currently learning how to use Super Saiyan 2. For those who are wondering, Gohan and Trunks here would be 14. Goten's 9. Now, even though she can't keep up much, Chi-Chi has kept up with her training, since it is a way to keep her family close, and she loves spending the time with Goku. After all, she feels kind of responsible for saving him, and she likes that feeling. Now, in this timeline, the Sun family is very close. Now, over with the humans, none of them have stopped training here. They have all been able to help throughout the years, and none of them feel like they are useless and have any reason to stop. They mostly train with Tien, who had begun to train himself a lot harder. He will spend a lot more time in the hyperbolic time chamber over this time, but only in short bursts, maybe a week or two every other day. And this allows Tien to keep up with the Saiyans very well. He's on level with the hybrids at this point, which is incredibly good for him. And unfortunately for the others, they can't abuse the time chamber like Tien can, so they fall behind a lot. However, thanks to the Kaioken, which all of them have got good control over now, they can help do some good training. Now, a character who I want to talk about here, which is the likes of Kami, who in this timeline is no longer struck and held as the Guardian. He begins to explore the world he loves, and he begins to help and teach people in many different ways. He becomes sort of a wandering traveller. Most people know of him as the one guy who will show up, help you in a time of need, and then disappear from your life. Kami loves the fact that he can interact with Earth and help people in a much more physical way. And Tien is happy to be the guardian of Earth. This was a good trade. Tien was the perfect guardian. After all, he takes every day of his job very seriously. But time of peace can't last forever. This is Dragon Ball. That would be boring. After 6 years have passed, on the lookout, Tien spends some of his time training alone when suddenly two people show up. Two people he has never seen before appear on the lookout and ask for his help. Now we join Tien on the lookout, staring down some interesting looking characters, with one of them speaking up saying, "We are sorry to interrupt your training, however your planet is in danger, and we are here to help." With Tien looking confused, he goes on to ask what they mean his planet is in danger, also asking who they are. The big one who just spoke gets a bit agitated, whereas the small one speaks up. "Sorry for not introducing ourselves. We are Shin and Kibito. I'm the Supreme Kai of this universe." With Tien hearing this, his eyes widen as he bows in respect. Having heard about the Kais from Kami, he apologizes for, not recognizing them. With Shin shaking his hand, saying, "Do not apologize, it's the first time we've met. Don't worry about it." But regarding the threat you asked about, a wizard known as Bobbity has come to your planet to bring back an ancient evil known as Boo. The greatest evil the universe has ever known, so if it's possible, could you gather your friends? Preferably the ones that helped you defeat Frieza. With Tien hearing this, he nods his head, with the Triclops starting to contact everyone, when suddenly the power of Gohan begins to skyrocket massively, and the power of Trunks disappears. With Tien confused, he then senses a few energies near the boy, one of them being relatively big, and the likes of Chi-Chi and Goten also rushing off in that direction. Tien's trying to figure out what's going on, and realizes that Goku and Raditz's energy isn't on the planet. However, right now, the threat of Gohan getting attacked by four people is the main concern. Tien is about to rush off to try and help the boy. However, the likes of Shin and Kibito shout out for the Guardian to grab hold of them. With Tien doing so, he is soon teleported to the battleground where the likes of Gohan and Trunks' power could be felt, with them soon seeing four people standing over the likes of Gohan before rushing off, with them running over to see Gohan, who has been pretty badly beaten, while Trunks is turned to some sort of stone. With Kibito starting to heal Gohan, Tien asks what happened, with Gohan going on to explain, "While we was training, these four people jumped us. One spat on Trunks and turned him to stone, and then they all started attacking me. They were all a lot weaker than me, but they kept fighting dirty and landing cheap blows, and I had to pay attention to the one who spat on Trunks. He turned him to stone. I didn't want to, get turned to stone myself. And when they found an opening, they stabbed me with this weird device. It stole a lot of my energy, and I feel really weak now." The rest of the fighters on Earth showing up, with Tien noticing something he sensed earlier. The likes of Goku and Raditz aren't here. Chi-Chi rushes over to Gohan, who is looking a lot better after getting healed, asking what happened, as Gohan explains to the rest of the Z fighters what happened. And soon, Tien and Shin fill in the rest about what this possibly is connected to, with Tien asking Chi-Chi where's Goku or Raditz. Chi-Chi responds with saying, "Those two left to train with Miras a few months ago, on some planet, something rare." I haven't really heard from them, other than a call or two I had from them, but other than that, that's it. But if the planet's in danger like you claim it is, I'm sure they'll get here as soon as they can. With Tien asking Chi-Chi to call them, and Chi-Chi using a watch Bulma gave her to contact Goku. This is how the two stay in touch whenever Goku's on a mission for a few days, and it's also so Gohan and Goten can speak to their dad at any time. It was just a quick build for Bulma to do, and Raditz also has one which Bulma can use to get hold of him. With her giving Goku a call, she can't actually get the likes of Goku to answer, but leaves a message for the pair, hoping they will soon see it. With Tien hearing this, he decides they can't wait around and tells everyone they're gonna go and fight and to try to stop this evil. With everyone hearing this, they get ready, with Chi-Chi telling Goten to take the statue of Trunks to Capsule Corp until they know how to help him, and until they deal with the upcoming threat. Goten agrees to do so and flies off with Trunks, with Shin explaining that once they defeat Deborah, who he believes to be the cause of that, they will be able to save that boy. Now, with that done, the group begin to head off in the direction that the four fighters that jumped Gohan earlier went off to. With them soon finding Babidi's ship, the group scout outside for a while before deciding to head in. With Babidi sensing them coming in, he welcomes them telepathically, thanking Gohan for all the energy earlier. But he needs more before he can bring back Boo. With Shin hearing this, he explains to the group to use as little energy as possible. The group agree to do so and begin to head into the ship even deeper, with them coming to the first floor where they come across a weird looking alien. With the gravity in the room being slightly different than what most are used to, the likes of Krillin, Tien, and Gohan aren't too bothered by it, however, most of the others are. With the likes of Pui Pui showing up asking who his opponent will be, everyone's unsure. They don't want to give off a lot of energy, and the only one who can really take this guy down easily would be the likes of Gohan. But Gohan's lack of battle experience could hold him back here. So the likes of Krillin steps up to the plate, saying he's not sure if he can win, but he has a plan. With Pui Pui laughing and everyone asking Krillin if he's sure, Krillin says, yeah, he is. He hasn't been slacking with his training, so he has a few techniques up his sleeve that might catch him off guard. Krillin steps out to fight, and Pui Pui laughs even harder. However, as soon as the shout of times 50 Destructo Disc and a red disc flying straight towards the lights of Pui Pui, cutting him in two in a second, everyone else looks at Krillin, with the small fighter smirking a bit, and everyone pretty happy that Krillin hasn't got lazy with his training. Now, Krillin managed to give off a small fraction of energy thanks to using that attack very fast and in one blow ending the fight. But unfortunately, the energy that Gohan gave earlier was enough, and this small little boost was everything Babidi needed. The whole arena begins to shake, with the group feeling a power beginning to appear below them. Soon they are teleported out into an open area, with them being able to see Babidi, Deborah, Yakon, and an egg. With the group looking at this, Gohan pointing out the likes of Deborah as the person who spat on Trunks, and also the person who jumped him, the likes of Chi-Chi gets angry at the demon, and she clenches her fists, but holds back as the power of Boo slowly begins to increase. Shin shouts out how they can't beat the power of Boo right now and that they need to leave. Kibito seconds these thoughts, however the group stand by and watch Boo's egg release this monster. With Deborah being underwhelmed at the margin, with him pointing this out before getting turned into a candy bar and killed. Alongside this, Yakon is also absorbed and killed, which just gives a little bit more energy to Boo. With everyone shocked at this, Shin reaches out for everyone, saying once again, they need to get out of here. With all the Earth group looking forward and not back, Tien is the only one to look back, saying, I haven't been the Guardian of Earth for long, but something we never do is back off against overwhelming odds. However, if you need to leave, be our guest, but take the likes of Goten and the two hybrid boys with you. With Gohan looking back, saying how he wants to stay and help, but everyone looks concerned. Keep in mind, Gohan in this timeline has had very, very little combat experience. In this timeline, he has only ever had one proper fight against Dr. Gero, and there he had Trunks with him. This is very much unlike his canon counterpart, so the group aren't as willing to allow him to join, with even Chi-Chi asking the boy to leave. However, he refuses, saying how they don't stand a chance without him, Besides, he has spent his whole life training to defend Earth, so let him help. With Gohan showing a bit of his Goku here, he also says how this will be the first time he could actually go all out in years, and this thing might be able to take it. Gohan in this timeline is much more accustomed to fighting, thanks to Goku being a little bit more Saiyan, so yeah, Gohan in here would be much more willing to fight. With everyone unsure on how to argue back against this, they allow the hybrid to stay. With the group getting ready to fight, Gohan jumps up to his Super Saiyan 2 form. His power jumps past everyone's expectations. The only one who isn't surprised is Chi-Chi. After all, she does spar with Gohan and knows how the Super Saiyan 2 form works better than the most. And this leads to everyone being impressed with Gohan's power. Even Shin is amazed by this kid's power and the potential he has. He is impressed, to say the least. With Gohan having transformed, it grabs the attention of Buu. Babidi, having gained full control over Buu, tells Buu that they are problems, and to go kill them. The Margin laughs as he starts to walk towards the group. Jin looks nervous and thinks about leaving. After all, if he dies, Beerus dies, and Beerus will kill him if he does that. But he doesn't want to, and decides to stick his ground. With Kibito understanding, he also stands his ground. Now, with Buu coming towards the group, the likes of Gohan rushes off towards the margin and begins to throw punches at Buu. With the attacks connecting, I'm actually knocking Buu back a bit. Gohan follows up his assault of attacks by kicking Buu straight up into the air, with Gohan looking up to Buu. He feels pretty confident, however Buu is pissed off at this point. He wasn't expecting that. He's not massively angry, but is starting to bubble. And he gets ready to attack Gohan, but the shout of Kaioken times 100 and a red flare grabs the Margin's attention. Tien appears next to Buu and punches him straight in the jaw, sending him flying away, with Tien powering down from the Kaioken and landing next to Gohan. The two share praise for one another. Tien's praise for Gohan is much more than Gohan's praise for Tien. And for anyone who's wondering where people scale, the likes of Gohan and Trunks are actually the strongest on Earth currently, and they're only slightly weaker than the canon version of Super Saiyan 3 Goku, with Tien actually not being too far behind the two hybrids, thanks to the fact that he can abuse the hell out of the hyperbolic time chamber. And then the Earthlings can vary. Chi-Chi's probably on the lower side thanks to not having the Kaioken. Krillin is probably just underneath Tien. It'll probably go Upa, Yamcha, Chi-Chi. Just for those who are wondering. Let's get back to the fight anyway. Buu's starting to come back. He is intercepted by the likes of Gohan and Tien once again. The pair are more than enough to deal with Buu at this point. They can't find a way to kill him, his regeneration's too much. However, they can hold their own against him with ease. Buu is at a massive disadvantage. And unfortunately, this group don't plan on putting the planet at risk, with the rest of them joining in, with this giving them another massive lead on him. Buu is unable to keep up. Things are not going in Buu's favour, and there's a multitude of reasons. Everyone here is so much stronger than their canon counterpart. I mean leagues above their canon counterpart. And that leads to Buu just not being able to keep up in the slightest. Alongside this, they all have this great chemistry. Combinations are being pulled off. A solar flare destructo disc done by Tien and Krillin. A massive, massive Kamehameha blast comes from everyone. They just can't find a way to keep Buu down. They spirit ball him and then knock him into the air. They've even tried Kikohoing him once or twice. Gohan has let an all-out attack blast at him, but just couldn't put him down. Even though they are stronger than him, they can't keep him down for long. But things are about to get even worse for Buu. After all, soon Trunks and Goten show up. The tide of the fight is once again massively in the Z Fighter's favour. The group continue to fight, with Goten and Trunks actually being able to do quite well here. Trunks and Gohan have this beautiful chemistry in this timeline, thanks to being cousins and having trained with each other since they were young. They are easily able to overpower Buu. Once again, they just can't keep him down. His massive amount of regeneration is an issue. With them not even sure how to do it, they've never dealt with someone like Cell, so they don't know if destroying everything of him will work. So they're just throwing anything they have. With Buu slowly getting madder and madder as time passes, eventually the Margin lets out a scream and knocks everyone away, and soon letting out a black smoke, which soon turns into a different, skinnier version of Buu. Everyone's confused, but watches as the two Boos talk to one another and soon fight. The likes of Babidi is also very confused. He soon sees Boo get absorbed by Boo, leading to another Boo being born. Babidi tries to control this Super Boo, but Super Boo doesn't care. He's just here for a half-decent fight, something to entertain him. You know, he's bored. With him completely destroying the likes of Babidi, everyone watches on in horror, and the once great advantage the group had has now been shifted over to Super Boo. With them believing they can still win, it's not actually impossible. However, they will have to work together amazingly, and they will have to find a way to beat his regeneration. With the battle once again happening, however, this time the group are actually losing. Super Boo has grown massively, and even though it's a small amount of increase, Gohan had fed him loads more energy in the Super Saiyan form than his Super Saiyan 2 canon counterpart did. So this Boo might be significantly stronger as well. The group just have to hold out, and they continue fighting. Gohan, Trunks, Tien, and Goten are the only reason these fighters are able to stay in this fight right now, and that is only a small advantage they hold, and they can't keep up forever. Boo's seamlessly endless stamina and energy just overpowers them slowly, with eventually the group slowly losing ground, leading to just the likes of Gohan and Trunks being the last few members of the Z Fighters left standing. Boo gets ready to kill the fighters, and he charges up an attack. Shin is slowly crawling over to everyone, shouting for them to can so he can teleport them out of here. With them doing so, the likes of Gohan and Trunks get ready to stop the attack that Boo's charging up, with the little amount of energy they have left. However, when the attack is shot, the pair close their eyes and brace for the attack to hit, with Shin not making it to any of the fighters in time. They all close their eyes, getting ready to feel their final moments, before hearing, "Looks like we made it in time. Jeez, that was close. Kakarot, you idiot, we were cutting it pretty close there." The group looking up to see three fighters, the likes of Goku, Raditz, and Mirrors, all showing up. Goku smiles as he looks at everyone, apologising for not checking his phone earlier, but he was pretty busy training, with him moving his hands away from his head. Boo's confused while everyone struggles to their feet. Raditz and Goku tells them to sit, with the pair walking over to Gohan and Trunks and put their hands out in front of them. Their hands start to let out a warm glow, and slowly Gohan and Trunks feel loads better. With them asking what they did, Raditz laughs, saying, "It's something the Ardratians taught us, the ability to heal, alongside some other things." Everyone's impressed to hear this, including Kibito. The likes of Goku turns to Raditz, saying how he won the game of rock, paper, scissors, so he'll be dealing with that. You go heal the others. Raditz agrees to do so and starts healing everyone, slowly. With Goku heading over to Boo, he looks up and introduces himself, also saying how he'll give him three options. Become good, so he doesn't have to waste that potential. Go to prison peacefully, or die. They're the only options Goku is allowing Boo to have. With Boo laughing at this, the Margin not thinking anyone could be as strong as him, he takes a fighting stance, interested in what this Goku has to offer. Goku sighs before getting ready to fight, with Mira shouting out, "Remember what I told you." Everyone's confused as Goku closes his eyes and repeats aloud, "Move without thought." Mirror nods his head with the Saiyan jumping up to his Super Saiyan form, and he begins his battle with Boo. Goku keeps his eyes closed throughout the entire fight, trying his best to do what Mirror told him. And Goku kind of can't do this right now. It's difficult to switch off his brain like that. He understands the principles and understands what he's going for, but he just can't achieve it right now. With Raditz watching the fight and healing everyone up, they all watch the fight where Goku goes toe to toe with Boo with ease. The battle goes on for some time, with it eventually dragging on for a bit too long for Raditz's liking. With Raditz telling his brother to end the fight so they can go back to Yardrat and finish that little bit of training they have left to do. Goku agrees and opens his eyes and jumps up to his Super Saiyan 2 form, and begins to easily defeat Boo. With the Margin unable to keep up, Goku just beats into him. Goku finds an easy way to kill Boo, throws him up into the air, and shoots off the biggest blast he has ever produced. With this soon evaporating the margin. And Goku lands next to everyone and goes over to his sons, dropping down to his base state, telling everyone they did a really great job at defending Earth. As Goku looks towards his sons, he tells them he is proud of them. Raditz says the same thing to Trunks, and the group celebrate the win. And hear what Goku and Raditz and Miris were doing on Yardrat, hearing about the techniques of the planet, with everyone amazed, asking what techniques they had both learned. Goku goes on to explain how they've seen both of his, the ability to heal and the instant transmission, although Raditz picked up a different technique. Raditz decided to pick up the healing one just for times when they're in combat and they need a quick, fix. But Raditz picked up something called Force Spirit Fission. It seemed interesting and he kind of liked the idea of it, so he learned how to do it. With everyone interested to see what these two will do, they spend a few days on Earth, with Miris even spending a bit of time on the planet. With the alien having really liked the planet after his first few visits, he likes any time he gets to spend here. Plus the food is awesome. So yeah, eventually Goku and Raditz head back to Yardrat, with Miris going with them. The hybrids want to go along, but the two older Saiyans say how they can't really go right now as they've just about finished their training, so they won't learn much, but maybe another time they'll drop them off on the planet just so they can do a bit of training. The three hybrids agree, and Goku and Raditz head back, finishing their training after a month and then coming back to Earth. With Earth entering a time of peace, they don't stop training, they keep up with it. They don't even really get called out on missions anymore, but luckily Goku has collected so much money that he doesn't really need to go on missions anymore. He's only ever occasionally called out, and even then they can solo most things out in the universe. Not quite knowing that there is more to this universe than meets the eye. Certain god that will show himself within the next few years. Sleeping currently. Now we join our heroes after a few years have passed. Both Gohan and Trunks have grown quite a bit. Both are currently attending Orange Star High School just to try out school. They were both a little bit against it, however, they soon thought to at least give it a go. Now, they already know what they want to do after they've finished school though. They want to join the Galactic Patrol, like their fathers. They think it would be a great way to explore the universe, get some good fights in, and a good way to defend their planet and everything in the universe. Gohan's looking forward to exploring, learning different cultures, learning different sciences from different planets, seeing new tech. It all excites him. Trunks, on the other hand, is sort of looking forward to seeing some new tech, but also is looking forward to having a good scrap. After all, they would both technically be space police, so they're looking forward to it. And from a little bit of help from Jacko, they already do actually have a place set in the Galactic Patrol. So they've just got to wait until they're a bit older. Now, other than this, not a lot interesting happens between the time after battling Boo and before Battle of Gods. Other than Goku and Raditz finishing their training on Yardrat with Miras and spending a lot of time at home with their families. They still train with one another, and sometimes Miras even joins them for a few bits of training. However, he doesn't show up too much, but is still invited to Bulma's birthday. Now, after the time had passed, the day of Bulma's birthday does come round. And in this timeline, Goku is present. This is mostly because he doesn't really know King Kai, doesn't have anywhere better to train other than with Miras, but Miras is off doing missions at the moment, and also Bulma is his sister-in-law, so he has a few reasons to be there. Now, there is a bit of change in this timeline with Beerus and Whis. Beerus has the same dream, wakes up and asks Whis about the Saiyans. Whis goes on to explain, well, my lord, most Saiyans were wiped out by Frieza. Beerus snarls at this, annoyed at what had happened, but Whis speaks up saying, however, it does seem like 7 Saiyans managed to survive, and one even killed Frieza, and Cold. This grabs the cat's attention, as he never expected a Saiyan to be able to kill Frieza and Cold, with Whis going on to explain, it seems that 2 Saiyans teamed up to fight back against Frieza after being under his foot for years. 2 brothers, in fact. From what I have seen, they joined the Galactic Patrol and started a war against the Tyrant. One of them managed to slay him and also achieve something called a Super Saiyan. Is that what you're looking for, my lord? With Beerus shaking his head, he asks about any of the other Saiyans. With Whis going on to explain that Prince Vegeta and another Saiyan are in prison, far away. There's also a really weak Saiyan off on a distant planet all on his own. And then he goes on to see two other Saiyans, and goes on to say, it seems that the last two Saiyans are on a barren planet called Vampa. However, it seems one of them has reached way past his prime, and the other is not as strong as the Earth Saiyans. Beerus tells Whis that he has already decided that he is heading to Earth. As the two begin to head off that way, soon arrive at the party. He sets his sights on the Saiyans, however a guest there shocks him. He wasn't expecting to see this person, and neither was Whis. They look over and see the likes of Beerus at the party. Beerus is just as shocked to see Beerus and Whis as the other two are, with the brothers of Whis and Beerus looking at one another before Beerus speaks up saying, "What is an angel doing here?" With Beerus sweating, everyone is first very confused at the sight of two people they have never seen before talking to Beerus. Then they try to figure out what they mean by angel, with Beerus pulling Beerus and Whis to the side saying, "These people are some friends I have made. I don't want them knowing I'm an angel." With this being weird to both Beerus and Whis, with Beerus then asking if the Saiyans are here. The angel nods, so Beerus says, "If I could fight the Saiyans and try to food, we won't say anything, but you're putting your god of destruction in a very weird place." Beerus nods as he shouts over Goku and Raditz, with the pair coming over as Beerus introduces them, as not only his friends, but some of his students. And he goes on to explain how Beerus is a god of destruction and is looking to fight the pair, being two of the four living Saiyans, with Vegeta and Nappa still being locked away in the Galactic Patrol prison. With the pair unsure of how they should feel about fighting someone known as a god of destruction, and also remembering something very vaguely Vegeta said about a god of destruction years ago, but don't remember much. With the pair almost saying they don't want to fight, Mira says that it will be a good learning chance, plus it's only for fun, so nothing bad could happen. Goku, hearing this, steps up to the plate with a massive smile on his face, saying how he'll fight. Beerus smiles as the two start to fly into the air. Everyone gathers around to see the fight, as it being a much more light-hearted thing. But everyone's a bit concerned. Much like with Mirrors, they can't actually sense Beerus' energy, so they don't know how strong he is. Now this is obviously a red flag for everyone there, except for Goku and Raditz, who can sense the energy of gods, and they can feel the massive difference between themselves and Beerus. They would have very small trace amounts of God Ki in them thanks to training with Beerus over very few years. It's very sparsely, but they do have some in them. With Goku turning into a Super Saiyan 2, with his power massively spiking, Beerus is interested in the power of this mortal, not only because he is a mortal with this amount of power, but also because he can sense small amounts of God Ki in him. But it's only small traces, not a lot. Now the battle begins, Beerus takes the defensive just to see what Goku's got, with Goku rushing at him, throwing a barrage of punches, and one even connects. This shocks Beerus. Goku in this timeline is massively ahead of his canon counterpart, and even surpasses the enraged Vegeta from this point. So landing a hit with a Beerus who isn't expecting a lot of pushback is pretty trivial. Beerus is surprised at the power of this mortal, so he bumps up his power a little bit, only a few notches, and he begins to dodge and block Goku with absolute ease. Goku puts everything he can into landing one hit, even using the instant transmission to teleport around the god, trying to land a solid blow. However, Beerus soon gets bored and knocks Goku out of his Super Saiyan 2 form and sends him rocketing towards the ground, before saying, "I must say, Saiyan, I'm impressed. It seems you are the strongest thing I have ever come across throughout the universe, and you have a very minimum amount of God Ki in you. But you cannot be the Super Saiyan God I'm searching for. Maybe your brother over there, or one of the other five Saiyans are." Goku and Raditz are shocked to hear this, thinking of Vegeta and Nappa, but they can't place the other three Saiyans. However, the pair try to figure out what God Ki is next, or what the Super Saiyan God is. Thinking for a few minutes, Goku comes to the conclusion to gather himself and think, and soon thinks to use the Dragon Balls to learn about the Super Saiyan God. Beerus is excited to learn about it as they summon Shenron, and soon learn that to make the Super Saiyan God, they need 5 pure-hearted Saiyans, pouring all of their energy into one. The group hearing this decide to give it a try. It's wanting to have a go against the god does try to bring up the thought of giving him the God Ki. However, Beerus brings up that he wants the strongest Saiyan to have it, with this being Goku. Raditz is annoyed, however, he does tell Goku to go ahead, as they all pour their energy into Goku with nothing happening. This is annoying to everyone, and they don't know what to do. Obviously, this is because they have one Saiyan short, and this is a slight problem for the group, with them realizing that they do need one more. They need 5 Saiyans pouring into the sixth. With them having to think for a while, knowing that they need a pure-hearted Saiyan, Vegeta and Nappa are immediately scratched off this list. They spend a bit of time thinking before Bulma speaks up saying how she is pregnant and wondering if that would help with the current problem. Everyone is happy to hear this, and soon the God ritual is performed on Goku. With this working, as Goku achieves a new plateau of power. It begins as Goku gets ready to fight. His whole body feels different, and he's excited to have this match. Goku and Beerus begin to go at one another. At first, it's Goku testing out his new power. However, he does some things which Beerus finds very interesting. And even Whis, who's watching through his staffs, finds it very interesting. With him looking over to Beerus, who is kind of awkwardly stood in the back of the party. With Whis walking over to his brother, asking what has he been teaching the mortals. Beerus is shocked as he goes on to give a quick rundown quietly to his brother that he's been trying to teach these two Ultra Instinct to some degree. Raditz is having a bit of a hard time, but Goku seems to be on the right track. And with this load of God Ki that's just got put into him, maybe he can do it. Obviously not right now, he's still ages away. But with enough training and a good push one day, he will have Ultra Instinct. Whis is very interested by this, and Raditz picks up on something obviously going down between the two, and he starts to put together that Beerus and Whis actually look a lot alike. However, over with the battle between Beerus and Goku, Beerus has also picked up on Goku doing sort of a variation of Ultra Instinct. It's clear it's not what he's thinking it is, and he's miles away from retrieving the actual Ultra Instinct, but he's seeming to be much closer than he expected any mortal to ever be. With him asking what he's doing, Goku goes on to explain, well, for a while Beerus has been teaching me and my brother this thing that allows us to move without thought, and it's supposed to be this super strong ability that will help us become loads stronger. And of course, when I heard that, I wanted to learn it. And when I got this God Key and I tried it out, it seemed so much more achievable than I ever thought it could be. So I needed to test it out. Sorry, Beerus. With Beerus impressed by this mortal who's claiming to be able to use some kind of Ultra Instinct. However, he explains to Goku that if he wants to win this fight, he needs to fight seriously. So from here on out, they will both be going all out. The Saiyan agrees as the pair go all out against one another. Goku in this timeline is much closer in this fight thanks to him being years ahead of his canon counterpart, and this has led to him having a much closer fight. Of course, Beerus is such a huge hurdle. Goku has hardly even got over the surface, but he's managed to close the gap quite a bit more than his canon counterpart would be able to do, with him managing to get in some really good blows on the god. However, Beerus is far too much for Goku as he is defeated after a long, hard-fought battle. However, here, instead of leaving, the pair head back to Bulma's party and finish the celebration. Beerus learns more about the Saiyans, having taken a massive interest in Goku and actually wanting to claim him as his rival. With Beerus trying some Earth food, and with no Boo here, he gets his pudding and is in a much better mood. He's had his fight with a Super Saiyan God. He's fought a Saiyan who seems to have some form of Ultra Instinct. And this is all a lot for Beerus to take in, but he's happy with what has happened, and the Earth food is delicious as well. With them celebrating for a while, Beerus and Whis soon decide that they should head off. Beerus wants to get back to napping. However, he says that the Saiyans are welcome to come train at his planet whenever they want, as long as they both continue to grow strong. With the two loving this idea, and loved the thought of training with a god. However, both decide to stick on Earth for a little bit longer before heading off to Whis' planet, saying how they want to spend some time with their families and also have some bits they need to do for the Galactic Patrol. With Beerus a bit annoyed, Whis speaks up saying how he will be stopping by soon to gather some more delicious food. So when he stops by, that's when they can go with them. The trio decide that's what they'll do as Whis then heads off to Beerus' planet with Beerus. Whis asks Beerus what he thought of the Saiyans, and Beerus goes on to speak up. I thought that Goku one to be quite interesting. He has this power, all of this power, but is nothing like any Saiyan I have ever met. Of course, he has a long way to go before he would be a truly good rival, but with those basics of Ultra Instinct down, I think he would be a very worthy fight. Whis delay my nap for a few months. Until those two arrive, you'll be doing some light-hearted training. Can't let a mortal overtake me, and with those two about, should be a bit more interesting. Whis smiles at the thought of his god getting back to some training, knowing that Beerus has been slacking an awful lot, and fighting this Goku has seemed to reignite his fire. He understands that Beerus has done a pretty good job at training up those two Saiyans back on Earth, and soon Beerus and Whis arrive back on Beerus's planet and do some training for a few weeks before Whis heads back to Earth to get some food, and Beerus decides to have a little bit of a nap. Now, when the gods left, they finished celebrating the party, and everyone got back to training, and they tested Goku's new power. All of them are amazed by it, and even Beerus has some things to praise about Goku. Raditz is a bit sad he didn't get the god ritual done on him, however, he claims he will also get this god power, and at some point they would get around to giving it to Raditz. With them training with one another after everything that had happened, they grow a little bit stronger. Of course, Beerus doesn't train them too much, wanting to lay a little bit low after Beerus and Whis had shown up and almost blew his whole cover. However, Raditz shares his thoughts that maybe Whis and Beerus know each other or are related somehow, but for now that seems a bit too far-fetched and they need a bit more evidence. Now some time passes and Whis shows back up. And with Goku and Raditz always training with one another, Raditz would inform Goku, and the two would head off to train on Beerus's planet. Of course, they leave Gohan and Trunks and Goten behind. They would love to take them with them, however, they just can't, one, be away from school, and two, Goten's a bit too young to be training there. As annoyed as Goten is, he has to deal with it. However, the three hybrids claim that they'll keep training with one another, and it's not going to be too hard. Chi-Chi's still a fighter, and Tien's around, Krellin's around. They have all of these incredible fighters here that it will be an easy time getting some sparring partners in. Last time we saw what happened in the Battle of Gods, with Goku's power being enough to inspire Beerus to get back into training just a bit. However, soon the god does return back to sleep. Now, both Goku and Raditz start training on Beerus's planet. We'll join our story now. Now, with the two out training, Beerus heads back to Earth to spend time with the Galactic Patrol, while everyone else continues their life and training on Earth. With a few months going by, soon the Guardian of Earth Tien notices the sky turns black one day, and heads off to figure out what's going on, sensing a few strange powers. With him arriving, he finds some Frieza Force members having used the Dragon Balls to revive Frieza. In this timeline, he was never cut up, so he's still intact. Frieza laughs at the sight of the human, and realizes he's got a different attire on. However, Tien just smiles, as he quickly gets the information he needed, learning of how they collected the Dragon Balls, and learning that they only wish to bring back Frieza. Before then, killing off both Frieza's henchmen, and then turning towards Frieza. With him looking over towards the Emperor, he says how he should have just stayed dead. Tien quickly finishes off Frieza before leaving, getting back to his training, hardly even working up a sweat. Now with this done, the timeline moves forward, to the point of Chomper's arrival. Things go normal, up until the team making selection. With Goku and Raditz thinking of recruiting Beerus, they are told by Whis and Beerus they are not allowed to bring him. The pair, being confused, ask why, but Beerus says how they will not be allowed to use him, and that is the end of it. With them going off to collect their team, they first pick up Gohan, Trunks, and next decide to grab Tien and Krillin. With that, they have got a full team. However, the fact they weren't allowed to use Beerus does make them think for a bit, and they soon come to the realization that there might be more to the fighting than they first realized. However, for now, the idea of entering a tournament is far too exciting for them, so they get ready. With the lineup going, Trunks, Tien, Raditz, Gohan, Krillin, and then Goku. With the first round underway, Trunks easily beats Botamo. It's one quick hit and he's done. With that done, Trunks goes on to fight Frost, however he is cheated by a poison attack, weakening Trunks and leading to Frost's victory. But the watchful eye of our Guardian notices this. Tien doesn't say anything, but steps into the arena. Once entering, he has a bit of a clash with Frost, toying with him, before Frost gets ready to jab Tien with a poison needle. When Tien points out the fact that Frost is cheating, Frost flustered goes to land a hit, but Tien easily catches it. With him showing off the needle to everyone, everyone is shocked. The ref is about to call Frost out, however, Tien powers up to a Kaioken times 100 and easily knocks Frost out with one hit, with Tien hardly needing to try throughout this entire fight. However, thanks to using the Kaioken times 100, he does feel somewhat of the effects. Next is Tien versus Magetta, and he has an easy time here. Look, I know in the Moro arc he said he couldn't really insult people, but in OGDB he was calling people out all the time, so we're going to leave it with that. With him giving a good insult, winning the fight, soon Kaba comes into the arena, with Tien testing out the young Saiyan, and he finds him pretty interesting, but Tien can't teach him anything about the Super Saiyan state, and just tells the kid to keep training on. Obviously agrees, soon leaves the arena and Hit enters. Tien gets ready to fight, getting into a fighting stance straight away. Tien knew this was going to be the most interesting fight in the tournament. Tien gives a look to Hit and then powers up to his Kaioken times 100. He rushes towards Hit before being taken down in one quick blow. Everyone's shocked since no one saw Hit even throw a punch. Tien is helped out of the arena, with him sharing what he learned, which isn't a lot, but he says he definitely felt more than one punch. Interested, Raditz steps into the arena as everyone watches in anticipation. With Raditz not wanting to get ringed out as easy as Tien did, he decides to go all out from the get-go, showing off the Super Saiyan Blue state for the first time. His power feels incredible, and it even surpasses Hit's. The assassin actually flinches a bit and gets serious right from the get-go. Raditz begins to rush towards Hit and the fight breaks out. This fight is heavily in Raditz's favour. Raditz's power is far too much for Hit's time skip. Raditz is just brute forcing his way through it. With Hit trying his best to increase his time skip, Raditz does realise that he is having a harder time the longer the fight goes on. As Hit's time skip increases, Raditz is having to output more power. Soon enough, Raditz realises he needs to end this fight and goes for a quick knockout, powering up to his max and hitting Hit once. This leads to Universe 7 winning with ease. Now things here go like normal. Zeno shows up, Goku makes friends with him, and the thought of a bigger tournament comes around. And with that done, we head into our next arc, with this being the Goku Black arc. Or should I say the Raditz Black arc? Well, that doesn't happen here. You see, back a few parts ago, I talked about covering the future timeline. And I'm going to do that once I complete this series. But for now, I'm just going to skip over this. The future timeline is safe. After all, they have every fighter still. They're just down a Goku. So with this done, the time travelers don't need to come back. So the Earth enters kind of a year of peace, leading up to the Tournament of Power. I hope people don't mind them skipping over this, but it'll be something we cover in a later part, so don't worry about it. Now, with that done, we are heading on to the Tournament of Power. And here things go a bit smoother near the start. After a whole year since the Universe 6 vs 7 tournament, both Goku and Raditz have been spending a bit of downtime on Earth. And when they're not doing this, they're training with Whis or off on missions with Miras, and even training with Miras most of the time. But the pair have just enjoyed their downtime for the most part. But they have grown a little bit bored. No one in the universe really challenges them anymore. So Goku does remember about the Tournament of Power, but he decides to hold off on it for now. Not wanting to push things. Alongside this, something more interesting has come around in the fact that Gohan and Trunks have started to work under the Galactic Patrol, which has led to Goku and Raditz not wanting their sons to surpass them in terms of reputation in the Galactic Patrol, causing a sort of rivalry between the hybrids and the full-blooded Saiyans. With Gohan and Trunks actually making pretty good names for themselves right from the get-go, but they're climbing very fast and hopefully will surpass their fathers. Now, a while later than in canon, the tournament is announced. With Zeno not needing to watch an exposition match, they never have to do this. The likes of Goku and Raditz happen to be on the planet of Beerus when the announcement was made, so they head off to start collecting people. Goku says how he will go off to collect Beerus, Gohan, and Trunks, and Beerus says how they're not allowed to take Beerus. This takes them off guard as this is a very different situation from the tournament from ages ago, as an argument breaks out saying how they need to use their strongest fighters. Beerus starts arguing back, and the two start asking why they can't use him. With Beerus going on to explain, Goku calmly responds, "It's because he's an angel, right?" Beerus nods his head, not realizing what he's just did. With Goku and Raditz laughing, as Whis then asks how they figured it out. Raditz goes on to explain that after the tournament last year, they started to piece things together. Things like his power, knowing things about the Ultra Instinct technique, and how similar he and Whis look. They started to piece things together, and they just needed one final bit to, pull it all together, and they needed to trick Beerus into telling the truth. Beerus is angry but happy at least he doesn't have to keep this secret from them anymore. He hopes Beerus still brings him food every now and again. However, Beerus soon yells at them, telling them to leave, with them teleporting away to Earth and then splitting off to collect their team. Goku collects Gohan, Trunks, and even Beerus, while Raditz grabs Chi-Chi, Tien, Krillin, Goten, Yamcha, and Upa. Everyone gets filled in and told the truth thanks to Raditz's involvement, and Goku would have told the truth in canon. They're all a bit shaken, but they all soon get to training. With Beerus hearing this, he understands he can't be involved, but Goku and Raditz pull Beerus to the side and explain how they know everything. He's a bit startled, but they soon go on to explain how they don't care, he's still their friend, and they won't share his secret with anyone else. Beerus sighs in relief and thanks them, then asks what they need him to do. Goku goes on to explain how he would like Beerus to take Gohan and Trunks into the time chamber to get some good training in with an angel. Two are incredibly strong but have no access to God Key. Hopefully just from some sparring with Beerus, it will give them a small access of it and hopefully they can work up from there. Hearing this, Beerus is more than happy to do so. He pulls the two aside and tells them that they're going to go ahead and train in the time chamber like their fathers did ages ago. Gohan and Trunks are happy to do this, and they head off into the time chamber, with the others just continuing on with their training. Soon, their day of training goes by, and it's time to head off to the tournament grounds. Our heroes arrive at the tournament ground. They have similar interactions with Universe 6 as they did in canon, but Goku and Raditz sneak off to speak to Universe 11. They are curious about them, and the Pride Troopers are actually pretty interested in Goku and Raditz. However, they're not able to share much information, and soon they're shouted to get with their universe. They do so and give the Pride Troopers a wave. Jiren hadn't spoke throughout the whole thing, and Goku's definitely interested. The two brothers talk on the way back, Goku saying how he wants to fight Jiren. Raditz shares how he's fine with that, he's interested in that Topo guy. There's definitely something he's hiding, and he wants to learn more. And with that done, the tournament starts. Right from the get-go, Universe 7 is a controlling force, as they easily take out anything that comes their way. Leading the charge, of course, is Goku and Raditz, but the others are nothing to laugh at, the weakest member being Chi-Chu, who has gotten protection from her son Goten, who is a lot stronger in this timeline and even has access to the Super Saiyan 2 state. Now, the first few moments of the tournament are spent with Universe 7 easily taking down some of the weaker universes, and some people who were somewhat threats in the original timeline. People like Frost, Trio de Danger, and Ribrianne are all taken out almost immediately by our stronger fighters Tien, Gohan, Trunks. With the rest of Universe 9, a quick bit of teamwork from Yamcha and Krillin using the Kaioken times 50 leads to them getting eliminated very fast. The pair, after doing so, share a laugh and get back to their fighting. The tournament continues. Some of our weaker fighters, such as Chi-Chi, are slowly starting to lose ground and fall out. However, our stronger fighters are looking for something interesting. The two brothers Goku and Raditz haven't gone too far from one another. They share a look and nod as Goku and Raditz instant transmission in front of Jiren, Topo, and Dispo. The trio of Pride Troopers are slightly caught off guard, but when Goku speaks up saying, "Hey, you guys seem strong, so we decided to have a fight with you," Topo and Dispo get ready to fight, but Goku says how he's not fighting anyone but that guy, pointing at Jiren. Dispo laughs, saying how they won't be able to defeat Jiren. Heck, they won't even be able to defeat him, with Dispo getting into a fighting stance. Which is when Tien walks up, asking if they need a hand. The same brothers thank Tien, who says he'll take care of the rabbit here, while they deal with the other two. This gets a smile out of the pair as they all break out into fights. Dispo's annoyed that he has to deal with this three-eyed freak, but he thinks it should be a quick and easy match. Goku vs Jiren fight is very similar, but it starts fairly different. This version of Goku is not wanting to play around, after all his universe is at stake. So he starts out in his blue state, with his first hit landing on Jiren, it hurts the alien a lot more than he was expecting. This causes Jiren to get serious a lot faster, as an intense battle soon begins. They clash around the entire arena, and this causes a lot of fights to stop, leading to some good openings to get some fighters out. One even targets Goten and Chi-Chi, whereas Goten makes sure his mother stays in the ring by pushing her back into it, leading Goten falls out of the arena. He gets praise from Beerus for being so young and doing so well, but he wishes he had stayed in the arena just a tiny bit longer. Now, with the fight continuing, it goes a lot like canon, but there's some changes here. In this timeline, Goku has mastered the Super Saiyan Blue state, much like in the manga, and he doesn't have the Kaioken, but he is doing better than his canon counterpart. But the more serious Jiren is getting, the worse it is getting for Goku. And slowly, the more steam Jiren picks up, Goku is having to make up for it in techniques. Luckily, having trained a few years on Yardrat, he's able to use the instant transmission to sort of throw Jiren off. But slowly he's realising that he might have to use his trump card, but he wants to try and avoid that. Over with Raditz, he is having a pretty easy time. He wasn't playing around like his brother and went into his blue state straight away, having mastered the form much like his brother. And once the battle began, Toppo was a no problem. Raditz can tell the warrior has more power and does want to see it, but he has a friendly conversation with Toppo. And slowly, he learns more about the Pride Trooper, and the Pride Trooper learns more about Raditz and Goku's life. Of course, Toppo has a mad amount of respect for the pair, basically doing what he does in their universe. And the two actually get pretty close because of this. Toppo says how he's never met someone like these two, and he's more interested in them than anything. Raditz shares how he's never met someone like Toppo as well, and he wants to see everything he's got. After all, his universe is at stake. So of course, out of respect, not out of anger, Toppo shows off his God state, where Raditz realises how close they are in power now. Of course, they're about on level playing fields at this point in time, the only problem being the Hakai. Raditz is easily able to dodge and avoid them, but it's so defensive that Raditz can't get close. Saiyan thinks for a moment and has a few plans, but he has one which he thinks is going to be a slight bit more fun, and if it doesn't work he can always rely on Goku to finish this guy. As he starts watching what Toppo does very closely, feeling out how his ki moves throughout his body, copying his hand motions, and this catches Toppo off guard. However, he doesn't slow down the barrage of Hakai he throws. Raditz just continues to motion his movements and avoid fighting. Now over with Tien and Dispo. The battle started out with Dispo trying to take Tien out pretty fast. However, he soon learnt that a low Kaioken multiplier and his third eye allow him to dodge anything coming towards him pretty easily. He starts figuring out what Dispo's movements are and are getting more comfortable at avoiding them. Eventually, Dispo comes by and Tien lands a massive jab to his gut. Of course, Dispo is pissed off that someone was able to keep up with him, so he picks up the speed and Tien ranks up the Kaioken. Of course, Dispo didn't go to any baby speed, he went straight to one of his top speeds, meaning Tien had to jump up to a Kaioken times 100. Of course, this is pretty stable for Tien, but it is draining him fast, and he's only really just able to keep up with Dispo, whose speed is still so fast. He starts thinking of something to do to avoid getting hit, and eventually comes to the conclusion he has to end this fight fast. Dispo is slowly getting more hits in on Tien, so he makes a call. Tien shouts out Kaioken times 200. This shocks Dispo, and even Krillin and Yamcha, who weren't too far from the fight, hearing this, as Tien's power ranks up massively. Quickly, the Triclops grabs hold of Dispo and makes a rush straight towards the edge of the arena. Tien jumps off, holding on to Dispo for dear life, but once they're over the arena's edge, he kicks the speedster straight into the void, then uses his own variation of teleportation, which he knows from Kami, to escape and hide away from the other fighters for a few seconds. Using the Kaioken times 200 is a thing he can only do for a few seconds, and it has really drained him. Back over with Goku against Jiren, the power difference has become too much and Goku is running out of steam. He realises now that he has to get somewhat serious, and he says to Jiren that he's had a great fight, but unfortunately he's been holding back this whole time, and this fight ends here. Goku then begins to power up as his aura changes as he turns back to base before then turning his hair white. Something is different, he sees calm. Soon Beerus, the angels, and all the other gods realise what is going on, with Goku showing off a state only known by angels as Ultra Instinct. Whis looks at Beerus, who looks quite proud of himself, asking how long has Goku been able to do this. Beerus states that he's been able to use it for a while, however he's only recently mastered it, with Whis hearing how he had his own variation of sort of a semi-UI, which worked quite well, but this is the full form now. Goku in this state is easily able to defeat Jiren, who is trying to power up to his max, but this version of Goku, who has mastered UI, easily defeats it. After defeating Jiren and wringing him out, he powers down and starts hunting for other fighters, quickly coming across Tien and healing him using the Yardratian healing technique. And of course wants to know more as Goku explains it while defending them from a few small fighters. But then Goku goes off on his own, looking for something interesting to do. However, he believes that was the best fight he's going to have in this entire tournament. Over with Raditz, he continues his fight with Toppo. After having taken a break to watch Goku vs Jiren, both fighters get ready to fight again. However, Toppo asks if Raditz can do something like that. Raditz shakes his head saying, "No, I can't. Really never worked for me. But it's fine. Me and my brother are two different people. He changed me, made me the man I am today. Which is why I will defend the universe he helped me get to see." As Raditz starts forming a very unstable but small looking Hakai, he smiles, saying how he thinks he might have this down. Beerus did give him some pointers on this, but he had been meaning to ask Beerus to show him it all properly for a while. He isn't sure if it'll work, but he's willing to give it a gamble. Toppo seeing this fires off a Hakai, however Raditz disappears, then reappears behind Toppo, holding the unstable Hakai inches away from Toppo's head, saying, "I'll give you a chance to quit, or be destroyed." Toppo is annoyed, while Raditz is nervous, unsure if this would be allowed, but he holds his confidence. A few seconds of silence goes by as Toppo quits the tournament. The only reason he quits is he doesn't want to be destroyed, and he understands that Raditz and Goku will wish back the universe, so he trusts them. He walks over to the edge of the arena and rings himself out. As he reappears in the stand, though, he looks down to see Raditz throw the Hakai off towards a rock, and it not be destroyed. Raditz shares a quick smile towards the Pride Trooper, realising that Toppo had fallen for his trick. Raditz had no idea what he was doing there. It was all a very uncertain one. Of course, he had some of the basic steps down, but it wasn't a true Hakai. Toppo obviously is annoyed, but sees the humour in this. With the fight done, the rest of the tournament is a wash. Since Universe 6 Saiyans can't use Super Saiyan, they aren't a threat. Anilaza isn't a threat. Defeating Salnal and Pinel? Easy. Hit, defeated. All of it's kind of just a wash. The tournament eventually ends. Universe 7 easily win. Most fighters stayed in the arena. The only ones who really fell out were Krillin, Upa, Yamcha, Chi-Chi and Goten. The rest stay in, meaning 5 members are in. After a bit of talking, they decide that Goku earned the MVP prize, thanks to healing people up whenever he got the chance, instant transmission, and also taking down the biggest threat in the tournament. They decide it's pretty easy for Goku to get it. That gun, Goku gets the wish and he brings back all universes. Of course, this ends like canon, and things get to line up a bit easier now. After this, a bit of peace comes around, with Goku and Raditz keeping up with their training. Goku gets some more specialised training from both Whis and Beerus, which helps him grow his Ultra Instinct a lot stronger, whereas Raditz begins to train under Beerus. After showing off a basic yet unusable version of the Hakai, he wants to train him how to use it properly, and after a small while, Raditz clicks and finally gets it. Beerus is tempted to make him his God of Destruction candidate, but wants to wait a little while longer before making this call. Eventually, when the escape of Mora happens, it doesn't last long. Both Goku, Raditz, Beerus, Gohan, and Trunks are all alerted to this, and quickly, Raditz arrives on Namek. He deals with Mora by using Hakai, properly this time, doing Beerus' job for him. This makes the god happy and eventually leads to him becoming a GOD candidate. With this done, peace takes place.
Goku and Raditz finished their sparring session, landing on the riverbank of a lake they were just fighting over. Goku drops down from Ultra Instinct into base, while Raditz does the same, but from his mastered Super Saiyan Blue form. The pair share a smile as Raditz tells his brother that the gap between them just keeps getting larger since he's mastered that form. But Goku just laughs, telling his brother to get his butt into gear and learn the form to close the gap. But Raditz shakes his head while laying on his back, saying that Ultra Instinct isn't something he can do, and the destruction powers Beerus tried to teach him isn't really working either, as he creates a small orb of destruction energy in his hands, saying that he doesn't agree with the ideals of a destroyer. dispensing the orb from his hand. Raditz goes on saying that maybe the Path of the Destroyer would have worked for him when they had first met, but now he can't think of anything worse than being that person again. Thinking back on all the pain and destruction he had caused, and then taking a quick glance at his brother, he lets out a small sigh. This is something he's wanted to do for a while, but he wants to do it. He's just not sure how to say it. Goku, clearly seeing something stuck in his brother's mind, can tell that his brother wants to say something, but doesn't know how, so sits down beside him, allowing his brother to think and formulate his sentence. So as the pair sit in the silence which seemingly echoes throughout the forest of Mount Paozu, after what feels like a lifetime of silence, Raditz speaks up, telling Goku that he had never thanked him for everything he had done. Goku lifts an eyebrow confused, but Raditz goes on to say that when they met, Raditz was an evil person. He had killed thousands, ruined the lives of even more. He had killed men, women, children, the weak, the strong. It didn't matter to him. He just did it for the thrill. But even after all of these horrible acts, he was still the lowest of the low among the Frieza Force. Even among his own race, he was deemed low class and worthless. That wasn't until he met his brother, the Saiyan who was just like their mother, but had the bravery of their father. And he hated that. He hated seeing the perfect combination of their parents' genes stood right in front of him. So he treated him like dirt, and spoke down to him, and stole him from his home and his life, all to have someone who he could look down upon and treat like the rest of the world had treated him. But during their time together, during those years they had spent with one another, something changed. He changed him for the better. Goku gave him a life worth living, a wife he loves, a son he's immensely proud of, and a chance to try and right all the wrongs he had done in the past, and for that he's thankful. But he cannot help but feel awful for ripping his brother away from this home and his friends and his family and everything he had loved, all those years of torture, murder, violence he had to go through because of him. That's something a brother should never do to another, especially the older brother. He can never truly apologise enough for what he had done. Goku, hearing this, smiles softly, before standing up, asking Raditz to follow him. Raditz, hearing this, is annoyed by his brother, having just laid out all of these emotions out in the open, and just to see him blow it off. Raditz shouts out demanding a response, but Goku, in an almost childlike fashion, just laughs, telling his brother to make him as he flies off at top speed. Raditz quickly stumbles to his feet and flies off, now wanting to slam his fist into Goku's face, giving chase to his younger brother. After a short chase, Goku suddenly stops, allowing Raditz to finally close the distance and tackle his brother into the ground below, the impact of the attack making the whole planet shake temporarily. As Raditz demands his brother take this seriously, he needs to get everything out, but as he says this, he can't help but feel like he has seen this place they are in before. As Goku quickly wiggles free of his brother's grasp in this moment of confusion, he asks Raditz if he knows what this place is. The Saiyan thinks for a moment but can't place it, wondering if this is where they had fought Boo, or maybe the androids all those years ago. He really can't tell. But Goku shakes his head at this, telling Raditz that this is the site they had first met on. This plot of land was where they had originally met. Raditz looks around, slightly shocked Goku can remember this place. As the Saiyan tells Raditz before meeting him, this was where he had his most intense battle of his life, and for many years this was a site he cursed, for being the last time he was on Earth, and the time he had met someone evil enough to take him from his planet. At hearing this, Raditz hangs his head low in shame, but as Goku continues speaking, he goes on to say, however, this isn't how he feels anymore. This small plot of land is very special to him, since it was where he first met his big brother. And while their relationship wasn't always simple, or even healthy, he wouldn't trade his time with Raditz for anything in the world, telling Raditz to not hold any guilt in his heart, because the past is the past, and if he could do it all again, if he could spend all those years with his brother again, he would do it again in a heartbeat. Raditz, hearing this, feels a well of emotions. Looking at Kakarot, he truly can see both of his parents. As tears begin to well in the Saiyan's eyes, he wipes them away, telling Goku he's a big softie. And as the pair share a smile with one another, a call comes through the radio of their galactic patrol devices. Both answering, hearing Gohan and Trunks' voices beaming through, both fathers smile at hearing their son's excitement at sharing how they solved their first case. telling their fathers that the sniper they were sent to arrest was framed by the Heaters. So after clearing up some issues Australian had with the Saiyans, the three of them worked together to take down the Heaters, sharing the battle they had against the muscle of the Heaters known as Gas, going on to say that Corolla is actually thinking about joining the Galactic Patrol to try and right some of his own past mistakes. But they also met a Namekian who was a friend of Granola's. Apparently he knew Grandpa Bardock and would love to meet both Goku and Raditz. But before the boys can disclose any more information, the voice of Jacko Amir is telling the boys that they need to finish their paperwork and file their report ASAP, and they should be calling on their free time when they've got everything finished. Hearing this order, both boys moan, telling their fathers they'll call them back as soon as possible and to give their mothers their love before dropping the line. Both Goku and Raditz laugh loudly, remembering how much they hate filling out paperwork, before smiling, feeling an immense amount of pride for their sons, knowing that they will go on to do big things for the universe and will save so many lives. As the pair sit there taking in everything, Goku offers his brother a hand, and with a deviously excited smile, he tells his brother that they can't let the new kids on the block take their position of best operatives in the Force without a fight, right? Raditz looks at his brother for a few seconds, before grabbing his hand and shouting out, "Hell yeah!" as the two Saiyans then teleport away with the instant transmission. However, this time they don't leave this battlefield as enemies, they leave this place as brothers. And that's where we will be leaving this story forever. This is a story I really enjoyed telling. Even though I do the very generic thing of turning Raditz good, I really like the dynamic I gave Goku and Raditz. They feel completely different, and they just feel very naturally like brothers to me. And having a story where I can tell a story about a very mature Goku who still has his childlike features but knows when to get serious and how to handle things, while also getting to tell a story about a Raditz who truly came to love his brother, was really nice to me. The story might have not ended how I had originally intended, but I'm still happy with this being how I leave the story off. I know I promised to do a future version of this story, and I'd even settled for Cell being the final villain, but having just used Cell in Bulma Married Goku, I decided against it. I don't think I could do anything which standed out as too original, other than one really cool scene which made me almost do it. But that all being said, I really do hope this ending works well for everyone. This series was an idealised timeline. At the start it was a bit of a struggle, they had some uphill battles, but from the Frieza saga everything became easier for them, and I liked that in this story. I wanted it just to mainly be like that. And if you like this series, please go check out my What If Raditz Raised Gohan. It's a very, very different take on this story, and if you haven't seen it and are here for some reason, please go check it out, because I genuinely think it's the best story I've told on this channel, and likely will be for a long time. That all being said, however, I hope you all have a great day or a good night, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye for now, guys.